is yours, Ares. From this day, I shall carry forth your will.
God of War rules. Yes, I know, fire up the grill because MrJarhead is cooking up some scorching taste. It's a franchise I've had my eyes on for a long time. I've known next to nothing about the series, and I purposefully kept it that way until the day I'd be able to delve into these games properly with a video. And well, that day is obviously now, and I'm not going to waste any more of your time. I have waited way too long to play these games, I've waited way too long to talk about these games, so let's jump right into them. I don't have a physical copy of God of War 3, I downloaded that on PS4. Okay, actually I need a little bit more time before I jump into this because I'd like to thank all of you who commented on my last video. Leave a comment on this one to be featured in the next one, and the biggest of all thanks go to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Brian, Angel, The Foe 3, and Papa Noob 345.
The gods of Olympus have abandoned me.
If you're unfamiliar with the series, you play as the Spartan Kratos, who pins shoulders to mats and bangs rats. But this is by no means the way of a Chad. All the sex and drinking is a big coping mechanism for the poon-slaying Spartan because Kratos has one of the darkest backstories I've ever heard. While he is the protagonist, Kratos is by no means a good guy, and seemingly never really was. Obsessed with conquest, he murdered thousands for the glory of Sparta as the young captain of the Spartan army. He also seems to have little problem with innocents dying unnecessarily.
Thank you! Thank the gods you came back for me!
I didn't come back for you.
No!
But Kratos does have some humanity in him. Deep down, he is ashamed of his actions and the infamous reputation he's built for himself because of them, and does show remorse from time to time.
By the gods, what have I become?
As the trilogy progresses though, Kratos loses more and more of the little humanity he has left, and while you can't really justify a lot of his actions, you can certainly understand many of them, and that's more than enough to make him a fantastic, tragic character in my eyes. The first God of War is basically a flashback game, at the beginning showing the present day where Kratos can be seen cliff diving. You slowly uncover Kratos' backstory the more enemies you slay, and you come across many characters who are horrified and disgusted at the mere sight of Kratos, and not because he's an albino. Actually, that's exactly why. About 10 years before the events of the game, Kratos was, as I said, the leader of the Spartan army and was engaged in a war with barbarians. As he was about to lose the battle and subsequently his life, Kratos made a pledge to the god of war Ares, swearing his life to him to carry out Ares' will so long as Ares gave him the power to win this war. Ares politely declined this plea. Of course, the wish was granted, and Kratos became the perfect warrior. This is also how he got the Blades of Chaos. But this was a foolish deal on Kratos' part, as you'd expect, practically selling his humanity, trading it to become a ruthless killer, just so he could save himself in what would have been his final moments. But again, this wasn't just about saving himself. This was about conquest. This was his ego. This is what he was born to do, what he was brought up to be since he was a little kid. But then one night, as his army ambushed a village, in his blinding, bloodthirsty rage fueled by Ares, Kratos ended up murdering his own wife and daughter. However, this was a ploy set up by the god of war. He wanted this to happen so that with Kratos' family out of his life, Kratos would have no more distractions and would become an even more invincible super warrior. The village oracle who warned Kratos not to enter the temple where his wife and child were, cursed him because of his atrocious actions, permanently melding the ashes of his dead family to his body, rendering him a ghostly white, hence his new nickname, the Ghost of Sparta. Holy fuck. My jaw dropped like an anvil when I saw this scene. That is some of the most messed up shit I've ever heard. Understandably, Kratos has basically had PTSD ever since, which brings us to the beginning of the game on Kratos' ship, where he asks Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, what he has to do to finally be relieved of this unrelenting guilt he's felt and the subsequent nightmares he's had every day since. Athena instructs Kratos to save her city of Athens, which is being terrorized by none other than her brother, Ares. Ares, and as long as Kratos can kill Ares, he will be forgiven of his past, which of course Kratos has no problem with because Ares ruined his life. From there you embark on an adventure through the city of Athens under siege, through the desert of lost souls, and to the temple of Pandora on the Titan Kronos' back to locate Pandora's box, which is the key to slaying Ares. I'll get more into what exactly Pandora's box entails. There's a lot of lore that goes into that thing. Just know for now that it contains the power to kill a god, which would be nice for Kratos to have in this instance. Kratos is still plenty strong on his own though, slicing and dicing through massive monstrosities, and it is absolutely metal. The gore, the absolute gore! The unadulterated brutality and violence in this game, it's so over the top, but it's so good. I mean, what you're seeing barely scrapes the surface of the amount of carnage you're gonna see throughout this video. As God of War takes place during the times of ancient Greece, you'll find yourself combating basic soldiers, but also taking on mythological beasts like minotaurs, which are half man, half bull, harpies, which are the servants of Ares, which are these freaky bird monstrosities mixed with women, gorgons, which are very similar to Medusa, who are slippery, slithery bastards with snakes for hair, and the power to turn you to stone, which can be annoying as hell. The satyrs, or satyrs, which are like these funky goat acrobats who, while not as physically imposing as minotaurs or cyclops, are far more challenging to deal with because of their agility and the way they handle their weapons. And yes, this gameplay of me is already very painful to watch. I know, I was pretty bad in the beginning. There's tons and tons and tons more creatures to be found and to be absolutely brutalized. For example, yeah, you fight this big-ass Hydra within 5 minutes of the game starting. God of War spends no time messing around. It immediately comes out swinging dick first, perfectly setting up what you can expect to be in for. Though admittedly, there's not a lot of these major encounters, as there's only 3 throughout the whole game, with the Hydra, one against this giant Minotaur like 80% of the way through the game, and of course Ares at the end. There's plenty more major encounters in God of Wars 2 and 3, which is great. Even then though, credit where credit is due, God of War 1 takes the time to make even the basic enemies, for lack of a better term, feel like a big deal, with several of them getting unique cinematic intros. Oh my God, it's Weezer! There's tons of ways to decimate your enemies. Your default weapons are the Blades of Chaos, which can perform basic slicing attacks, grab them and slash them, but as you level up your blades with experience you earn from fighting and unlocking chests, you unlock so many new combos like the Cyclone of Chaos, which is great for crowd control, more powerful combos like the Spirit of Valor or Hercules, which are slower but pack more of a punch. There's even other melee weapons like the Blade of Artemis, which is this giant curved sword. Which, while only being one blade, deals more damage than your dual-wielding blades. And if you're really in a pinch, you can activate the Rage of the Gods, which temporarily supercharges your health and damage output. There's also, which I'm sure you noticed by now, the hits counter. It's so much fun trying to keep the momentum going and rack up as many hits as you can. You can do more than just melee attacks though, as you're granted magic powers by several gods throughout the game. You've got Poseidon's Rage, which smites all nearby enemies, Medusa's Gauge, which turns enemies into stone. Honestly, I forgot about that power a lot. I probably should have used it more. Zeus's Fury, which allows you to throw balls of lightning, which only really came in handy when there's archers around. Other than that, it's kinda useless to be honest, especially because you only have so much magic you can use at a time, as your magic and health don't refill themselves gradually as time passes. Just like battle experience, there's different chests that you have to find to refill your magic or health, and in these chests you can also find Gorgon Eyes or Phoenix Feathers to increase the overall amount of health or magic you can have. And finally, you've got the Army of Hades, which you receive pretty late into the game. Makes sense, because it's a fantastic power-up. I just selfishly wish I could have had more time with it. There's really nothing I can complain about when it comes to God of War 1's combat. Well, almost nothing. The button ones aren't bad, but the analog ones can be insanely unresponsive at times. Sometimes I would do exactly what the analog event tells me to. Other times I would panic and go in the complete opposite direction the game would want me to, and it would work fine. In my experience, God of Wars 2 and 3's analog events were way more responsive. Unfortunately, the first installment, they're just not great. But that's seriously like the only complaint I have with the first game, pretty much at all, and luckily those events don't even come up too much. While you spend a majority of the time murderizing everything in your path, there's also plenty of time devoted to puzzles, which is a great little breather every now and then from the relentless combat. But God of War 1 even sometimes mixes puzzle aspects with the combat, like having to plug these nests where harpies are spawning from by moving statues around that are in the room, or like having to use your Medusa powers to turn a Minotaur into stone on top of a door switch and race to the gate before the Minotaur reverts from stone. It's so good. The soundtrack and atmosphere are also masterfully crafted as well. The music during during giant hoss fights is just as epic as you'd imagine. But just as well done are those relaxing, quiet moments you're given to breathe as you explore areas and solve puzzles. The atmosphere this game pulls off in its more calm moments is really remarkable, like when you have to venture out into the desert to kill some sirens, and all you can hear is their faint singing and the wind eerily blowing through the lifeless terrain. The ambience is just enrapturing in moments like this, especially when you're playing at 1 AM with all the lights off like I was. But again, how cool would it have been for another major encounter to be fighting some giant desert monster here? Oh well. Speaking of that though, the scale of environments is ridiculous in this game, especially for a PS2 game. As I said earlier, right off the bat you're thrust into battle with this Hydra, so you immediately feel the girth of the game. God of War also makes great use of camera angles and cinematic shots to really exaggerate just how large certain environments truly are. I mean, like half the game is spent on top of Kronos' back in this temple, and the place is huge! It took Kratos 3 days just to climb up this thing, it's unbelievable! And some portions of the area have you scaling around and you can see Kronos crawling through the desert way down below. It's like some Shadow of the Colossus shit, which is another game I should probably check out soon. That's pretty much all I've got to say about the gameplay at this point. So once Kratos retrieves Pandora's box, Ares senses this from miles and miles away and proceeds to launch a log straight through Kratos, killing him. Jokes aside, it is true that Kratos dies here, but even death doesn't stop Kratos from fulfilling his quest for revenge. He even runs into a familiar face here.
You again?
He proceeds to escape the underworld by climbing this big rope through a grave leading back to the overworld, which was foreshadowed earlier in the game. And the gravedigger here is apparently like the alias of Zeus, so cool. Scenes like these in God of War are so intriguing. The way the game telegraphs things and builds tension is so perfectly done. You just can't help but cling on to every word said in these scenes.
Good, my boy, good. Athena has chosen wisely. I knew it was so.
Who are you?
So, you have the blades, the skin as pale as the moon. You are the one indeed. Perhaps Athens will survive at that. But be careful. Don't want you dying before I'm done with this grave.
A grave? In the middle of a battle? Who will occupy it, old man?
You will, my son. Oh, I've got a lot of digging to do indeed. All will be revealed in good time. And when all appears to be lost, Kratos, I will be there to help.
Once back in Athens, it's time to finally face Ares with the power of Pandora's box, and the battle is surprisingly easy. But that's only the first part, as Ares then makes you revisit the most tragic moment of Kratos' past as you defend his wife and child from evil clones of himself. I gotta say, press circle to hug your family was not a mechanic I was ever expecting to use in God of War. Thank God we get away from this cringy lovey-dovey shit and get back to fucking the next two games. Ares then strips away Kratos' power and magic, but Kratos uses this giant sword nearby to continue the battle, which was really cool because you actually use this sword as a bridge earlier in the game. The final moments here are spectacular. The dialogue is perfect.
That night, I was trying to make you a great warrior. You succeeded.
However, what should have been a happy ending for Kratos couldn't have been more of the opposite. Athena pretty much pulled a fake out, revealing to Kratos that the gods of Olympus have forgiven Kratos for his horrible deeds, but that doesn't mean that they were gonna wipe his memory. So with that, Kratos will continue to be haunted by the atrocities he's committed. This leads to us going back to the beginning of the game, as we see Kratos left with no other choice. But even that option, the gods will not allow Kratos to go through with, forcing Kratos to become the new God of War.
By defeating Ares, Kratos, the once mortal warrior, became the new God of War. However, Kratos soon found himself alone on Olympus, shunned by his fellow gods.
God of War 2 takes place 13 years after the first game, and a short time after the prequel Ghost of Sparta. Anyway, after the gods have betrayed Kratos yet again, you know he ain't taking that lying down. So right off the bat we learn that on top of being betrayed by Ares, and basically Athena for lying to him, just about all the gods of Olympus have shunned Kratos as he had retaken his mantle as the head of the Spartan army, conquering Greece bit by bit. I mean, what did you guys expect? You made him the god of war. Taking up a life of battle again was of course a way for Kratos to channel all the pain and hatred he felt towards the gods for betraying him, and to cope with his own self-hatred. Athena then betrays Kratos again, stripping away his godly height and infusing it into the Colossus of Rhodes to kill Kratos. But we all know Rhodes do not fare well against beings in god mode. And just like that, we're thrust right back into the action, and while not retaining our height, we still retain all the godly power we obtained at the end of the first game, as well as the shiny new blades of Athena granted at the end as well. I love how the gods literally didn't give Kratos what he wanted, wouldn't let him unalive himself, and Athena's like, here buddy, it's okay, have some new swords.
Give me what I want!
Also in this game, to open doors and stuff, you mash circle rather than R2, a minor change that for me made a big difference, because mashing R2 honestly caused me a lot of unnecessary frustration at points in the last game, so I guess that's a second thing I have to complain about, but again, pretty minor. As you'd expect, this intro level is even bigger and grander than God of War 1's as you fight this thing all over the city. One minute you're catapulting yourself at it to gouge its eyes out, and the next you're flung 3 miles away. I just can't believe that this was a PS2 game. The scale is out of this world. Eventually, Zeus himself offers aid to Kratos with the Blade of Olympus, commanding the Spartan to drain his remaining god power into the sword. Once you do this, you crash your way inside the Colossus, battling soldiers and scaling all the way up its interior and dismantling it from the inside out. It's a really cool sequence.
Do you see, gods of Olympus? Do you need more proof than this?
Kratos, now without the sword and having lost his god powers, is as vulnerable as a mere mortal once again, shedding his godly armor piece by piece in some great symbolism. At this point, Kratos is barely even stumbling his way towards the blade, but before he can grab it, Zeus reveals himself as the bird who shrunk Kratos down, not Athena. Zeus commands that Kratos serve him now, and Kratos knows better than last time to make himself a servant, even if it allows him to evade death. Or maybe not, because Zeus then kills Kratos and his entire army. Well, okay, that was a fun 45 minutes.
This is not the end.
Oh. I should have known it wasn't going to be that easy to end Kratos. The narrator then reveals herself to be the Titan Gaia, the mother of Earth, and she explains that she'll show Kratos the way to the Sisters of Fate, as with their power you'll be able to travel back in time to defeat Zeus. And from there, you once again escape the underworld. When you return to the overworld, you're greeted by a Rapidash and your fallen soldiers.
The corpse of a fallen Spartan. Another life cut short by Zeus. These deaths shall not go unavenged. This soldier is dead, this soldier is dead, this soldier is dead, this soldier is dead.
There's really not a lot of changes made to the gameplay, mostly some tweaks and minor additions. Honestly, the most drastic addition is right after the last scene, with these Pegasus sequences where you soar through the skies engaging in some brutal combat, though these sequences don't happen too often, like 2 or 3 times in the game, I think. Kratos gets some minor additions, like being able to sling across gaps on some Ratchet and Clank shit, while in the first game you only got 1 new melee weapon, basically. Here, you basically get 2. The Barbarian's Hammer and the Spear of Destiny. Obtaining the hammer was really cool because you earn it after fighting the ghost of the very barbarian king Kratos was going to be killed by before offering himself to Ares. And during the battle, there's a brilliant fun little callback.
No! Not you again!
Unfortunately, the hammer, while it seems like it'd be really cool, it's okay at first, that is. It swings pretty slow, and there's not really a big enough increase in power between this and your regular blades to justify the slow attack speed. But once leveled up just 1 time, it's broken, because you can then summon souls to attack enemies for you, and there's really no limit on how many souls you can summon at a time. Then you've got the Spear of Destiny, which can attack pretty fast. It's a simple weapon, and there's not much more to it than that. In the last game, you had the Rage of the Gods power-up, which made sense since gods are trying to help you, but now with the Titan Gaia assisting you, it only made sense that that in this game it'd become Rage of the Titans. This time you don't have to wait till the meter's filled up to use the power, or at least I think you had to wait last game, otherwise this is awkward. There's also brand new magic abilities in this game as well, such as Typhon's Bane, which is just a bow, pretty much as useful as Zeus's Fury from the last game. You've got Kronos' Rage, which is like the great value brand Poseidon's Rage. It's good, just not as good. The head of Urieli, I don't know, which turns enemies into stone, just like your Medusa power last game. And finally, the Atlas Quake, which fires up boulders from the ground. Overall, I think the magic abilities from the last game were definitely better, but these are by no means bad. On the bright side for God of War 2, I did find the presentation to be even stronger than the first game. The music is even better than it was before, with even grander pieces setting the stage for battle. As well as even creepier tracks setting the mood for ghostly, desolate environments. And the environments I found to be much more varied in this game. From soaring the skies to titanic ice mountains and caves, massive temples and swamps, just the color palette feels much more diverse than before. There's also even more big cinematic angles featured here, which makes sense because the developers know how good this game looks. It is way bigger than even God of War 1 after all. I know I keep saying it, but it blows my mind the amount they were able to pack onto a PS2 game. I also appreciate that there are a lot more major encounters in this installment. God of War 1, as I said, only had like 3, whereas this game has like 8. And not only are there more bosses, but they're way tougher, as is the game in general. The ones that definitely gave me the most trouble were the Cerberus and the big-titted fat meanie. I love how they build up the anticipation for the Cerberus encounter as well. It's just such great use of music and atmosphere, which this game is just dripping with. Oh, it's succulent. I really like the higher level of skill that goes into these fights, especially against the Cerberus. It definitely taught me a lesson in patience, learning to strike quickly and back off just as fast. And while not a boss fight, you have a pretty crazy encounter with Icarus, and through this encounter, Kratos gains the ability to glide because he plucked the fucking wings right off Icarus's back. And then in God of War 3, you meet Icarus's dad. That sure wasn't awkward or anything. As I said though, the game itself is much more challenging as well. Both the puzzles are tougher, enemies seem stronger. Keep in mind, I played all 3 games on the normal difficulty. In my experience, I can confidently say that this game is the hardest and 3 is the easiest. I'll admit, I was really tempted to knock the difficulty down a notch, but I never gave in. Well, there was that one time, but legit my game crashed not even 5 minutes after I did so. So I guess that was the universe's way of telling me not to be a little bitch boy and to just power through normally, and god damn it, I did. Go me, I survived normal difficulty, what an achievement. So back to the story, Gaia sends Kratos off to find the Sisters of Fate, as their time manipulation powers will be the only way to defeat Zeus. First we have to meet with Gaia's Titan brother Typhon for help, and you dumbass donkey, all the space you had to land and you decide to park under a giant finger, are you thick? After that dumbass detour,
Gouging out a giant man's eye.
for a bow, we head off to the island of Creation, which is home to the Sisters of Fate. As you continue to explore the island, Kratos questions Gaia's motives for helping him, and this leads to Gaia explaining Zeus's origins. The Titan Kronos is actually the father of Zeus. He had many other children and devoured them all. Yes, you heard me, he cannibalized his own children in fear that they would rise up against him. Knowing that Zeus's time to be scarfed down was coming, Zeus was sent to Gaia, who is his grandmother, and Gaia nurtured Zeus. But because of Kronos, Zeus sought revenge not just against him, but all of the Titans, leading to the Great War between the Olympians and the Titans. Yeah, Greek mythology is, it's pretty wild. So towards the end of the game, you finally encounter 2 of the 3 Sisters of Fate, and the battle against them is incredible. Not only because it's pretty difficult, of course, but also because of the way time is manipulated throughout the fight. At one point, Kratos is sent back to the moment of his battle with Ares, where he defends the Blade of the Gods, not allowing the Sisters of Fate to change his fate, and then imprisons them in the past. Kratos is literally strong enough to not only deny death, but to change destiny itself. You gotta admire his determination. The third and final Sister of Fate is the most vile, disgusting, abhorrent abomination I've ever laid eyes upon. She is absolutely massive and sports an abundant amount of sores and saggy tits, and her limbs freak me the fuck out. She is so vile, I'm furious just looking at her. Finally, after defeating that fat fuck, you confront Zeus in the past in, again, a phenomenal fight. Or should I say, godly fight. I could have used that joke like 5 times already. It starts off with Zeus ironically becoming Titan-sized, hurling everything he can at you to stop you, before shrinking down to melee 1v1 with, of course, the Blade of Olympus. Oh, and you lug giant pillars at him as well. Zeus overpowers Kratos, and Kratos pretends to surrender before getting the jump on Zeus once again in a super tense QuickTime event. Just as Zeus is about to be killed, Athena jumps in to stop Kratos, not in an act of betrayal, but because Zeus without Olympus would fall. Kratos still attempts to kill Zeus, but inadvertently strikes Athena. In Athena's last moment, she explains that it was the same fear that drove Kronos to eat his children, which drove Zeus to betray Kratos. Because Zeus has the same desire to kill his father Kronos, Kratos has the same desire now to kill his father Zeus. That's right, Kratos is Zeus's son, which makes him a demigod after becoming a full-fledged god after the defeat of Ares. And I guess this also means that Gaia is Kratos' great-grandmother. Athena explains that all gods will deny Kratos and protect Zeus, which only further angers Kratos.
If all on Olympus will deny me my vengeance, then all on Olympus will die.
Kratos, now being able to control time itself after defeating the sisters, travels back to the Great War between the gods and the Titans, and brings the Titans back to the present. With that, Kratos leads the charge alongside Gaia and the rest of the Titans against all of Olympus.
Zeus, your son has returned! I bring the destruction of Olympus!
That is one hell of a hook heading into God of War 3.
My vengeance ends now. Zeus! Your son has returned. I bring the destruction of Olympus!
The God of War games already looked phenomenal for their time, and God of War 3 is no exception. While I played the PS3 remaster of the PS2 games, God of War 3 came out on PS3 originally, but I decided to play the PS4 remaster of the game, and my god, it is gorgeous! The game already starts off beautifully with a movie-level cinematic intro, and once you hop into the gameplay, immediately continuing from the events of the second game, it's just incredible, and it's so satisfying to be thrown right into a horde of enemies to slice up with ease. Much of the intro takes place on or inside God, while also intermittently combating Poseidon and his weird spider horse minion in, obviously, by far the most impressive battle yet seen in God of War. After defeating his horrifying monstrosity, you approach a wounded Poseidon and get up close and personal with Poseidon's POV, adding an extra level of brutality to his death as Kratos bashes in his head, gouges his eyes out, and snaps his neck. It's ridiculously brutal. From there, Gaia and Kratos approach Zeus's temple, but are struck down by Zeus. As Gaia struggles to cling to the mountain and Kratos struggles to cling to her, Gaia denies him help, saying that Kratos has only been a pawn in her scheme to win the Titans' war against the gods. When will people learn that betraying Kratos never works out well for them? Spoiler, not anytime soon! Kratos falls to the underworld, once again losing the Blade of Olympus and his godly powers to the cursed souls of the river Styx. Athena appears before Kratos, claiming her sacrifice to save Zeus propelled her to a new level of existence, and she now seeks to aid Kratos in his revenge because she sees the truth that she could not before, whatever that means, and brings Kratos new blades because she always does that after pissing him off. And from there, we once again set out to destroy Zeus. God of War 3 excels at everything it sets out to do, and in my opinion, is the best of the trilogy, mainly because you can use enemies as battering rams now. On top of that, the violence is beautifully brutal, more so than ever, without being unnecessary. Most of the time. And when I say I enjoy the violence, I don't mean in a sadistic, I get off on the pain by Weezer kind of way. It's more so that I love the visual storytelling, and I feel like God of War 3 best uses violence as a mechanism to tell a story more so than the other games. Of course, they all do that to a brilliant extent, it's just, again, I feel like God of War 3 did it the best. As for a more technical observation, there's a perfect balance between combat, puzzles, and some general breathing room, and the weapons and magic are easily the best of the trilogy. And beyond that, there's also the newly introduced items, which I'll get into in a minute. Let's start with the weapons, beginning with the Claws of Hades, which you obtain after killing Hades himself in one of my favorite boss fights in the whole series. To quickly gloss over it, it starts by putting your basic dodging and striking abilities to the test before you jump on Hades' chest and start chopping him up. Giant chains surge out of the ground and the souls of the damned are sent out to attack you. Then you continue to attack Hades as your blades wrap around his blades, hurl him up towards the ceiling and reconstruct his face and obtain his claws. But the fight's still not over as the slime ball re-emerges and you slice and dice him until you have to use his own weapon to absorb his soul. Yes, Kratos absorbs the soul of the god of the dead. Do you see what happens when you mess with Kratos? Why would you double-cross this man? The claws are able to melee swiftly like your normal blades and also have the ability to summon different types of souls to attack enemies for you. Many of the new weapons and abilities you obtain come from slaying various gods, all of whom you see at the beginning of the game like Hades, Hercules, Helios, yeah, there's a lot of H names. You obtain the Nemean Cestus from Hercules after bashing his head in like he's hamburger meat. These giant metal gauntlets absolutely wallop anything in your path. They're so much fun to use. And finally, you get the Nemesis Whip from Hephaestus, which I'll get into more later. The electrical whip attacks the fastest and with the most range out of all the weapons. In this game, the magic works a bit differently as there's specific magic powers assigned to each melee weapon, meaning you can't just use any magic whenever you want, which I like. The Blades of Exile drop these Spartan shields with spears to simultaneously defend Kratos while still attacking. The Claws of Hades of course summon souls. The giant gauntlets can strike the ground causing a lion's roar which sends enemies flying and break their shields. And finally, the Nemesis Whip uses good old electrical powers to vaporize everything around you. Many of the powers in this game aren't necessarily new. A lot of them are really just refining and perfecting many of the previous powers you've already seen and implementing them in a way that's just super satisfying. And for my money, this combination of magic and great weapons makes for the most fun combat in the trilogy. Granted, a lot of the weapons function pretty similarly to the Blades of Exile or Chaos in the way that they regularly attack, but I don't really mind, one, because the magic powers do enough to differentiate them and make them feel special, and two, they're fun. And what better reason do you need than that? Also, almost every time I leveled up magic or weapons, it scared the shit out of me because I kept forgetting the PS4 controller has a speaker on it that makes a loud sound effect whenever you level things up. A cool little thing the controller did though was change color depending on what weapon you're wielding at the time. The implementation of items are great as well. The first you receive, or I guess, is the Bow of Apollo, which is pretty much just like the Typhon's Bane, only again, it's in its own category, meaning you don't have to waste magic to use it. Items simply recharge on their own after a short period of not using them, making the bow incredibly useful for keeping your distance in combat while still getting some shots in. You also get the Head of the God of the Sun, Helios, which is used to blind enemies, illuminate areas, and also reveal secrets. The final item you get is the Boots of Hermes, more H names. Christ, how many of them are there in Greek mythology? The boots can be used to quickly dash forward, which is fairly useful for blitzing enemies in combat, and you can also use them to scale walls. Killing this guy was especially brutal, but he was a prick. He totally deserved it. Kratos was literally gonna leave him alone until Hermes provoked him.
Kratos, where are you off to today? Kill any family members lately?
Oh, and one more thing. The first game you had the Rage of the Gods, the second you had the Rage of the Titans, and in this game you have the Rage of Sparta where you wield the Blade of Olympus, which is great and makes sense because Kratos is practically a total lone wolf relying on his own power at this point. I mean, not totally, but, you know, a lot less than the other games.
Pimento sandwich.
Now, honestly, there's not all that much I have to say about God of War 3's presentation from a technical standpoint. It's larger, of course it looks better. I will say that the environments are a lot grungier, but that doesn't bother me because of course they still manage to look phenomenal. And on top of that, we're witnessing the death of Olympus. This is literally hell on earth. It makes sense that it'd look like Armageddon. No, what's most interesting to me is the progression of Kratos' character and how they demonstrate his near complete lack of humanity at this point through even more gruesome actions and unnecessary acts of violence. That's not to say Kratos hasn't let people unnecessarily die or killed people unnecessarily in the past, or wasn't a piece of shit. He was. Again, the boat captain from God of War, for example, which, good news, they continued the running gag in this game as you find a note from him about Kratos in the underworld. I love it! But yeah, in God of War 3, the unnecessary violence is cranked up to 11.
And can you really blame Kratos? I mean, the guy has gone through it. He is bitter, he is pissed off, and he should really try reading this book, and you should too. This book, I read it a few years ago, and it really just helped change the way that I see people's perspectives, and it really helped me learn to control my own.
God or not, it does not matter at this point. Kratos has become a heartless killing machine. Maybe he wouldn't be this way if everyone would stop betraying him. Just wipe his memory already. Problem solved. Take the bow of Apollo I mentioned earlier. You get it from this nice chap Perithous. He's been sentenced to the underworld for eternal torture by Hades and offers you his bow in exchange for freeing him. No need for hostility, just free the man, take the bow.
Sounds like a pretty good deal to me. What do you say?
No deal, Kratos barks as he hijacks a hound to burn the man alive instead. By far the most egregious act on Kratos' part is the 10,000% unnecessary killing of Poseidon's princess, who he finds locked up in Poseidon's quarters. Also, why even wear clothes? Like, what's the point? Kratos rescues her, only to guide her back to another part of the temple he's found himself in, shoves her under the crank of a door to hold in place before the weight of the crank is too much for her body to handle, and the lever collapses on top of her, crushing her, and ultimately killing her. It is just so uncalled for, but that is just how batshit insane Kratos has become at this point, using anyone and anything to further his advances for vengeance, no matter the ramifications. Seeing the Olympians mistreat Kratos time and time again, you're so ready to exact your revenge on them, and then as it happens and you hunt down gods one by one, resulting in floods, plagues, no more sun, it's uncomfortable and sad. I get it, but damn. Kratos is just about a complete psychopath at this point. Except, there is just a sliver of humanity remaining inside him, and we see glimpses of this whenever he interacts with Pandora. So in the beginning of the game, Athena says that Kratos must extinguish the flames of Olympus in order to defeat Zeus. Inside the flame is Pandora's box, you know, that thing that contains the power to kill a god? Now, let's go back to that guy Hephaestus from earlier. Hephaestus, the smith god, was banished to the underworld because of Kratos' actions in God of War 1.
Hephaestus was commissioned by Zeus to forge Pandora's box to conceal the evils that were released as a result of the Great War between the gods and the Titans. And he also, of course, created Pandora, who serves as the key to the box, hence the name. But he grew to love Pandora like a daughter. And when Zeus came to take the box, Hephaestus lied about Pandora being the key and suggested hiding the box in the temple on Kronos' back so that nobody could ever access the power. Zeus, having become aware of Hephaestus' lie, tortured him until he confessed Pandora's whereabouts. Zeus then locked Pandora away in a labyrinth constructed by Daedalus, the father of Icarus. So now you've got Hephaestus, who wants to be reunited with his daughter, and blames Kratos for compromising his daughter and himself in the first place. Meanwhile, you've got Kratos looking to use Pandora to open the box to kill Zeus, but in doing so, this would result in Pandora's death. Even still, what is it about Pandora that apparently brings out Kratos' humanity? Well, simply put, it's because she's a child, and that fact reminds Kratos of his own daughter. Hephaestus himself uses this fact to try to convince Kratos to change his mind about using her to open the box, and though at the time he doesn't say anything, you can see it on his face for a second that he is touched by the notion. Even when Kratos and Pandora first interact, for a moment Kratos thinks she's his daughter. Throughout the game, as you talk more, Pandora explains how she's not afraid of Kratos, just like how Kratos' real life and daughter were the only ones never afraid of him. And you see Kratos' insecurities creep through.
I told you, I cannot help you.
But you're the only one who can. I know it. I trust you.
You shouldn't.
He believes that Pandora should fear him, that she shouldn't trust him. He knows he's a monster, and she knows that too. He's the infamous Ghost of Sparta. But that doesn't matter to her. For the first time in the trilogy, really, we have Kratos being treated like an actual human being, not as a means to an end, not as a monster, even if he should be treated like one. Hephaestus eventually realizes there's no changing Kratos' mind about finding Pandora to bring down Zeus, so he decides to help Kratos, commanding him to find the Omphalos stone from the pit of Tartarus. So with it, he can forge Kratos a mighty weapon, which of course turns out to be the Nemesis Whip. The pit of Tartarus just so happens to now be home to the Titan Kronos after Zeus banished him there out of fear, which Zeus seems to do a lot. Sending Kratos after Kronos was basically a death plot by Hephaestus, but of course we all know that death is simply not an option for Kratos. This fight is absolutely mind-boggling. You fight waves of enemies on his giant hands and pluck his giant stinky fingernails. Kronos Kronos then eats Kratos, but Kratos carves Kronos from the inside out like a pumpkin to make his escape, while simultaneously securing the stone. Hephaestus is of course shocked to see Kratos since he was supposed to die. Hephaestus then, understandably, but also like a dumbass, then betrays Kratos. And this is what happens when you betray him! He literally warned you earlier in the game!
Olympians overestimate themselves.
Interesting. I will keep that in mind, Spartan.
When will you people learn? Eventually, you finally find Pandora in the labyrinth, and the conversations these two have are really fascinating. Just about everything you need to know about Kratos' character is conveyed in this one scene. It's fantastic.
Thank you, Kratos.
Our journey is far from over, Pandora. By its end, you will not be thanking me.
I know I look it, but I'm not a child, Kratos. I've seen many terrible things. I'm not afraid. I understand what lies ahead. I saw Zeus torture my father. I saw him beaten because of me. I should have helped him, but I was afraid.
Hephaestus did what every father should do. Protect his child.
No! It's all my fault. I failed him because of fear. Fear is its own kind of darkness. In that darkness, I heard what the gods said about me. They called me a monster.
Words mean nothing.
Perhaps. But in their words, I heard fear. The fear of an ash-covered warrior. The fear of you. As the fear in the gods rose, mine was replaced by hope.
Hope is for the weak, Pandora.
Hope is what makes us strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost.
This is what hope delivers, child. You should learn that now.
Kratos is right. Pandora clearly hasn't seen Dragon Ball Super. Remember when hope wasn't enough to save Trunks' timeline and they all fucking died?
When Kratos finally brings Pandora to the flame, he has a change of heart, while Pandora is dead set on doing what she feels she was meant to do and what is the right thing to do. Brilliant little detail that Kratos won't let her go to the flame, but lets her go as soon as she says he's hurting her. As Kratos and Zeus battle, Pandora makes a run for the box. Kratos again attempts to stop her, but some cold-ass statements from Zeus make him snap.
Kratos! You know this is the only way!
Don't listen to her, Kratos. For once in your pathetic life, don't fail. Don't fail her like you failed your family.
As the dust settles, Kratos opens the box, but in doing so, finds it empty. Nonetheless, Kratos and Zeus continue their battle, and this is where shit gets crazy intense. Gaia makes her surprise return after you're made to believe Kratos killed her earlier. It's so poetic that Kratos, the god, and the Titan all play such an integral role in the finale of this trilogy. You continue to fight Zeus in Gaia's heart, and it's so incredibly intense. I can't stress how quick my heart was beating at this point. It was awesome.
You finally, and fittingly, put down both Gaia and Zeus with the Blade of Olympus.
Or that's what I would have said if it actually was the end, but it's not, because Zeus then becomes the Flying Dutchman and sends Kratos into a dark introspection, where Kratos is forced to confront all of his fears and all of his regrets once and for all. He of course again relives the killing of his wife and child. He relives his killing of Athena as well, but Athena speaks to Kratos saying to let go of fear bestowed in him by Zeus, as that fear is what has driven Zeus time and time again to remain in power. In this dark place, Kratos, through the fires of hope instilled in him by Pandora, learns to let go of fear. He learns to let go of self-hatred. He no longer seeks external validation or the forgiveness of others, because true forgiveness comes from within. And with that, he finally forgives himself. Overcoming his fear and self-hatred, Kratos regains consciousness and regains his godly powers. The box was empty because Kratos still possessed those powers of the box deep within him the entire time, and he had to overcome his mental barriers in order to draw the power back out. The power of hope. Then, in a powerful first-person perspective, you beat both the spirit and body of Zeus into a bloody pulp, releasing all the pent-up rage and anger not just towards the gods or the titans, but towards yourself as well, finally putting an end to Zeus's reign of terror. Athena then reappears claiming mankind is ready for her message and demands that Kratos give her the godly powers the box possessed. But not only that, Athena goes on to reveal even more about Pandora's box and how it is really the root cause of everything. Buckle your goddamn seatbelts, it's time for more lore! So as I mentioned earlier, Zeus ordered Hephaestus to forge Pandora's box to conceal the evils of the Great War. But when the box was sealed, Athena also bestowed in it the power of hope to counteract the evils locked inside, in fear of it ever being opened and causing pure destruction. When Kratos opened the box, he was able to use that hope against Ares, but it subsided deep within himself as all of his hatred, anger, and guilt persisted. Meanwhile, the evils locked inside the box when released corrupted all the other gods, driving them power-hungry and paranoid, resulting in Zeus betraying Kratos. Now, this is a little unclear to me because my thing is, wait, there was already this paranoia that started with Kronos. That was the whole point of God of War 2, right? So I think it's not so much that the evils in the box made Zeus evil, but more so that it exaggerated these subliminal fears he was having about this prophecy that Kronos also had about their bloodline rising up to take over each other. I'm sure one of you who have like a PhD in God of War will be able to tell me if I've got that right or not. But anyways, now Kratos wields the power of hope that Athena put in the box, and she wants it back. Kratos refuses to give Athena his power and instead chooses to sacrifice himself so that the hope locked within him will be dispersed throughout mankind. You know, whatever's left of it. After the credits, we see a bloody trail heading towards the sea, so of course where Kratos is now, we have no clue. Just kidding, he's obviously in the sea. Not gonna lie though, the whole power of hope thing was a lot cheesier of an ending than I was expecting we'd end up at, and that's not a bad thing. I love cheese more than I love myself. But really, that was a wonderful finale, and beautifully inversely symmetrical to how Kratos' story began. What an ending. So that was the God of War trilogy, and it's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. To no surprise, the bosses, the music, the characters, the visuals, the story, everything across the board is just immaculate. I cannot recommend this trilogy enough. It's some of the most fun I've ever had playing any video games, and I can't wait to see what the new era of God of War has in store for me. I have absolutely no clue how Kratos survives or how he has a son. I don't even know when I'm gonna check out those games, but I cannot wait for the day that I finally do because I know they are going to be great. Other than that, I don't have a great cohesive way to wrap things up here in a nice little Pandora's box. See what I did there?
I hope you die in a fire!
All I'll say is, if you haven't played these games for yourself, you absolutely have to play them. They are brilliant, they are must play. Play them for yourself. And with that, I will see you guys in my next video. Thank you for watching, hope you enjoyed, and have a great day. Reality is a story the mind tells itself, an artificial structure conjured into being by the calcium ion exchanges of a million synaptic firings. A truth so strange it can only be lied into existence. And our minds can lie. Never doubt it. Have you ever watched or played something, and in the moment of doing so, you just know this is special, and you're already getting kinda sad that you'll never be able to experience it for the first time again? Insert Portal. From the moment I booted Portal up for the first time, something felt off. Right away, you're hit with such a strong sense of cold, ominous isolation. The feeling of solitude is thick. It immediately got me wondering just what the hell I got myself into. Whatever it was, I knew I was in for something great. Much like God of War, this is another renowned series I've avoided at all costs before having the chance to make a video on it. Honestly, I'm pretty lucky I haven't had anything about these games spoiled for me, considering their immense popularity and all the references and memes that have spawned from them over the years. But I'm super excited to talk about the series now because Portal
was not what I expected.
Before I carry on though, I'd like to thank all of you who commented on my God of War video. Leave a comment to be featured in the next one, and many thanks to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Brian, Angel, Defoe3, and Papa Noob 345. You play as Chell in the beginning of the game, waking up from your stasis bed, greeted by the voice of GLaDOS, an artificial intelligence in charge of operating this mysterious facility you find yourself in, known as the Aperture Science Computer-Aided Enrichment Center. As you're released from your chamber, you venture throughout the complex, slowly learning step by step all the different puzzle aspects you'll be tackling throughout the game, with of course, the world-famous portal gun, a device able to rip doorways in the fabric of reality, allowing you to pass through walls, ceilings, and traverse large distances instantaneously. A simple yet simultaneously revolutionary mechanic.
Now, if you were only shooting yourself from wall to wall, then yeah, that would probably get pretty tedious eventually, but it's all the ways you can experiment with the environment that makes Portal so satisfying to play.
Using the gun, you're able to redirect lasers to power switches, pass crates through the wormholes to use to activate buttons. Hell, you can even manipulate your own momentum to catapult yourself across long distances when there's areas you're not able to open a portal directly to. Portal is some of the most gratifying gaming I've ever done. Sure, the simple portal gun mechanics are mind-bending just to begin with, but then when you're able to mess around and figure out puzzles on your own after 10 to 20 minutes of trying, ooh, the dopamine! But don't forget, not everything here is all fun and games.
As you move along, puzzles become not just harder to solve, but more hazardous.
You use platforms to maneuver across pits of lethal liquid. Other times, you have to evade lasers and balls of electricity. There's even these annoying little shit military androids that attack you, which you can take out by opening portals behind them, bonking them with boxes, or just manhandle them like little children. It's not just the environment itself that becomes more hostile, though. GLaDOS, while not an outright dick from the start, is never exactly the most reassuring presence in this place to begin with.
The Aperture Science high-energy pellet seen to the left of the chamber can and has caused permanent disabilities, such as vaporization.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty permanent. She's also not very subtle in implying that your fate is up in the air when you're done with all these tests.
When the testing is over, you will be missed.
Even less comforting is the fact that for hours, all you do is move from one room to the next solving puzzles with only a faint chill air filling each room for ambience. No glimpses of the outside world, nearly no signs of any other humans anywhere throughout the whole facility. Well, besides the blood. Not to mention GLaDOS's cameras watching your every move. The closest thing you even get to having some sort of companion on your journey is the companion cube. While there's been plenty of instances for you to use cubes in puzzles before, unlike the others, this one is special. It's pink. I see your game, GLaDOS, trying to demoralize Chell with the lonely realization that the closest thing she has to a friend in here is a block, but maybe there is more to this cube than we think. I might as well be a cake because I did lie a wee bit a second ago, because blood isn't the only sign there were other humans once here. Don't forget the pools of piss and shit. There's also drawings frantically scrambled in little dens throughout the facility, rambling on about everything suspicious about this place. It seems whoever was back here was also camped out in these rooms for long periods of time, considering things like canned beans and cartons of milk sprawled over the floor, and whoever was back here clearly had a thing for the companion cube. What? So many drawings of it, pictures of it, ramblings about how the cube would never lie to whoever this was.
Now, of course, this all sounds a little bit crazy, but there may actually be some credence to the idea that there's more to the companion cube than meets the eye, considering what GLaDOS herself says about it.
The Enrichment Center reminds you that the weighted companion cube cannot speak. In the event that the weighted companion cube does speak, the Enrichment Center urges you to disregard its advice.
Now, most notably scrambled on the walls is a phrase you've probably heard in the gaming community one way or another, whether you've played these games or not. The cake is a lie. Throughout the game, GLaDOS has been promising that once you get through all the tests, you'll be rewarded with cake. This is, of course, a lie, because after completing the final test, you're instead rewarded with a one-way trip into a giant incinerator. Luckily, thanks to the portal gun, you're able to evade certain death, but GLaDOS swears that killing you was never going to be the case.
Didn't we have some fun, though? Remember when the platform was sliding into the fire pit and I said goodbye, and you were like, don't worry. And then I was all, we pretended we were going to murder you. That was great.
You continue to make an attempt to escape the facility, clearly in places you're not meant to see considering how rustic and worn down everything feels back here compared to the squeaky clean polish of the testing areas, and you also get a good feel for just how truly endless this facility really is. But trust me, this is only the tip of the iceberg. You finally come face to face with GLaDOS for the ultimate confrontation.
Well, you found me. Congratulations. Was it worth it? Because despite your violent behavior, the only thing you've managed to break so far is my heart. Maybe you could settle for that and we'll just call it a day. I guess we both know that isn't going to happen. You chose this path. Now I have a surprise for you. Deploying surprise in 5, 4... Time out for a second. That wasn't supposed to happen.
GLaDOS appears to drop some sort of core from her being. You throw the ball in an incinerator, and I hope you were paying attention to GLaDOS' voice before because it gets a lot more sinister from here.
Good news. I figured out what that thing you just incinerated did. It was a morality core they installed after I flooded the enrichment center with a deadly neurotoxin to make me stop flooding the enrichment center with a deadly neurotoxin. So get comfortable while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters.
So basically, that core was the one thing keeping GLaDOS sane. And now with it destroyed, it's time to destroy her piece by piece before she destroys you. As she promised, she deploys neurotoxin into the room and summons rocket launching turrets, which you have to redirect the attacks of with the use of your portal gun. And with each hit GLaDOS takes, another core of hers goes flying, and with them, another piece of her personality. The next core you destroy is the Curiosity core, the part of her that was interested in studying Chell's behavior.
Write that down! Write that down!
The core you grill after that is GLaDOS' intelligence core, which causes the taunting she's done to become a lot more childish.
That's you. That's how dumb you sound. You've been wrong about every single thing you've ever done, including this thing.
And the final core you incinerate is her anger core. With that, in a blinding flash, the facility is ripped to shreds as you're lifted to the surface, waking up surrounded by rubble in the parking lot of the Aperture facility as another robot drags you right back down into it. What follows is probably my favorite credits sequence in any game I've played. Spoiler, except Portal 2. I'm not gonna make you watch the whole thing, but you have to see some of this.
Anyway, this cake is great. It's so delicious and moist. How can we still talking when there's science to do? When I look up there, it makes me glad I'm not you. I've experiments to run. There is research to be done on the people who are still alive.
Yep. GLaDOS singing a song, and it's just the best. There's also a line in here I'd like to quickly highlight where GLaDOS says, "When I look out there, I'm glad I'm not you." She also briefly alludes to this as she's dying when she says, "All I know is I'm the only thing standing between us and them." Now apparently, and this is just from the very little knowledge I've gained about the Portal universe as a whole while doing research for this video, so if this is true, I don't know if it is, please don't spoil it for me. But apparently these lines are important because these are referencing whatever the Combine is from the Half-Life games, a series also developed by Valve, which is apparently a part of the same universe as Portal. If I knew Half-Life was part of this universe, I definitely would have played those games first. I just saw Portal and thought it looked the coolest of all the Valve games, and that's why I just jumped right into that. I know I've already said that Shadow of the Colossus is going to be my next video after Portal, and I might have one more video I want to squeeze in after Shadow of the Colossus, but definitely in the near future, I will be covering the Half-Life games, because after playing these, I just absolutely have to. But for now, let's finish covering these. Let's hop into Portal 2. You once again start the game as Chell waking up in this mysterious hotel-like room, and after going back to sleep for a bit, you reawaken to your room not looking as cozy as it once did, but with a charming British man knocking at your door.
You think you're sick, man?
The man turns out to be no man at all, but instead another one of those personality cores like GLaDOS's named Wheatley, who intends to help you back to the outside world.
Most test subjects do experience some cognitive deterioration after a few months in suspension. Now, you've been under for quite a lot longer, and it's not out of the question that you might have a very minor case of serious brain damage.
I gotta say, it is incredibly impressive how much personality they pack into the animations of a metallic sphere.
Hysterical!
I know, yeah, the humor in the last game was good, but this one is top-notch.
Do you understand what I'm saying at all? Does any of this make any sense? Just tell me, just say yes. Okay, what you're doing there is jumping. You just jumped. but never mind.
Portal 2 takes place an unknown amount of time after the first game. Unlike Bardock, I am no brilliant scientist, but judging by how overgrown the Aperture facility has become, I'd imagine at least a century has passed? According to the wiki though, it's been between roughly 50 and 50,000 years. That's quite a big window. And with all that considered, you're probably wondering how the hell Chell is even still alive, but we'll get to that. With how much time has passed though, it's nice to see a bit of nature. The environment isn't as cold and isolating as it once was. It helps having that quirky British ball around too. As you move throughout the facility, you're not only reacquainted with your precious portal gun, but with an all too familiar foe as well.
Oh, there's a password. Okay, it's fine. I'll just hack it. Not a problem. C. Wait, did I do B? Start writing things down.
Power up, complete.
I don't. Okay, listen. All right, new plan. Act natural. We've done nothing wrong. Hello.
Oh, it's you.
You know her?
It's been a long time. How have you been? I've been really busy being dead. You know, after you murdered me.
You did what? Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, look, we both said a lot of things that you're going to regret. But I think we can put our differences behind us.
No! He's had an accent!
With GLaDOS back running the show, you go right back to doing what you do best. Testing. If it's any consolation, you start getting some new toys to play around with here. There's these refraction cubes which can redirect lasers when placed in front of them, as well as these new catapult plates which are a lot of fun and lead to some pretty funny remarks from GLaDOS towards Chell.
The aerial faith plate in here is sending a distress signal. You broke it, didn't you? There, try it now.
What happened, right? I was just lying there. You thought I was done.
This plate must not be calibrated to someone of your generousness. I'll add a few zeros to the maximum weight. You look great, by the way. Very healthy.
Speaking of which, this portion of the game has arguably the strongest dialogue in the series, as GLaDOS' passive aggressiveness is absolutely blistering at this point.
Well done. Here come the test results. You are a horrible person. That's what it says. A horrible person. We weren't even testing for that. Don't let that horrible person thing discourage you. It's just a data point. If it makes you feel any better, science has now validated your birth mother's decision to abandon you on a doorstep. When you die, I'm going to laminate your skeleton and pose you in the lobby. That way future generations can learn from you how not to have your unfortunate bone structure.
As you continue to plow through some more testing, Wheatley reveals himself to be alive and secretly continues to assist you in taking down GLaDOS. In the testing rooms, there's also these new bridges of light that can be redirected for walking across pits and sometimes are even used as shields against those pesky returning turrets.
These bridges are made from natural light that I pump in from the surface. If you rubbed your cheek on one, it would be like standing outside with the sun shining on your face. It would also set your hair on fire, so don't actually do it.
Meanwhile, GLaDOS keeps dropping hints about Chell's parents suddenly, leading to...
Initiating surprise in 3, 2, 1. I made it all up. Surprise. Oh, come on. If it makes you feel any better, they abandoned you at birth. So I very seriously doubt they'd even want to see you.
Yep. This is it. The first half of the game is just completing tests while being mentally abused by GLaDOS. And she just does not let up about the no parents thing.
I feel awful about that surprise. Tell you what, let's give your parents a call right now.
The birth parents you are trying to reach do not love you. Please hang up.
Eventually, you and Wheatley confront GLaDOS and initiate a core transfer between them, kicking GLaDOS to the curb and putting Wheatley in charge of the entire facility. But just about immediately upon being granted with this immense power, Wheatley is corrupted, suddenly turning hostile towards you, and also turning GLaDOS into a potato battery. Yes. A potato battery. GLaDOS then says she actually recognizes Wheatley, claiming he was once one of the personality sphere's engineers attached to her to calm her down when she was born. What was his specific purpose? To make her stupid.
The engineers tried everything to make me bad. me. It clung to my brain like a tumor, generating an endless stream of terrible ideas.
No, not listening, not listening.
It was your voice.
No, you're lying, you're lying.
You're the tumor. You're not just a regular moron. You're designed to be a moron.
I am not a moron!
Wheatley's then infuriated by GLaDOS calling him a moron, so he sends you hurtling miles, I'm not kidding, literal miles below the Aperture facility.
How are you holding up? Because I'm a potato. Oh, good. My slow clap processor made it into this thing. So we have that.
The great thing about being down here is you finally get answers to so many questions you've probably had since the beginning of the series. What exactly is this place? Who built it? Who's in charge? How long has it been around? What is its purpose? Buried beneath all the shiny new chrome Aperture facility above lies the unconventional beginnings lost to time, and it all started all the way down here, way back in the 1940s. You're once again left to your solitude after GLaDOS was carried off by a crow, with the only companion you have around these parts being the remnant automated voice recordings of the Aperture CEO, Cave Johnson, who is also occasionally accompanied by the voice of his secretary, Carolyn.
Isn't that right, Carol?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
She's the backbone of this facility. Pretty as a postcard, too. Sorry, fellas. She's married. To science.
If you look around, you'll find that Cave Johnson purchased a giant salt mine to base his operations from, which is of course where we are now. How did Cave have all the money for this to begin with? Well, he actually started off his entrepreneurial career making shower curtains, with the company originally called Aperture Fixtures. It wasn't until his purchase of that massive salt mine under Upper Michigan in 1944 that Cave pivoted from making shower curtains to literally anything else you can think of under the name Aperture Science.
Those of you who volunteered to be injected with praying mantis DNA, I've got some good news and some bad news. Bad news is we're postponing those tests indefinitely. Good news is we've got a much better test for you. Fighting an army of mantis men. Pick up a rifle and follow the yellow line. You'll know when the test starts. If you've cut yourself at all in the course of these tests, you might have noticed that your blood is pure gasoline. That's normal. We've been shooting you with an invisible laser that's supposed to turn blood into gasoline, so all that means is it's working.
Now, while Aperture did mess around with some goofy, meaningless shit, they did make some great things as well, like the portal gun, like everything you've already seen, and of course, the newly introduced mobility gels, and this is where stuff gets really fun. First up, we have the blue repulsion gel, which is useful for bouncing off walls and across large distances.
Oh, in case you got covered in that repulsion gel, here's some advice the lab boys gave me. Do not get covered in the repulsion gel. We haven't entirely nailed down what element it is yet, but I'll tell you this, it's a lively one, and it does not like the human skeleton.
Next up, the orange propulsion gel gives a nice speed boost. Increasingly dangerous and unconventional experiments such as these took Aperture Science from the most promising new science company in 1947 to just a decade or so later, bankruptcy, also in part due to their competition with Black Mesa. No longer was Aperture able to recruit scientists or esteemed military members for testing. Instead, they had to resort to kidnapping hobos and offering them $60 for their services.
If you're interested in an additional $60, flag down a test associate and let them know. You could walk out of here with 120 weighing down your bindle if you let us take you apart, put some science stuff in you, then put you back together, good as new.
By the early 80s, even kidnapping hobos wasn't financially feasible, and Aperture made employee testing mandatory. Desperate for a new successful product after years of failures, Cave Johnson purchased $70 million worth of moon rock, leading to the creation of the third and final gel, the conversion gel. The conversion gel is actually made of crushed up moon rocks, which miraculously makes for a perfect portal conductor. And while that in itself is really cool, I've got another fun fact for you. It killed Cave Johnson. Yes, really. As I said, the cum gel is made up of crushed moon rocks, and Cave's prolonged exposure to the moon dust when conducting experiments caused severe damage to his lungs and his kidneys to fail. Furious at his own impending demise, in 1982, Cave ordered his engineers to develop an AI computer system that could store his consciousness, both for the purposes of immortality
immortality and to continue to run Aperture forever, but said that if he passed before its completion, his loyal assistant Carolyn would assume his place as the new CEO. Cave did in fact pass before its completion, which led to Carolyn being installed into the AI instead, becoming who we now know as the genetic life form and disk operating system, GLaDOS. And it was clearly not a decision she consented to.
Now she'll argue. She'll say she can't. She's modest like that, but you make her.
There's even some unused audio files which were most likely to be used in a scene where Carolyn protests the idea of becoming GLaDOS, which of course happens anyway.
Sir, I do not want this. No, listen to me. Mr. Johnson, I don't want this. I don't want this.
This could explain why GLaDOS is a homicidal bitch. It's really no surprise though to find out that GLaDOS is Carolyn. When reunited with GLaDOS and upon hearing Cave's voice, she shows a strong affection towards him, showing that deep inside her memory banks, Carolyn does still exist.
The testing area is just up ahead. The quicker you get through, the quicker you'll get your $60. Carolyn, are the compensation vouchers ready?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson. Why did I just... Who is that? What the hell is going on here?
When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these?
Take the lemons.
Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemon.
Oh, I like this guy.
I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
Fighting people. He said what we're all thinking.
When GLaDOS was officially activated for the first time, she immediately tried to kill every scientist in the facility. This led to the creation of the personality cores we saw her equipped with in Portal 1, neutering her violent tendencies and making it so that her sole purpose was to continue testing, just as she was originally designed to do. But knowing what we know now about the circumstances behind Carolyn becoming GLaDOS makes a whole lot of sense that she would immediately want to destroy everything and everyone around her. One day when she was once again activated, she locked down the entire facility and forced employees to continually test for both her amusement and to take down Black Mesa. The last known surviving employee was none other than Doug Ratman, the schizophrenic man behind all the drawings from earlier, as well as the protagonist from the comic at the very beginning of the video. The comics give context to everything leading up to the events of Portal 2. Doug's only friend left in the facility was none other than the companion cube. His condition allowed the cube to communicate with him, and its guidance actually saved him from death and GLaDOS' capture numerous times.
Oh, hail the magic!
At one point, he even takes medication for his condition, cutting off communications with the cube.
Mr. Ratman, I don't feel so good.
And wouldn't you know it, almost gets himself killed. Looks like GLaDOS was right to fear the cube after all.
Oh, hail!
Anyway, he's seen once again trying to evade GLaDOS as she taunts him and belittles him for his schizophrenia in some really fucked up ways. Doug eventually finds a file of one of the other remaining test subjects, Chell, who was placed far down in the testing order because she was noted as abnormally stubborn. She never gives up. Ever. And with that, Doug moves her to the front of the line to be woken for testing next, knowing she was the one and only person who had a chance at destroying GLaDOS once and for all. Doug is also the sole reason Chell is even alive right now, as he's the one that put Chell into that cryosleep she wakes up in at the beginning of Portal 2, which saves her life for an indefinite amount of time until she wakes up again later on. So go Doug! You are the true hero of the Portal universe. Returning to the all too familiar parts of the facility, back to the watchful eyes of Wheatley, he's become even more insane and driven by the addiction of watching tests be done. So much so, he's done a horrible job upkeeping the facility because he's a moron. And it is now falling apart at the seams. The tests at first are really easy because Wheatley's a moron, but gradually become more dangerous and thrown together as Wheatley is desperate to scratch that testing itch. As with each passing test, it becomes less and less pleasurable to watch be solved, and soon enough he'll just want to kill us outright. Which of course brings us to... Wheatley announces he's found 2 robots in the facility built specifically for testing, which are actually the robots in the co-op campaign. Wheatley's attempt to kill you fails though, and you're once again on the run just like you were at the end of the last game. Rewatching some footage back, it's funny how similar Wheatley acts towards Chell here, making jokes reminiscing about the times they've had before he tried to kill her, just like GLaDOS did.
Oh, just thinking back to the old times, the old days when we were friends, good old friends, not enemies. And I would say something like, come back, and he'd be like, yeah, no problem, and he'd come back. What happened to those days?
You eventually reach Wheatley's lair, where he says he's watched back all the tapes of Chell killing GLaDOS and make sure to not make the same mistakes she did. Regardless, he is as ever a moron and is quite easily outsmarted, as we make use of the conversion gel to send bombs sailing over his shields, and this time instead of removing cores, we add cores to him to make him weaker. Like earlier in the game, there's a stalemate and we once again have to press a button to manually initiate the core transfer. However, Wheatley trapped the button, sending Chell flying, but miraculously she is still alive because, as we all know, she never gives up. Ever. As the facility crumbles, we see the moon hovering overhead. Chell makes one last desperate attempt to defeat Wheatley, firing a portal at the moon in the coolest ending to a video game I've ever seen.
Space! Let go! We're in space! Let go! Let go! I'm still connected! I can pull myself in! I can still fix this!
I already fixed it, and you are not coming back.
Oh no! Change your plans! Hold on to me! Tighter! Grab me! Grab me!
When Chell reawakens, GLaDOS admits to her that Chell's actually been her best friend all along, and really grew to love and appreciate Chell, and then deletes the part of Carolyn inside her and she reverts back to her old ways. From there though, GLaDOS doesn't kill Chell, she allows her to go free, claiming it'd be a lot easier at this point to just do that than kill her considering she's a dangerous mute lunatic. You finally reach the surface, in the middle of what appears to be Far Cry 5, and GLaDOS grants you one last parting gift before you go. And, as if this ending couldn't get any better, we're treated to another song from GLaDOS.
Go make some new disaster. That's what I'm counting on. You're someone else's problem. Now I only want you gone. Now I only want you gone. Now I only want you gone.
I mean, what else can I even say at this point? I think the Portal games speak for themselves. They are some of the most perfect games, like as close to as perfect games you can get as you possibly can. The gameplay is some of the most gratifying, innovative, and thought-provoking I've ever come across. The world building and characters are simple and easy to understand, yet also very complex, layered, and mystical. There's just such a sense of wonder to the whole Portal universe that's hard to put into words, but it's very much unlike anything I've ever played. And of course, the humor is absolutely top tier. Portal 2 especially is probably the funniest game I've ever played. All the ways GLaDOS passive-aggressively comes at Chell, the interactions between GLaDOS and Wheatley, the dynamic between GLaDOS and Chell when you're forced to work together, every sentence that comes out of Cave Johnson's mouth is a highlight.
I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down!
The fact that this giant door dramatically opens for like 30 seconds, only to reveal a significantly smaller door underneath? This video could be a whole nother hour long, just filled with clips and scenes that made me laugh. I couldn't really find a place to squeeze this one in naturally, but it has to be included because this scene is my favorite of the whole game by far.
Alright, so that last test was seriously disappointing. Apparently, being civil isn't motivating you, so let's try her way, alright? Fatty, adopted Fatty, Fatty, no parents. What?
What exactly is wrong with being adopted?
What's wrong with being adopted? Lack of parents.
For the record, you are adopted and that's terrible.
And also, nothing. But some of my best friends actually are orphans.
Portal is just wonderful, and it's not anything like I expected it would be, but it's all the better for that. So yeah, Portal is just as good as you've heard that it is, and if you haven't checked it out yet, I implore you to do so. Well, I expected to go into this
you know, freaking out over the idea of fighting legendary Pokemon with your bare hands, but instead, this turned into a Bible study. Welcome to Shadow of the Colossus, one of the most overwhelmingly critically acclaimed video games of all time. Back in the day, it was truly a testament to the idea that video games should be considered an art form just as much as any other form of media. But it by no means was perfect. In fact, when I first played Shadow of the Colossus, I wasn't the biggest fan. Get up there, fucker! Get up! Stop going so slow! Get up! Oh my god, these fucking controls. Get up! I hated it. Okay, hate, yeah, that might be a little bit of a strong word, but it was really frustrating at times. I'll elaborate in a minute, but first, I need to thank all of you for your comments on my review of the Portal games. Be sure to leave a comment to be featured in the next video, and a colossal thank you to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Brian, Angel, the Foe 3, and Papa Noob 345. And just one more thing, if you want to see an alternate scene that I decided to scrap from the main video, then be sure to stick around to the very end. The game begins as you see a young man named Wander and... Wander? Oh, that's unfortunate. Wander and his horse Aggro venturing through the night towards the Forbidden Lands. Of course, it goes without saying, this game is mind-numbingly stunning. The PS4 remake is absolutely sublime.
It's beautiful!
It turns out it's not just you and your trusty steed heading here, but you've also brought a deceased girl to this temple, in the hopes of resurrecting her after she was sacrificed because of her cursed fate. She was born a Phillies fan. At least we beat the Braves, right? Oh my god. At least we beat the Braves, right? To bring her back, it'll take the help of Dorman, a mysterious entity with the power to raise the dead. But it isn't as easy as asking nicely, because in order for Dorman to bring your girl back to life, you have to destroy these 16 idols. And to do that, you have to slay the 16 colossi that reside in these forbidden lands, who act as incarnations of these idols. And that's it. It's a very simple game. From my understanding, the PS4 remake added some more collectibles and other tiny little changes from the PS2 version, but nonetheless, all you really do is travel throughout these barren lands in search of the colossi you're meant to subdue. At first glance, all this empty space may have you thinking,
God, this is boring!
And you'd be a little bit right, but that's the point. Besides a few lizards and hawks here and there... Wait, no, I already did that. Life is not meant to exist here. These are sacred lands cut off from the rest of the world with the sole purpose of hosting these giant abominations, never to be bothered or interacted with in any way, which makes it all the more tragic when you hunt them down and slaughter them one by one when they're just minding their business. If you wanted to say all this empty space was boring and say things like, where's the other smaller enemies to kill? Where's all the treasure and weapons to find? Where are NPCs to talk to? If the lack of that isn't fun to you, I'd understand, but if you want that, there are hundreds of other games that can scratch that itch for you. Shadow of the Colossus' stripped down nature is what makes it so intriguing. The atmosphere is absolutely hypnotizing. It truly feels otherworldly or like another dimension. There's an ethereal sense to it. It's almost uncanny, but in an appealing way, because while being so beautiful, it's also so desolate, empty, unnatural, and most of all, so lonely. Not to mention, the only times you'll hear music is when you're in the heat of battle. And all the time you take to travel to each Colossus, which can take a while, there's nothing but the ambient sounds of the forest or the desert or wherever you find yourself. Just about nothing but silence. Your thoughts are really the only thing you can hear. It gives you a lot of time to think about what exactly you're doing. I mean, all we know is you just barged your way into these forbidden lands and are marching around killing these seemingly innocent colossi one by one. Is it right? Are we justified in doing this? Everything in Shadow of the Colossus is left up to your imagination, and everything is left up to your interpretation. There's very little info given as to who these people are, who those people are who show up later, or whatever the hell Dorman even is.
Hello, you're Dorman.
Is Dorman evil? Are they evil? Am I evil? You're given the bare minimum and your mind is left to fill in the rest, and I'll get to all that once we get to the ending, but in the meantime, we gotta go over how this actually plays, and well... It has its problems. So here's how this is gonna go. I'm gonna talk about all the colossi from worst to best. That way I can get most of my bitching out of the way pretty much immediately, and then I can just slurp on this game's knob for the rest of the video. Got it? Cool. Now, with that said, fuck Phaedra! Phaedra is the 4th Colossus and easily the worst fight of the entire game. And let me tell you why. Phaedra requires you to lure him towards these tunnels with your arrows, and when you shoot them, you have to hurry up and run out another one of the tunnels, and jump on Phaedra's back while he's looking through the tunnel you just fired an arrow out of. Sounds like a solid concept on paper, but what actually ends up happening is the dumb, stupid animal just doesn't register anything you do to provoke it 99% of the time, leaving it aimlessly pursuing you or aimlessly doing nothing at all as you plead for it to just bend over already. Shut up, I know what I said! I had the right idea, but I thought I didn't because for like half an hour my plan wasn't working. But really that's just because the AI behind this fight is so dysfunctional. While we're at it, fuck you, Celosia, make me a stuffed crust! Look, part of me would feel kinda bad that this beast is scared of a little fire, but any sympathy I had for this guy was gone considering how annoying he is with the constant charging and ramming into stuff. Then at the end trying to deal the finishing blows was infuriating because he would not stand still for even half a second. Just all around insufferable. Luckily, these two are just so below all the other colossi that things will be getting a lot more positive from here on out. The second Colossus Quadratus is a mammoth-like beast which teaches you the fundamentals of your bow. It also reinforces how horrible the climbing controls can be. There's honestly not much else to say about this one. It's really simple since it is only the second Colossus after all. However, this Minotaur-like beast Valus, I could gush over all day. He's the first Colossus you encounter, and you never forget your first time. He just skulks around, and this is where the ambiguity and mystique of Shadow of the Colossus, the fear of the unknown, worked so well for me. I was terrified to confront this thing. I had no idea if it wanted to kill me, or how I was even supposed to go about killing it. Should I try shooting at it? Should I try climbing to a better vantage point? It's really up to you to figure it out. I at one point even got so scared that I just ran away, hoping I could start sniping it from below the cliffside. No, that's not what you do. What you're supposed to do is climb up its hairy, unkempt legs, which is a perfect transition for today's video sponsor, Manscaped. Valus, of course, teaches you the general rules you can expect to follow when dealing with future colossi. Climb up them and use your sword to strike weak points to open opportunities to strike other, weaker, weak points. Until they die. Oh, and pro tip, remember to actually take out your sword, unlike my dumbass waving around a bow like a bozo. Just don't make these fights any more difficult than they need to be, because on your first rodeo, they can get very stressful. The tension you feel as you hold on for dear life as the Colossus flails to shake you off and the phenomenal music swells, the spectacle of it all and the emotion and sense of desperation it pulls out of you is really remarkable. The mere prospect of overcoming these seemingly insurmountable creatures is an exciting one, but it's also the sluggish and heavy controls that add to the drama, creating a realistic weight to the action. Heavy, sluggish controls in isolation are usually a bad thing. In fact, it's what pissed me off for a lot of my first playthrough. But it comes down to the context behind the controls being the way they are that makes what would otherwise be horrible controls good. The pure resistance you feel in maneuvering around adds to the triumph you feel when you bring down these massive beasts, and Valus is the first of many. Climbing up the colossi is always a good time, but how about diving down to get them? Sadly, that was the best segue I could think of. Hydrus is the first aquatic colossus you'll take on, and he's a bit of a handful. You have to be your own live bait, luring him up to the surface and then latching onto his tail when the time is right. Once you make the climb aboard, you have to avoid being waterboarded as he wiggles his way up and down, while you have to take out his antennas? One by one until you stab him in the head. Another brilliant battle. Next up on our list, we've got the Colossus Zenobia, and he's a brilliant one as well. Which may be surprising to hear considering how very similar both in appearance and even in its approach Zenobia is to Celosia, but hear me out. This fight uses your platforming skills, making you traverse pillars and whatnot, baiting the beast into knocking them down as you gradually lure it to its doom. Eventually you make it all the way back to the beginning of the area where you first entered, tricking the dumb stupid animal into collapsing a ton of debris onto itself, exposing its back and killing it. This was a really good battle, though like I said, it's also pretty similar to Celosia. There's tons of other Colossi that were intended to make it into this game, and just talking about those alone would probably add another 15 minutes to this video. I believe the long-standing idea was that there was going to be 24 Colossi, but there was even as high as 48 imagined at one point for this game. Some of my favorites that were pretty close to making the cut though were the Devil, the Phoenix, the Spider. And if it were up to me, I think I would have swapped in one of those for Celosia to mix things up a bit more. Pelagia does a good job standing out though, as it's the only other aquatic Colossus, where you have to swim around to its back and climb up its head where you smash in its crown? To steer it towards these higher platforms. Once up there, you're then able to jump onto the belly of the beast and give it some stabbies, and repeat the process until the poor fella perishes. Now, as far as discourse I've seen online, Bazaron seems to be regarded as one of the worst Colossi, but for me, I thought he was actually pretty cool. It seems a lot of people find his fireballing very annoying, which is understandable, but luckily that never gave me too much trouble. It was all the waiting around for these geysers to finally fire up that was more frustrating for me than anything, but even then, any grievances I had with this guy paled in comparison to ones like Phaedra or Celosia. Having to shoot his feet out from underneath him, then rush to climb up the other side of his body, while also trying to maintain your balance as he struggles to get back to his feet, was easily one of the most tense moments of any of the Colossi battles for me, which made the satisfaction of triumphing over him at the end all the sweeter. Barb is another extremely satisfying Colossus to overcome. Is he as complex as a lot of the other Colossi I've mentioned so far? Honestly, no, he's pretty easy. In fact, he's a lot like Valis, but now just in a cave. Unlike Valis, though, instead of just
standing there menacingly,
he's very hostile, wildly swinging and stomping, destroying everything in his path. As you reach the end of the cave, you're able to find some cover here, and as the beast bends down to scope things out, you're able to grasp onto its beard and subsequently begin your attack. Again, it's very simple. I recognize that a lot of the battles I mentioned before this are a lot more thought-provoking, but sometimes you just gotta be able to mindlessly beat the shit out of these guys. It's still fun. The second to last Colossus, Argus, is another one that generally seems to divide the fandom, but I really liked him. I was expecting to hate him because I heard that this fight is super tedious, but I've had way more tedious encounters in this game. You have to get him to slam onto these slabs and then make your way up the wall to get him to knock these pillars out. Then you have to get him to take this bridge out. Then you have to stab him a ton and also get him to drop his sword. And finally, you have to then stab the last weak spot on the palm of his hand where his sword was. It sounds like it is, because it's a lot, but it never felt tedious to me. The controls definitely tripped me up towards the end, trying to jump into his hand because it's always the jumping that sucks ass in this game, but other than that, this fight was really great. The final Colossus, Malice, is easily the most hostile, formidable, and possibly annoying Colossus, even if it's not entirely his fault and it's more so just the trek to getting here. In fact, the first time I got to this final boss, it made me want to take a bath in a deep fryer, but now that I'm no longer blinded by rage from this game and only blinded by my rage towards the Phillies, how did you fucking lose? I've come around and I really appreciate Malice now, even if this is where aggro dies. Oh, aggro, step forward, forward, forward! Aggro, what the? Why? No! So to get to this guy, you have to take a series of underground tunnels before scaling its metallic exterior. From there, you have to climb into its hand, move up to its shoulder, jump to its other arm to snipe another weak point from there, and then you can finally climb to its head. Also, pro tip, for real this time, make sure you stab him anywhere on his hand as soon as you get the chance so he stops flailing around. Took me way too long into this fight to even think to try that. Beyond that though, even just trying to make the jump to his shoulder, I fell all the way back down at least 3 times. For some godforsaken reason, my controller just would not let me jump. Dude. Which wasn't just fucking me over a ludicrous amount in the heat of battle, but even trying to simply get to this area. My hatred for this game and everything it stood for by here was at an absolute boiling point. Will you swing the sword? Resulting in that final blow I dished out being one of the most euphoric experiences of my life. Yes! Fuck you! Even better than Malice is the third Colossus, the Great Gaius. Located on what appears to be a flying saucer. Maybe not, but You see it, right? Being just the third Colossus, I was a bit surprised by the jump in complexity this battle took from just the first two before it, as this is not only the first Colossus that provokes you, but also one you can't just hop right onto the legs of. Though you are able to use Gaius's rage to your advantage, as you have to lure the buffoon into slamming the specific piece of the ground beneath you, causing him to chip his armor and allowing you to scale your way up to a weak spot. This was the first strong, proper challenge of the game, as it took me a while to figure out that you could even break its armor to begin with, but it got me really excited to see how the battles would continue to evolve as the game progressed. Also, at one point I was sent flying and somehow managed to still land onto Gaius's arm. Moments like that in this game are just insanely rewarding. And now we're getting into my tippy-top favorite Colossi. The fifth Colossus, Avion, is easily one of the coolest Colossi in the whole game. It's a very simple fight as you first bait it over with your arrows, and then you embark in the thrill of leaping onto one of its wings as it comes soaring by at supersonic speeds. Then you find yourself holding on for dear life as Avion veers back and forward through the air as you lunge for its weak points. It's just such a spectacle. And then there's this nightmare. Durg is one of, if not the most unique battle in the game. The location's really cool, he's got a very unique design, possibly my favorite. He's incredibly hostile, and coolest of all is having to mount aggro as you simultaneously snipe this slithery bastard with your bow. It is a blood-pumping, adrenaline-rushing endeavor for sure. There's not much else to say than that, it is just phenomenal. The next Colossus is the complete opposite from Durg. Not only is Phalanx airborne, but he's also the only Colossus that's completely pacifistic. No matter how much you attack him, he never fights back. Some Colossi won't attack you till they're provoked, some Colossi will immediately go on the offensive, but Rayquaza here just minds his own business the entire time, which actually made me feel really bad when I kept yoinking him out of the sky. And then there's my personal favorite Colossus, Kuramori. Is he as big and bad as guys like Malice? No. Is he as majestic and beautiful as Avion or Phalanx? No. But this fight was actually the most exciting for me in both of my playthroughs. You have to use some stealth to get a jump on him before sniping him as he scales the temple walls while avoiding his lethal loogies. Then you gotta jump down as fast as possible and slip in as many strikes as you can before scampering back to cover and repeating the process. I just feel like this Colossus struck a perfect balance of fun, tension, and challenge without being too hot to handle. I want to make it clear that there's barely a gap between these top 4 Colossi for me in terms of which are my favorite. In fact, which one is my favorite will probably change 5 times just from the time I'm done recording and editing this video. But I think that's just a testament to how awesome this game is. When you get past the learning curve and your own incompetence, it's just really fun. And then there's the ending, and it's really depressing. After defeating the final Colossi, you're transported back to the Shrine of Worship, where you're greeted by a bunch of mysterious men with horses who you saw making their way to the Forbidden Lands a little while before this. Lord Emon? I'm gonna say Emon. Lord Emon scolds Wander for using the Forbidden Resurrection spell, as it seems Dorman has betrayed us with Mono still dead while Wander appears to be possessed by the spirits of the deceased Colossi. Emon orders Wander to be put out of his misery, and one of his men follows the order by shooting Wander in the knee.
I used to be an adventurer like you.
The man tries again by stabbing Wander through his lat? What the fuck is wrong with you? As he does this, more of that dark essence leaks out of Wander, and he begins to transform into a giant, shadowy, horny figure, claiming we Dorman have arisen anew. From there, you then play as Dorman, stomping at the shamans and breathing fire. However, they're able to escape the situation somehow, even after all of that.
Let's get out of here.
Emon then drops Wander's sword into a pool of water at the center of the shrine, ripping open a portal, check out my review, dragging Dorman into it as he slowly reverts back into a silhouette of Wander. A really sad touch here being the fact that the same music that played when you killed all the other Colossi plays here as well. No matter how much you flail though, you're not able to evade this fate, and thus Dorman is seemingly defeated once and for all, and along with him, Wander is dead as well. After all that struggle, all that fighting, the journey to get here, the ass beatings you were handed, the amount of times you fell and got back up and put your life in danger and even lost aggro to save Mono, all of it was for nothing. But then, just as it seemed like Dorman was using you and all of this was for naught, Mono opens her eyes and is reborn. She's alive. You poor Phillies fan. And then it gets even better. Aggro somehow is alive too! But then suddenly the bridge connecting the outside world to the Forbidden Lands collapses behind the shamans as they ride back to civilization, stranding Mono and Aggro here, destined to be cut off from the rest of the world for as long as they live. But that's not all, because as Mono explores her surroundings, she makes a shocking discovery. Right in the spot where Dorman and Wander were sealed away, she finds a baby with horns? Which is possibly connected to the game before this? Maybe? I don't know, man. It's just a crazy-ass ending that keeps going. And the final song, ooh, it's absolutely beautiful. Shadow of the Colossus the first time around was a brutal playthrough at times, especially the second half of the game. But I knew I needed to give it a second chance. Deep down, I just had a gut feeling that it deserved a second chance, probably because, if I was being totally honest with myself, a lot of my problems weren't because of the game, but because of my own ineptitude. Now, although I do take a lot of the blame for the way I felt, I can't bear all the blame. I still contend the controls can be rough at times, and while I vastly improved with a whole nother playthrough under my belt, I still had my fair share of trouble here and there, and I wouldn't blame anybody for being turned away from this game because of the finicky controls. But once you get past that learning curve, you're able to sit back and really take in this game for the work of art I truly believe it is. This game needs to be studied for the way it is able to make you feel so emotionally attached to characters you really know nothing about, and the reason you get so attached is because of the controls. As I've stated what feels like numerous times at this point, you feel every bit of struggle Wander is going through with each Colossus encounter. Do we know exactly what his relationship to this girl is? No, but obviously she means a great deal to him if he's willing to risk his life and trespass upon these forbidden lands to save her. And I think we all have someone in our lives we'd like to at least imagine we'd do the same thing for if they were met with the same fate as Mono. So when it turns out all his efforts were for nothing, all your efforts were for nothing, the struggle that we felt so strongly because we fought tooth and nail right there along with Wander through the controls, it really is heartbreaking. And it's a great ending in its own right if you just leave it at that, but I need to dig deeper. I have to learn more about these characters and this world. It's just way too intriguing to me. I'm sorry if this all feels disjointed and scattergunned. It's a lot to process, okay? But let's start with this. At first, initially, I didn't think Dorman was evil, at least not completely. Did Dorman take advantage of a desperate man? Yeah, he kinda did. But it's not like Dorman didn't warn him what would happen. Dorman says that Mono can be brought back to life, but at a great cost. A great cost is a bit vague, but when you're dealing with what seems like a god, that's not a condition you should take lightly. And Wander agreed to the condition nonetheless. And even after being defeated by Lord Emon and cast away once again, Dorman did keep his promise. Mono was brought back to life. He didn't have to do that. And really, he didn't even have to mention there would be a great cost to pay for all this in the first place. I mean, that's gotta make him at least somewhat honorable, right? For all we know, he could have been like, sure, whatever, she can be brought back to life, we're just gonna wipe out the whole planet anyway. Cause there has to be good reason Dorman was sealed away and had his spirit split up among the Colossi, banished, but based on what we've seen, he may not be all that bad, maybe just misunderstood. All we know is that he has the power to resurrect the dead, and I guess breathe fire. And Lord Emon's tribe or whatever is vehemently against the practices of resurrection. They believe the dead are meant to stay dead. Man, they would hate Dragon Ball. Does that make all these shamans the bad guys? Again, based off of what the game itself presents us with, we really don't know. It feels like there's no true antagonist here. Everybody is very morally gray, and that's really cool. There's so much left up to your imagination, but they feed you enough clues that still allow for a very satisfying conclusion, even if they don't make for a complete one. Like I said, apparently this game acts as a sort of spiritual prequel to the game before this, Eco, with Dorman maybe being reincarnated into this horned baby who grows to be this guy from that game? I don't know. But let's just take Eco and just put it to the side for now. Let's think about what this ending for Dorman means in the context of this game. If I had to take a guess, I think this reincarnation acts not just as a rebirth for Dorman/Wander, but the Forbidden Lands as a whole. Think about how barren this place has been this entire time. It isn't until the end of the game, after these rebirths take place, that suddenly wildlife begins to flourish. So maybe whatever dark essence Dorman and the Colossi were carrying has been completely flushed out, and the Forbidden Forbidden Land slate has been wiped clean. So those were just my initial thoughts, and then I decided to do some more digging online as to what other people thought and whatever kind of crazy theories they could come up with. And that led me down a really interesting rabbit hole. In fact, I bought this for myself just to read a few months ago because I just thought it would be interesting. And now here we are, and it serves a purpose in one of my crazy, stupid videos. And if you're wondering about this, I didn't buy this just for this video. I've been using this for roleplay for years. Credit to Wheelman56 on this thread from like 20 years ago for much of this info, and much of what I'll be basing my own theories off of for the remainder of the video. This idea of his says that Dorman is based off of Nimrod from the Bible, and the similarities between them upon first reading this theory were actually pretty apparent. So for starters, Dorman is an anagram of the name Nimrod. Nimrod was a warrior king first mentioned in the book of Genesis, described as the first on earth to be a mighty man. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Legend has it Nimrod killed a bull with his bare hands and took to wearing its horns on his head as a crown. In my own research following this, I wasn't able to find any real evidence about this fight with a bull ever occurring, but let's play devil's advocate and say the fight did occur. Even then, the idea of killing a bull with your fucking bare hands sounds absolutely ridiculous. But it's also speculated in the old days of the earth, giants roamed. In Genesis chapter 6, it said there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bare their children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. So with all that said, and Nimrod being such a mighty man, could he possibly have been a giant? Maybe the first giant? I don't know, but that's pretty interesting considering the parallel to Colossi, and if it's true that Nimrod was a giant, I think that may shift the odds in his favor in a battle with a bull. And with all of that in mind, it's very interesting to note that in concept art, Dorman has a bull-like figure, giving even more credence to the notion of Nimrod being inspiration for Dorman. Nimrod was also the one responsible for orchestrating the construction of the Tower of Babel upon a plain in the land of Shinar. Genesis says, "Let us build a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name lest we be scattered abroad the face of the whole earth." As far as I understand, basically meaning that rather than spread throughout the earth, the people wanted to build a city and a tower to make a name for themselves, an arrogant monument to humanity's own greatness, and an act of defiance towards God's wishes that humanity expand and reign all over the earth. Not to mention the tower is also theorized to have been built so high in case of emergency like another world-ending flood. Building it on a plain then wouldn't really make much sense, but it's a theory nonetheless. Oh, and keep in mind, the name Nimrod translates to "we will rebel." In some respects, the castle in the center of the Forbidden Land, in the middle of the plains, could be seen as a representation of the Tower of Babel. For years, these were all just theories that people had based on the Bible. This was the best Shadow of the Colossus fans had to work with for almost 2 decades, and then it gets even more interesting. After almost 20 years of theorizing across the fandom with no real answers, a storyboard from 2004 for Shadow of the Colossus leaked in 2021, and it turns out many of these theories people were coming up with were stunningly accurate. In the world of Shadow of the Colossus, the developers differentiate time between BWE, before World Era, and WE.
We? Who's we?
Which is simply World Era, much like we differentiate time periods in our world. Around 2500 BWE, there was a great catastrophe that swept away most of the known world. It's not known exactly what happened, but it is written that this was a natural disaster. And when you consider the phrasing swept away, it's probably another flood. A few survivors naturally expanded eventually into the thousands, and many of those nomads came upon a plain in the land of Shinar. The storyboard also states there were giants in the earth in those days, who came to be known as the Colossi. They appeared biologically immortal, and their appearance reflected their environment. Many people were outraged by the Colossi's mere existence, believing that they were responsible for the great catastrophe that wiped out their world years ago. People rebelled and waged war against them and called themselves Dorman, meaning insurgent, for they were mighty hunters in the face of the gods. With each Colossus death, its blood spilled, marking the land, and its corpse became a mound of young sprouts of grass. and they found that every new colossi whose blood they spilled gravitated towards the first, and so on, and the hill grew. The doorman said, "Come and let us build a great monument from the corpses of the gods at the center of the land and make a name for ourselves, reaching the heavens, and we shall never be led astray by the gods' catastrophes." The tower they'd built was dubbed the Sky Tower, and miniature versions of it were constructed throughout the land as a way of mocking where they'd felled previous giants. With each passing kill, the doormen became more deteriorated and stripped of their humanity. One day, it wasn't one of the slain giants that gravitated towards the Sky Tower, but the doormen themselves did. They coalesced into one another, forming a collective entity whose likeness was of the giants they slaughtered, which made them believe that they had ascended into godhood. But there were also many humans who abstained from the slaughter, and as such, a great divide took place. People split into clans, some believing the doormen had truly transcended godhood, while others believed this was nothing more than a curse, possessed by the spirits of the innocent creatures slain. These people were known as the clans of the ancients. Hundreds of years later, a great war broke out between the opposing sides, with the clans of the ancients prevailing. The doormen had remained neutral up until this point, but the ancients used magic their ancestors had drawn from the colossi to cast away the doormen themselves. The doorman's essence was sucked from its vessel, rendering it powerless. That power was then split between 24 great idols, attached to both these statues and the remaining colossi, corrupting them with Dorman's power. With Dorman's power dispersed, and considering the troubled history of bloodshed throughout these lands, the area was strictly forbidden, never meant to be entered again. So granted, there are some things in there that aren't true to the final version of the game, probably the biggest thing being that there were originally 24 colossi and we ended up with 16. But I really don't think the amount of colossi matters that much in a story perspective. They clearly told the story that they still intended to. Yeah, it's a lot to process, a lot to take in. But it's a great story. Shadow of the Colossus is concrete proof that video games can be just as much an art form as any other forms of media. It might be a pain in the fucking ass the first go around or two you have with it, but I think it's essential that you at least try it out. Maybe you don't like it your first playthrough and you want to just drop it after that. That's cool. Not everything is for everyone, but who knows? Maybe with some more time to adjust, you might end up falling in love with what you find. Except Spyro 3, that still sucks. Wander and his horse Aggro venturing through the night towards the Forbidden Lands. Where is Half-Life 3? 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 Where is Half-Life 3?
Where is Half-Life 3? Where are you hiding? Gabe, I know you have it. Just give it already. Where is Half-Life 3? Go fuck yourself!
Like Squidward sitting in his house watching SpongeBob and Patrick have fun, this is all I heard for years. And every time the question came up, all I could think was, what the hell is Half-Life? So I finally decided to find out for myself, and well, yeah, looks like I haven't missed much. Before we venture any further though, I'd like to first thank you all for attending my Bible study and my Shadow of the Colossus review. Leave a comment to be featured in my next video, and lastly, thank you to my charitable patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Angel the Foe 3, Papa Noob 345, and my newest patron, Dirty Dumb. I first decided to play the original version of Half-Life, even though there's a remake out there. I just wanted to, before anything else, experience the classic in its true form. You play as Gordon Freeman, a scientist with a thid in theoretical physics working for Black Mesa, a government-owned research facility researching a bunch of bullshit, performing bullshit experiments leading to a bunch of bullshit happening. It starts with you getting a neat little guided tour of the base, meeting your colleagues, endangering the status of their jobs, toying with their food, and that's all well and good. It may not seem like much on the surface, but the amount of interactivity you've got to play around with here is pretty crazy, especially considering this game's from 1998. Shortly after, you're introduced to the hazardous environment suit. Then you head off to perform your nifty little experiment, which goes completely off the rails as Gordon shoves shoves this crystal into a reactor, ripping open a hole in space-time to the border world known as Zen, causing a bunch of creatures from this dimension to invade Earth. Where is the almighty Black Mesa security force to save us? Somebody needs to take control of this situation right now! Why? This was known as the Resonance Cascade, or the Black Mesa Incident, and serves as a chilling introduction. Dead security guards and scientists litter the hallways as the lower levels of the facility burst at the seams and you watch everyone die. And then witness those same dead people be zombified by head crabs. As you try to make it to the surface, you of course encounter survivors who are either easily convinced to join you,
I refuse to go another step. Yes.
or refuse to join you because they'd rather wait for the military to rescue everyone.
I'm going to stay here and wait for my colleague.
Yeah, alright, that's fair. Initially, the only means of defending yourself comes in the form of your trusty crowbar, but as you venture forward, your arsenal increases with generic weapons like some pistols, a shotgun, an SMG, and a rocket launcher. You also get a crossbow, which is perfect for long-ranged attacks, as well as for handling the Ichthyosaur? Which is this crazy underwater creature you have the pleasure of dealing with from time to time. You get some really fun and more unconventional weapons as well, like the gauze gun, which is introduced in a great way.
It's much too unpredictable. Don't let it overcharge. What do you mean,
It fires single burst lasers, though you can also charge it up for a stronger attack. And then there's this living, breathing fleshlight, which can infinitely fire these little hornets at enemies. It sounds like it should be amazing, but these little hornets are about as effective as the Phillies lineup in Games 6 and 7 of the NLCS. Yes, I'm still angry and I never won't be. There's also these little critters known as snarks, and I used them, like, once and just forgot about them, honestly. Probably because I was far too distracted with by far my favorite weapon, the gluon gun, which completely wipes out anything it comes in contact with.
I built the gluon gun, but I just can't bring myself to use it on a living creature. You don't look as if you have any trouble killing things.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Now, while you'll surely spend plenty of time killing scientists, as you should, they sound like they're ready to spout Nazi propaganda at any moment.
Das war ein Befehl! Der Angriffssteiger war Befehl!
You'll also be killing tons of different aliens. I've already talked about the head crabs, which are, although some of the smallest enemies, well, that's exactly what makes them so annoying. These leaping lunatics pop in and out of nowhere and all over the place. I hate them. You've also got other creatures like the hound eyes, which run right up to you and discharge cute little shockwaves, bull squids, which projectile vomit all over you, the Ichthyosaur, which I've already mentioned, the barnacle, which is one of the most useless enemies in the game as it just dangles its dong and snatches you up if you get caught by it, but you really have to not be paying attention to be caught by one of these things because these guys are so oddly placed, they're hardly a hazard most of the time. But you can't forget the most famous and integral aliens from the Half-Life universe, the Vortigaunts, which they weren't known as at this point, but they're the most devious little bastards.
Get back here, you little shit! You can't just spawn behind me and do that!
There's even a variant of these guys simply known as the Alien Grunts, and they sport those shitty little hive hands. They're a lot weaker than they look. Like seriously, these hulking mutated monsters are easily beaten to death by a crowbar. I did have to laugh though when I came across this about them on the Half-Life wiki under the trivia section. The Alien Grunt seems to show triumph when it kills the player. This ranges from taunting the player to feasting on their corpse. Seriously, don't be intimidated by the wiki, they're really not that threatening, and that can be said for a lot of the aliens, because honestly, outside of a few exceptions you'll see later, these Zen creatures become the least of your worries, since soon enough the military shows up and starts killing everything. Yes, because although a surprise to the cowardly scientists, it served as no surprise to us that the military wasn't here to help, but rather to wipe out any evidence of anything that transpired here today, including any humans associated with the project, and of course the aliens themselves. In order for us to stop the alien invasion, we'll have to reach the Lambda Complex. It's the only sector of the Black Mesa facility that could even possibly stop it due to their research on teleportation. But a scientist informs us that with the transit system offline, the only way to get there would be to use another scientist as a snowboard, would be with the use of a decommissioned rail system beyond the rocket labs. So with that, you soon find yourself in an abandoned missile silo and you heed a warning from a scientist for what lies beyond this point.
Pilot, rocket engine. Destroy the damn thing before it grows any larger.
You open the door ahead to find this giant tentacular beast. And to defeat the beast, you have to engage the fuel, oxygen, and power lines to fire up some fire, which mostly leads into you doing some physics-based puzzle. After all, you do have a PhD in PHYSICS. You make your way through the sewers to power on this giant fan, and then use the wind it's generating to propel grenades up to the ceiling to make way to the ventilation shafts, where you can then access the room to turn on the fuel and oxygen. Half-Life is full of intricate puzzles like these, which without me even having to explain, just perfectly showcase how much fun it is to experiment and fiddle around with things in these games. Until that experimenting rips a hole into another dimension. This is all to say that yes, you do have a lot of shooting shit dead in these games, but there's also just as much puzzle solving and platforming to be done, even if the platforming is ass. You could just be climbing a ladder and shoot off to the side like a bar of soap sliding around in the tub. The other half of this chapter is a bit pissed though, not because of platforming, but because after taking a bath in piss, you make your way to this generator that another cowardly scientist is camped out on. This man easily could have just hit these two buttons and then went into hiding, but instead this spineless dork cowers in fear, having contributed nothing worthwhile to our cause. Fuck you! You then crawl your way out of the piss pool, but I'll be honest, I have no idea how you're supposed to survive this jump if you're low on health without the will of God. The fall damage in this game is some bullshit at times. Or should I say, bull-screwed. You barbecue the tentacle monster and follow its source through to more tunnels filled with radioactive waste before arriving at the old rail system. However, it's occupied by this gargantuan beast known as the Gargantua. Dying security guard says you'll be able to use the rail system to reach the surface after you restore power, so you march off to do that, and once the power is restored, you're able to fry the big guy and ride off into one of the most boring sections of the game. That's not to say this is bad. We'll get to the bad. But this section just drags. It goes on for a long while. It's just a lot of flipping switches to access different tracks, gunning down illiterate Marines, taking out sentry guns, rinse and repeat for like an hour. It does at the very least have a very cool climax where you shoot this rocket off into space and everybody is green and my gun is green and the walls are green and now I'm green. What the hell is going on? After being ruthlessly hounded by a member of the Third Reich, you're warned by a security guard not to die. Yeah, I don't think I needed that, but I could have used the heads up that I was about to be mugged. So you get apprehended by some Marines, and although they discuss possibly bringing you back to their leader for questioning, they ultimately decide to just say to hell with it and leave you for dead in a trash compactor. Yes, very smart. Just leave the guy who has single-handedly killed hundreds of aliens and your allies unattended to die, rather than do the job yourself and then throw the body in a trash compactor. Marines? More like morons! Obviously, we escape and make our way back to some laboratories where we finally get some sweet, sweet revenge on some head crabs. In these labs, not only do you get to mess around with some crazy technology and by extension, people's lives, but you also acquire some crazy tech yourself, as this is where you find the Gauss gun I mentioned earlier. With the help of some levitating scientists, you're finally able to properly reach the surface, though it's been totally compromised by the military. And you better watch your ass, because even on easy, these guys have some of the most perfect grenade throws I've ever seen. Surface tension is neck and neck with On a Rail for the longest chapter of the game, but unlike On a Rail, this is actually good. There's tons of new gameplay elements introduced here, like this annoying-ass helicopter that stalks you for a majority of the chapter, which leads to obtaining the RPG, which I finally learned how to control properly here. You might be thinking, what do you mean you finally learned how to control it? You just got it. Well, here's the thing. This was my second time playing Half-Life 1, and I'm not kidding. By this point, I had already played through the entire series thinking that the laser pointer simply acted like a reticle for firing off your rocket. I completely misunderstood the part where it said you use the laser to manually guide the rocket. I'm a Marine. What, are you just figuring this out? It's in my name. Meanwhile, the alien invasion continues to ramp up with more Vortigaunts and Grunts, with alien dropships bringing them in. And it's hilarious just obliterating these guys one by one as these dumbasses march to their doom.
He thinks he's so great. I'ma show him. Ah, goddammit! Alright, go for the left. He won't see me coming from the... Oh, I saw it coming!
And as the military struggles to fend off the takeover, they eventually decide to pull out and evacuate the site.
Come in, Cooper. Do you copy? Forget about Freeman. We're abandoning the base. If you have any last bomb targets, mark them on the technical map. Otherwise, get the hell out of there.
This is another one of my favorite parts of the game, using the airstrikes the military left behind to blast your way underground and eventually, and finally,
reached the Lambda Complex. At long last, you reached the legendary Lambda team you've heard so much about, and they prepare to send you to the alien homeworld where you have to kill their leader to seal off the invasion once and for all. You breach the portal and finally arrive at Zen. And it fucking sucks. I'll say it loud and proud. I am a xenophobe. Yes, I know, it was 1998, the technology was limited, and as ever is the story with games, this was apparently incredibly rushed because Valve had to reach the release deadline. But boy, this was more disappointing than the Phillies losing to the Diamondbacks, okay? I'll stop. I know. I need therapy. Thanks to a suit upgrade you got at the Lambda Complex, you're able to perform long jumps to navigate these floating platforms. For as dangerous as these jumps can be, you'd think the upgrade would come with the ability to negate fall damage, but no. Luckily, there are these little healing pools and pods you can find throughout Zen. From there, you teleport to Gonark's lair, the father of all head crabs. Ironically, while Gonark is a giant testicle with legs, he's really just a massive pussy. You blast him with your blasters a few times, and then he scurries away before you blast him some more, and then he scurries away, and then you blast him some more, and he dies. Wasn't that fun? The next section actually isn't that bad. You bully a bunch of aliens and are able to see how Black Mesa was trying to set up bases here and there in the border world. They failed. Well, it's no wonder they died. The Vortigons here are immortal.
A few moments later.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, you confront the Nihilanth, the big-brained boy responsible for enabling the Zen creatures to continue their invasion of Earth. Credit where it's due, the Nihilanth is a pretty imposing foe, and the arena you combat it in is incredibly spacious and makes for a cool setting for what should be an incredibly climactic interdimensional battle. Problem is, this is one of the worst final bosses I've ever encountered in a game. You have to first destroy the crystals along the walls to weaken the creature, and while you do that, you can just take cover behind these rocks with no worry in the world of taking damage. As you continue to weaken him, you then have to deal the final blows after waiting for his head to peel open like a blooming onion, and that's it! It's a shame! Zen is something I was so much looking forward to exploring as you knew it was coming by the end of the game, but unfortunately it's this game's lowest point.
Gordon Freeman in the flesh.
Saul Goodman? I knew I wasn't schizophrenic! Throughout the game, you'll catch glimpses of this guy just hanging out in parts of the Black Mesa facility, like he's kind of part of the world, but also not. But he finally makes his presence known after defeating the Nihilanth and says that his employers are very impressed with your work and have offered you a job. I'll let him do the rest of the talking though, because he just has such an interesting way of speaking. The guy's a fucking weirdo.
You've proved yourself a decisive man, so I don't expect you'll have any trouble deciding what to do. If you're interested, just step into the portal and I will take that as a yes. Otherwise, well, I can offer you a battle you have no chance of winning. Rather an anticlimax after what you've just survived. Time to choose. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. I will see you up ahead.
And that's the end of Half-Life 1. The final moments hold everything together and make for a captivating conclusion that builds plenty of intrigue for the future. But it definitely could have been better.
Better call Saul.
Do me a favor.
Kill yourself. Zen as a whole needs so much work, like, honestly, a complete revamp is probably necessary there. There's some sections that I think could use some trimming down. The story is a bit ambiguous, which isn't a bad thing. It's fun to use your imagination to fill in gaps and almost create your own backstory, but even then, there's a lot of the story that you're able to pick up on if you just pay attention to the environment. This isn't a game that's gonna hold your hand, and I love that. However, I don't know. Some stuff like the Vortigons being slaves, I didn't even know because it's not made very apparent. It's only in this room that the Vorties are suddenly chill with you, but I just came in guns blazing because that's what I've just been conditioned to do, so I just totally missed the part where they're being controlled. And because of that, I almost blew this bastard's head off when these guys returned in Half-Life 2.
You fucking freak! You're a freak!
With all that said, I guess it's a good thing that there is a remake of Half-Life 1 that completely revamps Zen, that tightens up dragged out sections, and brings more attention to the story. Welcome to Black Mesa. Black Mesa isn't just a one-to-one remake of Half-Life 1 with updated graphics. Although it follows the same premise and is largely similar in its approach and level design, it's also a thorough reimagining, making not just little tweaks to gameplay and AI where the team saw fit, but also rebuilding Xen from scratch, cutting down like a third of the runtime of chapters like on a rail, and they even added GLaDOS. First, let's start with the minor adjustments. The platforming controls are so much better in this. Ignore that. It's a little tweak, but even the long jump in this version, instead of holding control and then hitting space to jump, you just hit space twice like a double jump, and you're able to long jump in any direction you want, rather than just straight ahead, which makes the combat way more interesting. And how about fall damage? No such concepts even exist in Xen, and on Earth they nerfed the hell out of it. The atmosphere and overall presentation in this version is quite different from the original. The horror-like presentation, at least in terms of environmental design, eases up as the game progresses. Here things are coated with much darker tones. There's almost a horror-like ambience to many of the areas you come across, more in line with the approach Half-Life 2 took. The intro in Black Mesa is arguably even scarier, and sections like where you have to power up the rail system are way creepier due to it being way darker. And the giant monster down here is much more imposing because of that. But it's not just this guy that feels more imposing. All the Xen creatures feel much tougher and more aggressive, except the Hound Eyes, they just watch TV now.
Welcome to Shadow of the Colossus, one of the most overwhelmingly critically acclaimed...
I hate this channel.
The bull squids, though, man, they got buff as hell. It takes an entire SMG magazine to put these guys down. I don't get how the grunts can still be so weak, though. It just blows my mind how pathetic these guys are. Some of the weapons themselves even feel a decent bit different. The standard pistol feels better to handle. You're able to aim down your sights with the Magnum. The shotgun carries so much more weight behind it. And with the Source Engine's goofy-ass physics, it's an absolute blast to use. Interacting with the environment was already a blast in Half-Life 1, but with this game being developed on Half-Life 2's Source Engine, this version is even more interactive.
Excuse me. Minor emergency. Oh, thank heavens.
This is better than Half-Life 1, you purists! Admit it!
Half-Life 1 already felt like such an incredibly alive and realistic world with all the ways you could interact not just with the environment itself, but with characters. And the NPCs in this game are even more responsive. The dialogue is just generally better.
Might not want to stick around too long, Doc. These two bicker on like an old married couple.
We are an old married couple.
What do you mean, old?
Holy hell. Not again.
There's this one part of surface tension where this guard guides you to an armory that he and his friend were trying to find, and upon arriving, the interaction with him and his friend is so simple but so good.
Freeze! Whoa, whoa, hold your fire! Jackson? Good God, man, how many lives do you have? None if it wasn't for my new buddy here. Hey, buzz us in, will you? Oh, yeah.
Or going back to the Blast Pit chapter. Finding this dying security guard, the interaction's a bit different from the original, and it's such a simple change in dialogue, but combined with the expressiveness now, it's just so good.
Oh, Jesus. You don't know how close you were to getting one between the eyes.
Or this completely new scene where you and a guard can either sneak your way through the Army's airplane hangar.
I say we do this nice and quiet.
Or go for an ambush. They even expand on the struggle the military has with the aliens. You do see the escalation of that in Half-Life 1, but here it's so much more brutal as you bear witness to them fighting a battle they just can't win. Mostly because of me. The on-a-rail section is S-tier in this version of the game. Not only is it much shorter, but they've also added so much variety to it. Here there's some plug puzzles you have to do to continue to venture through the tunnels. You have to fight your way through the rocket silo to prepare it for launch. The launch site itself is much bigger and you can actually see the rocket take off this time. For me, it's easily the biggest improvement of the game behind, well, all of Xen, which gets a complete overhaul. In the original, Xen was gloomy, grimy, and dark, and there's nothing wrong with that approach. The grungy aesthetic really made it feel gross and uncomfortable in the best way possible. It's what you actually did in Xen that was bad. Like before, you jump through the portal at the Lambda complex and are flushed through this radiant vortex and are given a peek of the Nihilants before being transported to this dimly lit cave. Venturing forward, you're greeted with one of the most beautiful and luscious environments you'll ever see in a game.
It's seriously breathtaking, and the second you step out into the open, you know exactly where you're headed, and the further you journey through Zen, you can see the Nihilant's lair pulling closer and closer. I love in games when you're able to see a landmark in the distance that you gradually make your way closer towards. It's such simple game design, but like I keep saying, it's so good. The environments are so much more varied here. It's not just a few floating rocks and corridors. Here you start out with those floating rocks accompanied by a mouth-watering lively backdrop. Progressing to some caves host not just to alien life, but to all these little Black Mesa bases. Then you move into lush jungles and swamps, and along the way you'll even find new variants of enemies like explosive hound eyes and underwater barnacles. And then of course there's Gonarch's lair, and here it's not Gonarch that's the little bitch, I'm the little bitch, because this guy is terrifying. I can't even begin to express just how much better this section is than its Half-Life 1 iteration. I will now begin to express just how much better this Black Mesa Gonarch is an absolute menace. The fight starts out similar to the original, but now he's hyper aggressive and can even hurl logs and shit at you. Once you weaken him a bit, you'd think you're going into the same old chase him down routine, but those expectations are quickly subverted, because as you explore his lair, it's no longer you chasing him, he chases you. And at any moment, you're just waiting for him to pop out and strike as you can hear him stalking you beyond the cave walls. Don't bother going for a sneak attack, and definitely don't let him corner you because he will rock you or shit. The final phase of the chapter has you two duking it out to some incredible music, and it's easily one of the best moments in the whole franchise for me. Gonarch's lair was absolutely exhilarating in Black Mesa, and probably the biggest improvement this game makes. We then transition into Black Mesa's interpretation of the Interloper chapter, and this is another one that is pretty much completely different. You actually see some of those big alien grunts beating the Vortigaunts into submission. You stumble upon a Vortigaunt village, and it's made blatantly obvious here that the Nihilanth is using these little guys to mind control the Vorties and turn them against you. Now that stuff is all interesting and cool, but the rest of Interloper isn't bad, it is good. Let's just say it suffers on a rail syndrome. It drags. A lot of it is just doing these puzzles where you move certain plugs and wires around and shoot these blobs as you continue your ascension towards the Nihilanth. There's other neat platforming puzzles and stuff too, as well as this awesome chase sequence towards the beginning of the chapter being pursued by a bunch of those giant aliens. But by this point, I was ready to be done with Zen for like an hour. It doesn't help that for as much as I really do like the first section of Zen, there's a lot of those cable puzzles there too. And again, they're not bad or frustrating, but it did get repetitive. But despite that, this chapter is massively elevated by the certain areas where you're able to infinitely use the gluon gun, so I was having a great time. And you're able to make the most of it with the tower where you make your final ascent towards the Nihilanth as you slaughter his minions and blow the place to bits, before finally arriving at the gateway you saw way back from when you first stepped into the world of Zen. It's one of the most gorgeous and serene moments I've ever experienced in a game, accompanied by a beautifully optimistic score. Stepping into the portal, you finally confront the Nihilanth, and structurally speaking, it's pretty faithful to the original, but with a lot less teleporting and a lot more spectacle. Hellfire rains down and even throws cars at you. This version of the fight was a lot less frustrating, disappointing and tedious, and a lot more of a satisfying grand climax. You're then transported back to the entrance of Zen, where way off in the distance you see the Nihilanth's lair explode in a blaze of glory, and as the light fades, the G-Man reintroduces himself. Overall, Half-Life 1 in its own right is a great game, but Black Mesa for me was that much better.
So soon?
It expanded on previous elements of the story, characters, and gameplay, made perfect refinements in many areas, and although the length of Zen and Black Mesa felt like a bit of an overcorrection, I'd still 1,000,000% take it over Half-Life 1's. With all that said though, Black Mesa is by no means a replacement for Half-Life 1. Yes, you don't have to play Half-Life 1 before checking Black Mesa out, but I do think all the changes and tweaks the game makes can't fully be appreciated unless you've experienced the original first. And before we move on to Half-Life 2, we first have to tackle Half-Life 1's expansion packs Opposing Force and Blue Shift. Originally, I wanted to cover all the Half-Life 1 stuff in one video, but these expansions, specifically Opposing Force, are actually pretty beefy, and I thought they warranted their own video. So until next time, everybody. Oh no. Oh no!
To destroy my world!
So, I guess I should keep doing Half-Life videos. Well, it's a good thing I was going to anyway. Last video, I continued my quest to become a certified gamer by finally checking out Half-Life for the first time, as well as its masterful remake, Black Mesa. Naturally, I expected to venture forth to Half-Life 2 after that, but hold up! First, we have to check out Half-Life 1's expansion packs. Opposing Force was the first of 3 expansion packs, all of which take place during different points of the Black Mesa incident. Years later, Blue Shift came out, which I'll get into in a bit, and Decay, which I won't get to because it's a multiplayer PS2 exclusive, so I'm just going to leave it to Decay. Before I get into Opposing Force and Blue Shift, first of all, I just have to thank you guys massively for your massive support on the last video. Normally, I would thank everybody for all their comments, but there's a lot of comments on the last video, so here's a few of my favorites. This one especially. This one was just brilliant. Last of all, I would like to give an enormous thank you to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Angel, The Foe 3, Papa Noob 345, Dominic, and my newest patron, Senriem. Kinda sounds like Zenriem? Anyway. Opposing Force follows the POV of Adrian Shepard, an illiterate moron who's been commissioned to... well, I'll let the old corporal fill you in. In all seriousness, the mission is of course to contain the outbreak and eliminate all evidence of it, including the aliens and the Nazis. You probably think I'm just continuing that stupid joke from my last video, but trust me, this is no joke. If you'd afford me a little bit of your time, I'd like to tell you all about Operation Paperclip. Safe to say the mission is not exactly off to an ideal start though, as you and your comrades are immediately swept up in the alien invasion. And like Half-Life 1, it's a damn good intro. Suddenly you wake to find yourself in the clutches of the Nazis as one of them feasts on the corpse of your fallen brother. Luckily you escape and on the way out steal an armored vest as well as a pipe wrench to act as your signature melee weapon. You do get a cute little pocket knife too, but you'll never use it. As quickly as you dropped into Black Mesa, you receive transmissions informing you to evacuate ASAP. But even when you make it to the evacuation site, that bastard Slippin' Jimmy prevents you from escaping. What a sick joke! So with that, you'll have to find another way out of this hellhole, and thankfully you're not left with just a wrench and a knife, because not only do you require weapons at a faster rate than in Half-Life 1, and not only is the roster of weapons even larger here, but I think the weapons are even better and possibly even the best in the whole franchise.
Ah, yummy!
You've got some familiar weaponry returning, like the SMG, the shotgun, the RPG, and hand grenades. The Glock returns as well, while the Magnum doesn't, having been replaced by a Deagle. The MP5 isn't your only automatic rifle this time around, as you also acquire an LMG later into the game. The crossbow's been replaced by an overpowered sniper, and while unorthodox weaponry like the gauze gun and glue-on gun unfortunately don't return, their replacements more than make up for it. First up, the Displacer Cannon, which when fired teleports enemies away. Finally, they will understand the torment I went through. I wish there was a little more sense of impact when firing this thing, you know, a little more you know, it's just kind of like, but I'm nitpicking. It's still a lot of fun. Not only that, but as you saw earlier, if you right-click, you will be teleported around. There's also the Spore Launcher, which is this cute little critter that you feed spores to, who then fires them back at enemies. Opposing Force's alternate take on the Hive Hand is the Shock Roach, and it's a million times better, as it fires off little plasma balls, which are actually pretty powerful. And while not necessarily a weapon, though it can be used as one, the final piece of your arsenal is the Barnacle Grapple, which you can use to latch onto any organic matter. By the way, the same scientist that made this thing is one of the scientists you performed the initial experiment with in Half-Life 1.
Unfortunately, the administrator has called me down to the anomalous materials lab this morning for an important experiment, so I don't have any time to further my analysis.
That's a pretty cool little way of tying things in the universe together. Plus, around this part of Opposing Force, you get to walk through a bunch of different observatories of Zen creatures, and it's really cool to see this more in-depth look at the inner workings of the facility. Even Black Mesa expanded upon this, which I didn't even get to mention last video. Now, during all that blabbering I was doing, some of you deagle-eyed viewers may have noticed something. Who the hell are those guys? Quite early into the adventure, you see some personnel get absolutely brutalized by an unknown life form in the next room. While the first couple hours of Opposing Force have you fighting the Zen creatures you've become accustomed to, the game slowly starts drip-feeding you new creatures until by the end of the game, there's practically no Zen creatures in sight, and you're left to your lonesome to fend off this new invasion, Race X. First up, you've got the Pit Drones, and they're feisty little critters. They can pack a bit of a punch, but they're really not so bad. Whoa! What is that thing? That nightmare is
is known as the Shock Trooper, and is actually what you acquire the Shock Roach from, and not long after that, you run into the Voltigor, which is this massive scorpion-like creature. There's a section towards the end of the game where you have to navigate dungy sewers infested with these savages, and for the most part, the only way to see them is with the use of your night vision goggles.
My eyes!
Look, I get it, you're playing as a Marine, the night vision is a cool concept, but Christ, tone it down a little bit. My eyes burn less staring directly into the sun. Anyway, these guys are total badasses. They look awesome, and they can take a hell of a beating. They're practically mini-bosses because it takes multiple spores or mines to take these guys out. And keep in mind, those spores are about as powerful as the RPG. Race X continues to ramp up from there though, because you'll also encounter a few actual bosses. The first of which being the Pit Worm, or Eagle apparently. And this guy looks wicked. This section of the game is basically Gearbox copying the Tentacle Monster section for homework and making very minimal changes, because just like that chapter, here you have to flip on a few switches before dealing with the monstrosity.
Fuck you, asshole!
Fun fact, what you have to switch on here are the Valve and Gearbox, Valve being the developers of Half-Life 1, and Gearbox being the developers of these expansions. Very cheeky reference. I gotta say though, the Blast Pit was way cooler than the Alaskan Bullworm. The tentacular beast just gets fucking incinerated while this giant worm gets flushed away with poo. You might be wondering what exactly Race X's purpose in the story is beyond just being a new obstacle for you to overcome as the Zen invasion comes to a close, thanks to Gordon defeating the Nihilanth. Well, the reason they've come to Earth is because they're sort of like space pirates, but without the dancing.
Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-chingery.
While they're not inhabitants of Zen, the Black Mesa incident was able to create an opening for Race X to invade Earth as well, with their goal being to use the mightiest Race X member, the Gene Worm, to pillage the planet of its resources. We've still got a lot to cover of Opposing Force because outside of a few new weapons and enemies, they've also added a new level of interactivity with NPCs. Here you're able to call upon your fellow soldiers and instruct them to heal you and even break down doors for you. Most importantly, they'll fight right alongside you, and you'll need their help not just against Race X, but also against the Black Ops. With the military failing to cover up the Black Mesa incident, the Black Ops have been sent in here to do the job right, by planning a nuke to blow the whole facility to smithereens. These guys were actually in Half-Life 1, by the way, but I didn't mention them because they're not really that important in that game. Luckily, you're able to deactivate the bomb. Damn you, slippin' Jimmy! Yeah, while the G-Man was some mysterious entity, sorta just looking over things in Half-Life 1, here he's much more involved, opening doors for you, not opening doors for you, messing with bombs. He's just a conniving prick. After deactivating the bomb, but not really, you head through the storage unit and finally confront the mightiest, nastiest Race X member of all. And this final boss was much more enjoyable than the Nihilanth, which isn't saying much since the Nihilanth was ass, but, you know, it's worth noting, I guess. You utilize mounted turrets to shoot the massive monstrosity in the eyes over and over again while also lighting up its stomach until it croaks. After Gene's defeat, you suddenly find yourself back in your aircraft you first arrived in, but with Gene Takovic as well, who basically says that while he doesn't want you to die, as a witness he and his employers just can't have you out and about after everything you've just been through. So he just puts you in fucking limbo. Indefinitely. Awesome! And that was Opposing Force. Honestly, it's a perfect expansion that doesn't overstay its welcome, features some awesome new weapons, Race X is really cool, and there's a good bit of world building. There's really not much else I could ask for, which I guess is why Blue Shift feels kinda... While Opposing Force followed the perspective of the military, Blue Shift shifts POVs over to security guards, specifically in this case, Barney Calhoun's. And while Opposing Force kicks off a little while into the Zen invasion having already begun, Blue Shift begins at about the exact same time Half-Life 1 does, and in the same way Half-Life 1 does, with a tram car ride. You can even see Gordon passing by. Hi, Gordon. And you can check security cameras and watch as Gordon enters the laboratories. As much as I loved the frantic, fast-paced frenzy that was Opposing Force, little slice-of-life moments like these, or slice-of-half-life moments, are such a nice bit of detail to make the Half-Life universe feel alive.
Let's try this. Shouldn't you be guarding some donuts and coffee right about now?
The way the resonance cascade occurs here is a pretty cool perspective too, as you're just taking an elevator which suddenly stops and from thin air, Vortigons and other Zen creatures begin their hostile takeover. The rail system goes completely, well, off the rails.
and you're sent crashing to the sublabs. Although Opposing Force added a bunch of new weapons and an entire new species of aliens to combat, Blue Shift is, I guess you could say, more reserved in its approach. It doesn't add any new weapons. I mean, it kinda does. With Blue Shift's release, it also included HD models, which changed the look of guns, equipment, NPCs, and with this, the Glock was changed to a Beretta, while the SMG was swapped to an assault rifle, the M4 to be specific, but those are about as new of weapons as you'll get, if you even have HD models enabled, which I don't think many people do. It sounds like a lot of people hate them. Maybe I just don't really care about graphics as much, or I'm just blind. Oh wait, I am. It could also just be that I'm not nostalgic for the original models since I just started playing these games a couple months ago, but I think many of the model changes look alright. If I had to pick a style, I guess I'd stick with the originals, but these aren't horrible. But yeah, anyway, all you get is a condensed roster of weapons from Half-Life 1, which is kinda disappointing. And look, I'm not asking for anything crazy, but the crowbar's Gordon's thing. Can't Barney get like a nightstick? Maybe a taser that can only be used to stun enemies during the early portions of the game until you find a gun or something, making you have to rely a bit more on stealth and strategy to survive early doors? Would have been cool and given Blue Shift an even stronger sense of identity, especially in contrast to Opposing Force's frenetic nature. Rather than trying to offer up a bunch of new content gameplay-wise, Blue Shift attempts to pay more attention to finer details. For example, in Half-Life 1 and Opposing Force, you use the HEV stations to charge your armor. Here, however, Barney does not have the privilege of these high-tech innovations, so to bolster your defense, you have to rummage the corpses of your fallen brethren for their armor. Honestly, it's pretty badass. It's like the same energy as Bardock using his friend's blood-soaked armband, you know? Oh, and speaking of fallen brethren... What the hell was that? That was more of a force fall than when Mark Henry pushed Batista. Okay, but here's another minor detail I loved. Later into the game, you go to these very old teleportation labs. So old, in fact, that they have outdated first aid and HEV stations. And also, to open the security doors, the scientists have to use their hands rather than the retina scanners you see others use throughout Black Mesa. Again, very minor detail, but I love that. What I don't love here is the pathetic excuse of a flashlight. Look, I know I complained about the night vision brightness in Opposing Force, but at least you could see more than you couldn't, because what the hell is this flashlight? Half-Life 1 knew this mechanic was ass, so it barely had dark spaces to maneuver through. I swear there's more pitch black rooms and vents in Blue Shift than there is in all of Half-Life 1. Okay, now back to the story. A wounded scientist tells you that your best chance of making it out alive is to find Dr. Rosenberg. Heisenberg. No, Hank. Rosenberg. So with that, you head off to the freight yards the scientist spoke of in search of him. And every scientist you rescue until you actually find Rosenberg will introduce themselves as not Dr. Rosenberg.
I'm afraid I'm not Dr. Rosenberg.
Nah, sorry guys. I'm afraid I'm not Caddy. Hit it, boys! Remember when everyone had intros like this, huh? Sure did. You finally find Rosenberg, and he explains that he was involved in early stage work on teleporter technology, and says that there may be enough materials left in the ancient testing labs to fire up a teleporter that would enable us to escape the facility. So after dragging Rosenberg's unresponsive, sluggish, fat ass to said labs, he informs us that we'll have to travel to Xen in order to re-enable teleporter tech that would allow for earthbound teleporting. And honestly, this is not only the best part of the expansion, but overall the best version of Xen from the Half-Life 1 era. Here you venture through caves and tunnels, navigate floating platforms, and are able to just generally soak in the uneasy, eerie atmosphere of the void that is Xen. It feels more focused here than it did in Half-Life 1, which I get, because Xen was rushed and they probably were just trying to cram all the ideas they wanted to, which led to it all feeling pretty half-baked. So after hooking that gizmo back up, you return to Earth to find Rosenberg having a seizure, probably from too much monologuing. So with him incapacitated, you have to venture off yourself to give the teleporter more juice, since most of it was used up on your trip to Xen. After a bit of killing and puzzles, you're ready to send a power cell back up to the lab.
You can probably push the power cell through the fence into the charging station behind me. Let me see if I can get out of the way.
He died a hero. One by one, you help Black Mesa personnel escape until last but not least, it's your turn. You do a bit of dimension hopping, going from outside the base, back to Xen, to even seeing Gordon's apprehension at the hands of the military, back to...
Oh, hey, Barney.
And finally, back outside the base again. You escape the Black Mesa facility with your colleagues, and everything is alright in the end. Again, on a gameplay front, Blue Shift really didn't add all that much, but it did have a happy ending, so that's nice. Whereas Opposing Force did a lot, and while I can see why people would say possibly too much, I had a blast with it. Opposing Force felt like a real expansion, while Blue Shift is just more of the same you got in Half-Life, but
also less, which isn't bad. It just doesn't add anything all that noteworthy for me, but it's still Half-Life, so it's still very good at the very least, and I had a very jolly old time.
But you'll still help me, won't you?
Picture this. You hate change. So for the first 20 odd years of your life, you just replay the same 8 gaming franchises you grew up with and never explore anything else. I don't want to go outside. All I need is my Crash, my Ratchet, my Sly, Call of Duty, Skyrim, Pokemon, Minecraft, and my 2013 YouTuber nostalgia. Then you grow up a little bit, and you start exploring new games. New to nobody but yourself. The God of War trilogy, Portal, Shadow of the Colossus. You're having the time of your life. Speaking of which, finally, after over 25 years, you get a taste of that sweet, sweet Half-Life nectar, and it's like nothing you've ever tasted before. Years and years of hearing "Where's Half-Life 3?" almost like this running gag or the questioning of the existence of some urban legend, I've started to understand why that's something I've read and heard countless times over the years. Half-Life 1 was one of the most groundbreaking games of all time, oblivious to me, and after nearly 30 years, still holds up ridiculously well with an engaging premise, one of the smoothest and refined first-person shooter experiences on the market, incredibly interactive environments to be fiddled with and characters to be fooled with, and despite Half-Life 1 stumbling to the finish line worse than Ryan Howard attempting to run up the line after tearing his Achilles, somehow they stuck the landing thanks to the unveiling of the mysterious G-Man.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights?
And hey, those expansion packs are pretty damn good too. Half-Life 2 wasn't just any sequel people were anticipating. This was the sequel to one of the most revolutionary games in history. How do you even begin to follow it up? Before we get into how exactly they did that, I first have to thank everybody who commented on my last video. Here's some of my favorites. Leave a comment for a chance to be featured in my next video, and my biggest thanks go out to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Jesse, Angel, The Foe 3, Papa Noob 345, and Dominic.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until... well, let's just say your hour has come again. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
Man, if you thought this leisurely sightseeing tour was a good opening, it was. But hot diggity dog, this is just on another level. With just 2 shots, you have an understanding of the greater cause and effect of the resonance cascade. An incident you were responsible for, kinda, and one with far more repercussions than ever thought possible. Some might even say, unforeseen consequences.
So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
Set about 20 years after the events of Black Mesa, Gordon Freeman is taken out of the stasis he was slipped into by Jimmy and finds himself on a train. A nice parallel to Half-Life 1's opening. Onboarding, you're quickly greeted by the figurehead of this so-called City 17, Dr. Wallace Breen, who was originally the administrator of Black Mesa. Of course, you can continue to move along with the other citizens or look around. Wait, what? Eventually, you find yourself and others being sorted out by these weird guards and sent off to... oh, please no, I hate the dentist. Don't worry, Doc, I floss every day.
About that beer I owed you.
Barney? Yeah, the blue shift guy. He orders us to head off to Dr. Kleiner's lab, a scientist from Black Mesa. However, in doing so, we're eventually compromised by a bunch of guards. Well, Barney, it was a good attempt, but the jig is up.
Ha, no, you don't.
Will you be my new mommy?
Suddenly, you're rescued by Alyx Vance. She's the daughter of Eli Vance, another Black Mesa scientist, specifically the guy who sent you to find help back in Half-Life 1. Was that really necessary? necessary? Upon arriving at Kleiner's lab, you're reacquainted with your HEV suit. Kleiner and co. look to link you up with Eli at Black Mesa East, where he and others continue their work on teleporter technology. First, we send Alyx over with Kleiner's teleporter. So far, so good. Then it's your turn, and... Why does this schmuck have a pet head crab? Much like Half-Life 1's opening, you're teleported all over the place. Around the lab, Dr. Breen's office, and...
Well, count my lucky stars. It's Gordon Freeman. Could you scrub between my ass?
Finally, you arrive pretty much right back where you were.
Give or take 50 feet.
And Barney reunites you with your precious crowbar.
I think you dropped this back in Black Mesa. Good luck out there, buddy. You're gonna need it.
Look, I appreciate the sentiment. It's very cute, but you couldn't get me a shotgun, a rifle, my power washer? And now it's off to Black Mesa East on foot. Along the way, you'll encounter plenty of rebels, helping to build a further sense of camaraderie between yourself and the Resistance. These rebels don't just include humans, though, as they now also include Vortigaunts, the alien slaves from Half-Life 1. You know, one of the many creatures you bludgeoned with a crowbar. No hard feelings, though, as the Vortigaunts understand that you were merely acting in self-defense. Most of the time. After all, they were being mind-controlled by the Nihilanth, and you were the one to take the Nihilanth down, so it's only fair that the slate is wiped clean. On top of that, they were even further persuaded by Eli Vance to join the humans in the rebellion against the Combine, an unfathomably large universal empire that was attracted to Earth due to the Resonance Cascade, who subsequently eradicated and enslaved the entire planet in a mere 7 hours, during what the world recalls as the 7-Hour War. Naturally, I was at first freaked the hell out by the Vortigaunts suddenly aligning themselves with humans, but trust me, the Vorties are very chill and will quickly become your best friends. They'll heal you, play chess with you, cook meals, clean, write my scripts. Please? You may be wondering why the Combine didn't totally drive the human race to extinction, and believe it or not, the only reason humanity wasn't entirely wiped out is because of that cuck Dr. Breen.
Fuck you! Fuck you so much! Leave the fucking city now!
Who was somehow able to find a way to communicate with the Combine during the war and negotiate a deal to let humanity live in exchange for their freedom. Also, as a result, Dr. Breen became the human representative of the Combine, spreading their propaganda and ideologies. For example, one of the first things you hear upon your arrival to City 17 is Breen addressing the whole planet for their growing concerns about the Combine's use of their suppression field, a device which renders the entire population infertile. Reddit would be ecstatic about this. The closest thing to kids you'll find in this game is when you walk by this playground and you can faintly hear the memories of their laughter. Breen justifies the use of this device as a means of humanity evolving past their impulses and overcoming their most basic instinct.
Instinct creates its own oppressors and bids us rise up against them. Instinct tells us that the unknown is a threat rather than an opportunity. Instinct slyly and covertly compels us away from change and progress. Instinct, therefore, must be expunged.
Which would lead to eternal life and whatnot, and says that the suppression field will be shut off once humanity proves they no longer need it. Oh, and that day is really close, guys, I promise. Now, unfortunately, the Vortigaunts are the only aliens who will switch sides, though, as you've still got to deal with bullshit-ass headcrabs and barnacles. But in some good news, the headcrabs are now dumber than ever. Dumbass! In some bad news, there's now an enemy even more annoying to make up for that. The manhacks, flying, spinning blades that refuse to leave you alone if you're within 5,000 feet of them. The types of enemies you'll encounter will of course escalate as the game goes on, as you'll deal with Combine soldiers, choppers, gunships, and worst of all, Striders. Giant, destructive, spider-like tanks. But fear not, you can call me Reese Hoskins because I make Striders my bitch. Despite the ever-growing roster of enemies you'll encounter, plenty of horrors which I haven't even mentioned yet await, your roster of weapons to deal with said enemies is fairly disappointing. You get the classics, right? Your standard pistol, revolver, SMG, shotgun, RPG, and the crossbow returns with a minor adjustment, now shooting molten steel bars. Sure, it doesn't perform any differently than it did before, but that's still pretty sick. One new weapon you get is a Combine weapon, the Pulse Rifle, a modified assault rifle that's also capable of launching these lethal dark energy balls which ping-pong around and disintegrate anything they come in contact with. That is amazing, as is the gravity gun, and I'll get to that when we get to to that, but for me, there's still not enough to make up for a roster of weapons that feels a bit lacking in comparison to the previous entry. In Half-Life 1, you had the glue-on gun, the Tau cannon. I didn't even like the Hive Hand, but the fact that it was literally an alien being used as a weapon was a redeeming quality. As cool as the pulse rifle and gravity gun are, I just wish we got a couple more weapons like those found in Half-Life 1 to use. Not that I think they're cooler than what we have, but because I just want more wacky shit to play around with. And the way the weapon roster turned out is even more disappointing when you find out just how many weapons were left on the cutting room floor. Sure, it would have been just another assault rifle, but the AK showing up would have been pretty cool, especially since it's a weapon native to Eastern Europe, around where City 17 is allegedly located. Throw the SMG in an incinerator for this, please. Speaking of which, how about the Immolator? A flamethrower used by a cut enemy, the Combine Cremator, whose job was to dispose of corpses littering the city streets by incinerating them. The fact that you never get to use the Immolator and the fact that these guys just don't appear in the game at all is criminal. They're so cool looking. The most you get is one of these guys' heads appearing in a jar at Eli's lab at Black Mesa East as an Easter egg. You could have also gotten a Strider cannon, which was cut for being too OP, but come on, you face these guys towards the end of the game anyway. Let us have some fun. Sure, the flamethrower was probably also cut for being OP, but I don't know. There's gotta be some way they could have made it work. Maybe have very limited ammo for these weapons, or long cooldown periods or something. Nevertheless, this is supposed to be some massive interdimensional empire we're dealing with, so I just can't shake the feeling that there should have been more crazier shit in the game than what we got. Now, despite all my bitching, there are still some new gameplay elements introduced that, for the most part, I think are a lot of fun. The first of which comes right at the start of the second chapter, Water Hazard, where you commandeer an airboat and it controls buttery smooth. Besides this part. Fuck this part. Along the way, you'll be bringing hell to some Combine soldiers, doing some simple but satisfying puzzle solving, all with the looming threat of this Combine chopper throughout the chapter. Thankfully, you'll rendezvous with some rebels and a Vortigaunt makes some upgrades to your boat, which equips you for a climactic 1v1 against the chopper, in what has to be probably the most aesthetically pleasing setting in the whole game. Most interesting of all, if you follow the sewers to the end, right towards the end of this chapter, you'll encounter the all-knowing Vortigaunt.
Dude, put that thing away! They're like children here!
Who seems to say a bunch of jargon pertaining to both the game and its world.
You have brought us grief and jubilation beyond measure.
And also potentially breaks the fourth wall.
Something secret steers us both. We shall not name it.
Sure, maybe Water Hazard drags a hair too long, but even then, it's still jam-packed with some of the most fun, memorable, and unique content in the series for me to call it anything but one of the best chapters in all of Half-Life. Just before the sun can set, you arrive at Black Mesa East and are greeted by Judith Mossman, another scientist who actually applied for the same position as Gordon at Black Mesa, but Gordon was accepted instead thanks to a personal recommendation from Dr. Kleiner. Judith explains that the Combine, while having the ability to hop between universes, don't possess the technology Earthlings do that allow for local teleportation. It's a bit strange that that's the case, but we'll roll with it. You finally reunite with Eli for the first time since he sent you to get help at Black Mesa, and of course with Alyx as well.
I guess you proved you can handle yourself out there.
There's nothing Gordon can't handle, with the possible exception of you.
Dad, please.
Are you a skinwalker? After Judith and Alyx get into a bit of a scuffle, Eli suggests we head out back to fiddle around with a new toy.
That's the old passage to Ravenholm. We don't go there anymore.
Right. Sure we don't. Anyway, you follow Alyx to the junkyard and she introduces you to your new best friend, the 0-point energy field manipulator, or as dim-witted shrews refer to it as, the gravity gun, which looks a lot like the portal gun. Well, I mean, technically the portal gun looks like this, but if you went ahead and played Portal first like I did, not knowing Portal and Half-Life were a part of the same universe, then you probably thought the same thing as me. With this, you can effortlessly grab objects and just fucking zoom! Surely you can see why this will prove to be an incredible tool for us. Meet Dog. Eli built Dog to protect Alyx when she was a child, and that's one of the cutest things I've ever heard. And playing fetch with him is one of the cutest things I've ever done. Look at this. Look at us. This is like the first time in the series to this point where life feels somewhat normal, even if just for a moment. It's genuinely so nice to take a second to stop in the middle of all this chaos and just play fetch. Dog?
I broke my boy.
You're snapped right back to reality though as the Combine suddenly begins sweeping the area and everyone retreats to the lab.
Take Gordon out of here. Head for the coast. Do not go through Raven.
We don't go to Ravenholm anymore. Don't go through Ravenholm. I don't know, guys, but that just makes it sound more and more like we're going to Ravenholm. What the fuck happened here? This is one of those moments in a game where the second you experience it for the first time, you immediately feel it becoming a core memory. The first time I played it a couple months back, I mean, it was horrifying. Everything about this is truly straight out of a horror game. The scenery, the sounds. Sure, Half-Life had dabbled in horror before, but here it fully embraced it and pulled it off magnificently. It's awesome, and I hate it. Dog, I'm coming back. Let me back in. If there's any redeeming qualities about Ravenholm, it's the fact that it's the perfect testing ground for your new toy. The first room you walk into, you're greeted with the disembodied corpse of a headcrab zombie sliced into with a saw blade. One, not only does this continue to clue you in on what exactly happened here, but two, this helps give you an idea of some of the ways you could go about handling the dangers that lie ahead. And it is so much fun. Not only can you utilize barrels and makeshift destructo discs to dismantle the Walking Dead, but you can also take advantage of traps laid throughout the town. I said you can also take advantage of Oh my god, you can also use traps! Fucking idiot, man. But these traps, who's behind them? That, my friends, is Father Grigori, the last remaining resident of Ravenholm.
What? Who is this? Another life to save? I'll keep my eye on you. More than that, I cannot promise.
And though his presence in the story is short-lived, he makes the absolute most of his screen time, having cemented himself as one of the most memorable characters in gaming history.
Although they call me crazy, I care not, for thou art my helper, my strength, and...
I don't know, guys. Between the gravity gun, the traps, Father Grigori, maybe Ravenholm's not really so bad. Okay, what is that thing? Why is it running? Why does it move like that? Oh my god! You have no bloody idea how much I despised these demons on my first playthrough. I mean, I still hate them, but I really hated them my first go around. My ass is still recovering from how violently I shit myself the first time I encountered these hell spawns. The snarling, their speed, their freakish movement. Things aren't supposed to move like that. They're so unsettling, and if you let them hit you, they'll send you flying. Father Grigori eventually lends you a shotgun to help deal with them, but that didn't really calm me down. Honestly, it's their screams that can be oddly comforting because they just remind me of the scientists from Crash Bandicoot. I guess I should finally get into how exactly Ravenholm ended up like this. So right before Water Hazard, the Combine sent down these canisters on the rebels.
They're shelling us!
Well, those were filled with headcrabs, which the Combine weaponizes to zombify the public. Ravenholm for a time remained an undetected resistance hideout from Combine surveillance, but once it was found, was bombarded with headcrab shells, completely overrunning the town and leaving the town's pastor, Father Grigori, as its lone survivor, as far as we know. But perhaps most disturbing about all of this is the fact that these zombies aren't just mindless husks. They're actually conscious. Listen to their screams. Now, listen to those same screams in reverse. It's some truly horrifying stuff, but for the Combine, it's just Tuesday, I guess. Thanks to Grigori's guidance, you're led to safety and can finally leave this hellhole.
I suspect you have little wish to remain in Ravenholm, so I will show you to the mines.
No! So to get to the mines, you have to first traverse the cemetery. The maniacal bastard escorts you to safety and heroically fends off the horde on his own, and it's left up to interpretation whether or not he survives this swarm. But let's be honest, he's a fucking G, of course he does. Truthfully, I was even more scared leaving Ravenholm, anticipating whatever horrors could possibly lie inside the mines, but they're actually not bad. There's a few fast and poisonous headcrabs, but other than that, you pretty much escape the mines immediately thanks to another badass trap down here. It sounds like originally the plan was for a big mama pod to be located in the mines, a Combine device which would produce headcrabs in mass quantities, requiring you to use a digger to destroy it. But I guess Valve ran out of time to make that happen, or the concept was maybe deemed unnecessary due to the existence of the headcrab canisters. I don't know. Whatever the case, it left the mines feeling a bit empty. Thank God.
Oh, sweet
sunshine, embrace that warmth. What are you doing here? It's daytime. This is against the rules! Moving further up the road, you link up with some more Resistance members where they grant you a new vehicle, the Scout Car, to aid you in getting to Nova Prospect, an old prison transformed into some kind of Combine transhuman conversion facility, and also serves as the research facility for the Combine's experimentation with local teleporter technology. We also learn that Eli was kidnapped and taken there during the Combine's invasion of Black Mesa East. You board your vehicle and the crew prepares to send you off along Highway 17.
Magnet's failing. Hold on. Sorry, Doc.
Oopsies, Doc. Sorry for folding you headfirst under a car like a fucking accordion. Woman moment.
Get that car up, right? Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have to if you would have put me down properly!
Thank God Gordon somehow survived that, because Highway 17 is another S-tier chapter off the back of Ravenholm. Not only do you have to deal with Combine soldiers along this route, but you'll also have the occasional run-in with antlions. Feisty flying freaks who aren't tough necessarily, they're just more of a nuisance than anything, but their scrappiness may be something you can put to good use. Honestly, the gameplay for the most part isn't what makes this chapter so great. It's the fact that you continue to gain a greater insight into the effect the Combine has had on the planet since its rule began. Of course, the dilapidation of infrastructure is obvious, but as a result of the Combine's resource ravaging, even the ocean water has receded a ton, judging by how much lower the water is compared to the bridges, docks, and the boats dried up along the shore. That's not to say that gameplay doesn't, of course, play a part in making Highway 17 a goated chapter. You get to crush people with cranes and strengthen your relationship with fellow Resistance members, which is always a great time, especially when one of them is this guy. I love his accent.
Gordon Freeman. I couldn't have asked for a finer volunteer.
The best part of the chapter has to be when you go under this giant bridge and traverse its framework in some tense, immersive platforming, with nothing but the ocean, cliff sides, and an endless fog in every direction that isn't straight up, because up there's a train. It's some of the most desolate and haunting atmosphere in the game, which is pretty impressive considering we just had Ravenholm right before this, yet it's somehow also one of the most serene and calming spots to just chill out and forget the horrors of the world beyond your view for a second. I've neglected to mention this throughout my Half-Life reviews so far, but the fact that Valve so sparingly uses music is so nice. Just like how Gordon doesn't speak in these games, the lack of music allows you to project your own feelings into the world rather than having the music suggest how you should feel or characters telling you how you should feel. Neither is a bad approach, music or not, but I just really love how Half-Life does things here. It allows you to get truly absorbed in the world. You become one with it. There's plenty of games that get me invested to that strong a degree, but there may be none that do it as effortlessly as Half-Life does. As you continue to venture up the coast, you trespass further and further into antlion territory.
Remember to stay off the sand. The antlions are edgy right now.
This isn't as bad as it looks, however, because soon enough you'll be able to bend the antlions to your will. A little further ahead, you encounter an antlion guard which you kill and a Vortigaunt harvests eggs from, which you can use to summon antlions to fight on your behalf. And with your infiltration of Nova Prospect, the backup definitely comes in clutch as the place is crawling with guards. Look at these lunatics absolutely mauling these guys. It's the best. Plus, while the guards are distracted by the antlions, you can just pick them off one by one. And one of my favorite little details in the whole game has to be where you can view security cameras throughout the facility, allowing you to spectate in real time, or at least creates the illusion of real-time footage, giving you the chance to surveil different hallways, look at whatever those things are, or snoop in on Combine soldiers battling antlions. It's so cool. Eventually, Alyx finally reunites with you and the two of you set a plan in motion to rescue Eli. However, a wrench gets promptly thrown in that plan when this happens.
You promised you weren't going to touch Eli. Oh my
The
god.
soldiers were a bit overzealous, I admit, but he was too tempting a prize to simply turn loose, especially in the absence of Gordon Freeman.
You would have had Freeman if you'd been patient and just waited for my signal.
Never trust a bitch in a turtleneck. I gotta say, this section of the game is kinda annoying. You're reunited with Alyx only for her to say, "Go further ahead, I'll catch up with you." So you set up some turrets and anticipate Alyx's arrival. Then this thing with Judith happens, and once again Alyx tells you, "Go ahead, I'll catch up with you." Again, you set up some turrets and anticipate Alyx's arrival. One of Half-Life's biggest strengths is its incredible pacing, and this just really dragged it down for me as this all felt quite redundant and lackluster. Not a huge deal though, just a little hiccup worth mentioning. You eventually find Judith and force her to set up coordinates Remus to teleport us all back to Kleiner's lab. However, she hijacks the system, sending Eli and herself to the Citadel. This forces us to charge things up again, leading to another turret defense section, and once we finally use the portal to head back to the lab, things don't go too smoothly considering how primitive the Combine's teleporter is. You knock on Kleiner's door only to be greeted by a gun, looking to avenge his fallen Reich brothers. Really, he's just a bit spooked because it turns out you and Alyx were caught in some teleporter loop for a whole week. By the sounds of it, thanks to the teleporter exploding right at the moment of teleportation. That's the bad news. The good news is that due to the teleporter going kaboom, Nova Prospekt was Nova More, and its destruction served as a sort of signal to the Resistance to begin a mass uprising. More bad news is that Eli is now being held prisoner at the Citadel. Thanks, Con. But the goodest news of all is we got our good boy Dog back, and he means business. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, Dog! Dog! I'm sure he'll be fine. In the meantime, we gotta get to that Citadel, and luckily we'll have plenty of help along the way as you're able to link up with bumbling idiot Resistance members.
Wait for me, Dr. Freeman. I'll come with you.
Let me tell you right now, I had the time of my life rolling out with the squad because there is nothing I love more than having absolute moron companions in video games. I love Half-Life's comedy so much, it's so perfect.
Sometimes I dream about cheese.
I think I just found my soulmate. You eventually reunite with Barney and join up with other Resistance members as you attempt to infiltrate the heart of the Combine City 17 operation with moderate success. Finally, you infiltrate the Combine's stronghold of evil. Seriously, the headcrabs are extra stupid in this game, I swear. You find yourself taking a guided tour of this metallic nightmare reminiscent of your tour of Black Mesa. And it's here that we also get a deeper look at those freaks. You know? Those things you saw on the cameras at Nova Prospekt? At the old jail, humans are not only sometimes transformed into Combine soldiers, but also, as you can see here, into stalkers. Humans drastically altered to hardly any point of recognition, no longer featuring ears, a nose.
Where's my dick at?
Reduced to minimal muscle mass and body fat, their limbs grinded down to stubs and extended with prosthetics. These slaves are operating at the bare minimum required to stay alive. Potentially the scariest of all, they may no longer have the capacity to remember who they once were, though I don't believe that's been confirmed. Then again, the more I think about it, I don't know if it'd be better or worse to forget. Nevertheless, these creatures were once vibrant humans radiating with life, aspirations, hopes, dreams, memories to last a lifetime, now reduced to nothing more than mindless husks devoid of consciousness and free will. Their existence serves as a tragic testament to the Combine's tyranny, forced to aid the race that aims to conquer them all. It's a fate that makes death sound like an afternoon at the McDonald's Playhouse. Once your tour is concluded, you're dropped into a confiscation chamber where your arsenal is stripped away from... Oh. That's new. Oh. Fuck yeah. Now this is the really cool shit I've been wanting. It's like the Thunder Gun and the Wunderwaffe merged together. After doing a bunch of overpowered shit for a while, you pretty much deliver yourself right into Breen's hands. I love Breen's delivery of this, by the way.
What's this? I'll put it over there.
Dr. Breen is overjoyed having both Eli and Gordon in his possession. He's got potentially the smartest man on Earth and the most dangerous man on Earth in his captivity, claiming he can now make any deal he wishes with the Combine. All he wants is for that senseless struggle in the streets to come to an end, and is willing to do anything to make that happen.
Eli, if you won't do the right thing for the good of all people, maybe you'll do it for one of them.
Alyx, honey.
Dad. Gordon?
No. God damn you, Breen, you let her go.
That's all up to you, my old friend. Will you let your stubborn short-sightedness doom the entire species, or will you give your child the chance her mother never had?
How dare you even mention her?
Alyx, my dear, you have your mother's eyes, but your father's stubborn nature.
You haven't seen a bit of it yet.
Really? Well, let's see how well it serves you on the far side of a Combine portal.
Go ahead, Breen. If that's the worst you can do, send us both through your portal.
Oh, it's hardly the worst. But you might find that hard to believe once you get there.
It isn't necessary.
I agree. It's a total waste. Fortunately, the Resistance has shown it is willing to accept a new leader. And this one has proven to be a fine pawn for those who control him.
No!
Don't listen to him, Gordon.
How about it, Dr. Freeman? Did you realize your contract was open to the highest bidder?
Gordon would never make any kind of deal with you.
I understand if you don't wish to discuss this in front of your friends. I'll send them on their way, and then we can talk openly.
Don't struggle, honey.
Dad, I'm so sorry.
Alyx, sweetheart.
Judith, what do you think you're doing?
We're doing what I could never do alone. We're stopping you.
It's here that Judith triple crosses everybody, now turning on Dr. Breen, setting all of us free. In the scuffle, Breen fires off the super gravity gun and escapes during the chaos. You then hear him pleading with the Combine advisor to use the Citadel's dark fusion reactor to transport him from the Citadel ASAP, but with their technology being what it is, the only place they can move him to quickly is the Combine homeworld. Being a human, however, Breen wouldn't be able to survive in that environment, so in desperation he agrees to be swapped into a host body to be able to survive. You soon catch up with Breen and utilize the supercharged gravity gun to stop him and destroy the reactor, causing a massive explosion.
Time, Dr. Freeman? Is it really that time again? It seems as if you only just arrived. You've done a great deal in a small time span. You've done so well, in fact, that I've received some interesting offers for your services. Ordinarily, I wouldn't contemplate them, but these are extraordinary times. Rather than offer you the illusion of free choice, I will take the liberty of choosing for you, if and when your time comes round again. I do apologize for what must seem to you an arbitrary imposition, Dr. Freeman. I trust it will all make sense to you in the course of... well, I'm really not at liberty to say. In the meantime, this is where I get off.
I'm not going to cover much from the whole umbrella that is the Half-Life 2 beta in this video, because I can make several videos based off everything we know about that. But I think it's important to note that the general idea for Half-Life 2 earlier on was going to be much more visually dystopian and hopeless, whereas what we got in the end is more melancholy and not so overtly doom and gloom, which is a big part of what makes Ravenholm stand out so much, because it feels like it was ripped right from what the developers had originally envisioned for Half-Life 2. Just take a look at some of Half-Life 2's concept art. It's truly terrifying, as earlier versions of the game depicted the atmosphere filled with toxic gases, an eternal smog clouding the sky day and night thanks to the Combine's air exchange, a facility used to make the air breathable for Combine advisors at the cost of making the air for humans inhospitable, forcing them to wear gas masks at all times. As far as I understand, this story beat was changed to the whole idea behind the suppression field, but since the suppression field wouldn't have existed in earlier versions of the game, children instead would have been used as slaves. So... that's great. Speaking of that suppression field, let's talk about the original vision for Dr. Breen, the Combine's human representative, the Consul. In the beta, the Consul was much more of a black and white character, clearly positioning himself as an ally to the Combine and a strong believer in their cause. In fact, it was intended that by the end of the game, he would have been revealed to have made himself immortal through the use of Combine technology at the cost of his humanity, which honestly isn't too far off from what we ended up getting. It's true that Dr. Breen is seemingly the sole reason humanity continues to persist and wasn't exterminated during the 7-hour war. Even if the Resistance's odds in overcoming the Combine are unfathomably minuscule, those odds are a whole lot better than if they were all dead. And thanks to Breen, they may have a chance. But a fighting chance? That's not what Dr. Breen seems to have in mind. Death would have gotten Earth off easy. We've seen the systematic, methodical decline of the population, the violation of privacy and property rights, the ravaging of Earth's resources, figurative and literal brainwashing, and the complete loss of humanity in the most horrific ways imaginable. We can only continue to imagine whatever other horrors are out there we've yet to bear witness to. All this elongated suffering and torture for one man to continue to push these agendas based on the promises of immortality, whatever the Combine's definition of that is. Breen's prolonging of humanity's existence isn't about fighting to bring back the old times, it's about evolving alongside the Combine.
I have laid the foundation for humanity's survival. And not as we have narrowly defined ourselves, but as something greater than we could ever imagine. Something we can now only begin to glimpse.
And to do so, you first have to show that you can be a valuable asset to their cause. You abide by their rules and provide them with that precious teleporter tech to ultimately prove that you can be the perfect little slaves to help advance the Combine's conquest for the greater good of the universe. That's why Breen sees the Resistance as foolish and Gordon as so dangerous.
Tell me, Dr. Freeman, if you can. You have destroyed so much. What is it exactly that you have created? Can you name even one thing? I thought not.
We've been told quite a bit to this point that the Resonance Cascade is Gordon's fault, but how much of it really is? From the minute you arrive at the Black Mesa Research Facility, things are clearly off. The guard at the front desk says how they've been experiencing computer crashes and has even received reports of problems with the test chamber. The scientists you meet with by the chamber mention that the administrator is very adamant that the team gets a conclusive analysis of this sample that, while it may be the purest the team has procured so far, is also the most unstable, meaning that in order to get the results that Breen wants, he's been commanding the scientists to push the equipment into overdrive. Some show concern over pushing the testing beyond its standard limits, while others are adamant that everything will be just fine. And as we soon found out, everything was not fine. Things were obviously set up to fail from the beginning, yet the scientist who could clearly see that things were already going wrong still pushed forward with it anyway. And all Gordon did in all of this was simply push the sample into the machine, and yet he gets all the blame?
No!
He may have physically created the disaster, but he is still by far the least responsible. Gordon has been scapegoated because the root of all this destruction starts with Wallace Breen. And Breen knows that. Maybe that's why he was so quick to position himself as humanity's savior. But he seems less concerned about saving humanity from the Combine's tyranny and more so about saving humanity from themselves by letting the Combine strip away every bit of the human race's individuality. Gordon isn't just fighting for the lives of his fellow humans, but for their freedom. And that's what terrifies Dr. Breen most of all. It's not what he claims Gordon has destroyed, it's the one thing Gordon has created that Breen refuses to acknowledge, but already knows. The one thing that puts his and all humanity's survival in jeopardy more than any destruction Dr. Freeman's been responsible for. Figuratively, and literally in this case, it's better to go out with a bang than with a whimper. And thanks to Gordon Freeman, humanity has perhaps caught a second wind. He has shown that humanity may have some fight left in them after all. Even if the odds are 1 sextillion to 1, it's better than having no fighting chance at all. So to answer Dr. Breen's question,
tell me, Dr. Freeman, if you can. You have destroyed so much. What is it exactly that you have created? Can you name even one thing?
We'll see about that.
Half-Life 1 released in 1998 and changed the world. The long-awaited sequel released 6 years later, again to overwhelming praise. Fans needed more Half-Life, and they needed it ASAP. So Valve devised the perfect plan to keep fans from waiting monolithic amounts of time for new installments. With this brilliant scheme, Half-Life 2 was scheduled to be continued and concluded in 3 epic episodes. Wait, but there's only... Oh, fuck. Before we get into all 3 episodes of Half-Life 2, because there's totally 3 episodes, I'd like to first thank you all for your incomprehensible support on the last video. Leave a comment for a chance to be featured in the next video, and my biggest thanks go to my patrons Stin, Dotman, Angel, The Foe 3, Papa Noob 345, Dominic, and my newest patron, Kevin. Episode 1 is all about completing one overarching objective: escape City 17.
We did it, Patrick! We saved the city!
And the episode kicks off right where we last left things at the G-Man's intervention at the end of Half-Life 2. However, the Vortigaunts also appear to save both you and Alyx, which does not please the Magic Man.
We'll see about that.
You then wake to find yourself rescued by Alyx and Dog right outside the Citadel, and catch a transmission from Eli and Kleiner warning you that the Citadel could blow at any moment, just like Eli wishes you would in his daughter. But you don't have time to get away from the Citadel before being completely vaporized, so Gordon and Alyx have to venture back inside to the Citadel's core to temporarily stabilize it to buy more time for them and their fellow citizens to escape the city. Question is, how are you supposed to re-enter the Citadel? Simple, really.
Holy shit! Fuck! Oh!
Eventually, you find a recording of Breen's dialogue with a Combine advisor about being transferred into a host body, and suddenly you see an advisor pod being sent to the top of the Citadel as the creature scrambles your brains just by being in the vicinity of it. That's gotta be the host body Breen was talking about being transferred to, right? I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence they would show that dialogue here and then that right after. Anyway, I do really enjoy navigating the imploding Citadel. The atmosphere is top-notch with it bursting at the seams, forcing you to watch your every move and keep your head on a swivel at all times. Plus, the super gravity gun returns, which is a blast. And I also really enjoy some of the new elements you can experiment with the gravity gun here, like reverse engineering these homing bombs to spike your foes with, and the incredible ragdolling, of course, only accentuates the fun. Venturing deeper into the structure, you encounter more soldiers and come to the realization that they're purposely trying to accelerate the destruction of the Citadel in order to send some sort of distress call back to the Combine overworld for reinforcements. So you bulldoze your way through more soldiers and stabilize the core, buying everybody some more time to evacuate the city, as well as hold off the Combine's distress signal for a little bit longer. You also receive a transmission from Judith, who's in the Arctic now, and on the way out snag a transmission packet which contains coordinates to the Combine homeworld. The gravity gun goes back to normal. Fuck this, I'm glad Half-Life's dead. And then we hitch a ride on a train. Valve loves trains, which will take us straight out of the city.
Thank God we're not on foot.
Yeah, ditto.
Let's hope the worst is over.
Alyx, stop talking. Thank you.
Looks like you saved our lives again.
Alyx, I appreciate that, but shut up! God damn it! Down, boy! Down! So, what do you know? Now it's on foot, once again, as we attempt to flee City 17, first having to get out of the zombie-infested subways below. Subway. Here, the gravity gun continues to take center stage, using it plenty as a weapon and clogging up antlion nests to prevent them from spawning. And you'll also be dealing with some old freaks and some new freaks.
A Combine zombie. That's like a zombine, right? Zombine, get it? Okay.
I'll be honest, I thought of the exact same joke before she said it. Once you reach the surface, you get a good look at how completely unraveled City 17 has become. Antlions run the streets, the sky is the Canadian wildfires all over again, and most prominent is the slow death of the Citadel before your very eyes. Dr. Kleiner can also be heard over speakers explaining that all Combine portals and communication systems are currently on the fritz, stranding the remaining forces on Earth, for now at least. He also commands everybody to start fucking. Yes, really.
The more fortunate side effect of the reactor's destruction is the complete removal of the Combine's reproductive suppression field. For those so inclined, now would be an excellent time for procreation.
Look, I know Kleiner's the one technically saying it, but we all know those orders are straight from Eli.
Gordon, please, just come on, my daughter.
You finally reach the evacuation site and look to safely escort as many citizens as possible during the Combine ambush, which goes mostly fine? Oh, shit. Okay, I guess we'll just move on without him, yeah? Woo! Good work, team. Last but not least, you and Alyx gun it for the train, but suddenly a Strider shows up. This final stretch is seriously great, though, as this is easily the most tense Strider encounter in the series so far. I mean, it's only like the third one, but still, whatever. With nobody to help you, you have to sneak through these big containers and along the walls of the station, not just taking cover from the Strider and its various cannons, but also from Combine soldiers above, not to mention the mines everywhere. It's a super dramatic section and a perfect mix of stealth action platforming, and ultimately bringing the spider-like bastard down was rewarding as all hell.
Good job, Gordon. You're my new hero.
The two of you board the train and finally make it out of City 17 alive. You got nothing to say about that? A portal rips open above the Citadel as the Combine finally send out that transmission, and tons of advisors are simultaneously released from the tower, and in a blinding flash of light, the story ends. For now. Look, honestly, there's not a whole lot that I felt I needed to say about episode 1, which kind of makes sense. If episode 1 is like the first act of this continuation of the story, then episode 2 would be act 2, and episode 3 would be non-existent. But there's really not a whole lot episode 1 adds or does too differently from the main game. Sure, there's a bit more focus on the gravity gun, but the only real big difference here is that Alyx accompanies you for the whole game, which is really nice because her involvement in Half-Life 2 definitely felt quite limited. But yeah, I mean, otherwise it's more Half-Life. What more can you really ask for? It does exactly what this section of the story really needs to do to continue things moving forward. But with that said, episode 2 is so much better. It's not even close. Episode 2 picks up with Gordon waking up on the derailed train and rescued by Alyx, but no dog in sight this time. I want my money back. From the forest you wake up in, you can see the ruins of the Citadel from afar as a giant portal emanates from it. These portal storms, as Alyx recalls them, occurred all across the planet shortly after the Black Mesa incident, and are exactly what allowed the Combine to travel to Earth in the first place. So closing that portal is essential to holding any more Combine forces at bay once and for all. You eventually stumble upon this communication center and attempt to get a message out to Eli.
Ah, here we go.
Did I do that?
Hey, if you have any blinding insights into how to fix this, go for it. Not sure what I did, but it worked.
Oh yeah, sure, fine, you did it, whatever. You get in contact with the lads at the White Forest Resistance Camp, and they explain that this portal is currently in the infant stages of becoming a super portal. And if it grows into one, it'll be the 7-hour war all over again. Luckily, that transmission packet we stole is the key not just to the Combine overworld, but could also be used to shut down the portal for good. So, the mission is clear. Let's get that transmission packet up to the guys at White Forest. What the fuck? An antlion approaches ready to feast on Alyx's corpse, but luckily a Vortigaunt saves her at the last possible second. It's been 10 minutes and I'm already liking this episode much more than episode 1. Alyx is in grave condition, so the Vort summons his brothers to help restore her health.
Let us hurry, Freeman. Help awaits us in the mine.
No! Actually, they really weren't that bad last time, so we'll probably be fine. Fuck! These aren't just any ordinary mines you'll be stumbling your way through. These are antlion caves, and they're filled with their larvae, which actually heal you if you squish them. It's very satisfying. There's even some new antlion variations here, which spit on you like the little slut you are. You eventually reach a small rebel outpost in the mines occupied by more blabbering oaf resistance members. Meet Sheckley and Tuco Salamanca. Here the Vortigaunt tends to Alyx, so until the other Vorties can convene with us, you just kick back and chill out with the guys for a bit.
Hey, Doc. On your way here, you weren't followed, were you?
Don't listen to him, Doc. We're on edge because this place is riddled with antlions.
The Vort says as long as we don't step on their grubs, they shouldn't hear us this far from the nest.
What?
Shackley! What? Forget it.
What was the point of this interaction? These guys crack me up. I love them so much. Things continue to get better and better as the other Vortigaunts show up and fight alongside you against the final wave of antlions in an all-out war. Finally, with the antlion subsided, we can attend to Alyx. With her injuries as severe as they are, however, the Vortigaunts require a deeper submersion into their vortessence, which can only be channeled with
the larval extract. Yes, the extract.
Naturally, the other Vortigaunts will stay behind to keep Alyx stabilized while we venture off with one of the other Vorts deeper into the antlion caves to retrieve that precious secretion.
This body is yours to command.
Oh, I think you want my extract too. The Vortigaunts are seriously the best companions in the world. Is there a mod that allows you to play Half-Life 2 with one of them as a companion the entire time? Can someone please make that a thing if it's not already? Unfortunately, the two of you are forced to part ways as this elevator that goes deeper into the mines is out of order. The tension reaches a fever pitch here as you navigate the caves, all the while being hunted by an antlion guardian, which you can't kill, otherwise the extract is rendered useless, so your only option is to hide or run, which doesn't work too well. It's so fucking intense hearing the Guardian's heavy footsteps rapidly approaching behind you. I wish I was recording myself here because my headphones literally flew off my head from how bad I jumped. Finally, you reunite with your Vortigaunt companion and retrieve the extract. The Vortigaunts ask you to join them in reviving Alyx, and like KFC, they begin peeling off her skin.
Dr. Freeman, I realize this moment may not be the most convenient for a heart-to-heart. But I had to wait until your friends were otherwise occupied. There was a time they cared nothing for Miss Vance, when their only experience of humanity was a crowbar coming at them down a steel corridor. When I plucked her from Black Mesa, I acted in the face of objections that she was a mere child and of no practical use to anyone. I have learned to ignore such naysayers when quelling them was out of the question. Still, I am not one to squander my investments, and I remain confident she was worth far more than the initial appraisal. That's why I must now extract from you some small repayment owed for your own survival. See her safely to White Forest, Dr. Freeman. I wish I could do more than keep an eye on you, but I have agreed to abide by certain restrictions. Well, now, listen carefully, my dear. When you see your father, relay these words. Prepare for unforeseen consequences.
This is easily my favorite G-Man scene in the whole series, because by this point it was established, okay, if you're gonna hear from him, it'll probably be at the end of the game, so that makes his appearance here completely unexpected, and the implications behind his appearance are more insightful and ominous than ever. Alyx lives. For now. But to what end?
Good luck out there! Okay, Freeman. Be adequate!
What the hell does that mean, anyway?
I don't know. Sounds like something the Forge would say.
You know? He's not wrong. Continuing to venture north, you begin to run into more of the Combine's treacherous forces, like the hunters who ambushed Alyx earlier outside the mines. It's really cathartic to get a bit of revenge on them here. Not only that, but after multiple teases since the end of Half-Life 2, you finally have unveiled before you the infamous Combine Advisor. The creature showcases its impressive telekinetic powers, crushing a barrel. It also uses what seems to be its tongue to pierce through the head of a dead rebel. This apparently allows advisors to instantly learn any information a person carries with them. Right as the advisor is about to do the same to you, the Grub's pod erupts from the damage you did to its life support moments ago, and flees in an instant. Due to this encounter, a ton of the Combine's forces are attracted to your location, the most inconvenient of which being a Combine chopper.
Since you brought that chopper in on your tail, you want to maybe help us take it down?
Oh, with pleasure.
Give sass, that's what you get, buddy. At long last, we have finally arrived at the White Forest camp, and I already want to leave.
We make a pretty good team.
Yeah, well, that's good, because, well, now that the suppression field's down, we all have to do our part.
Dad?
Can you blame an old man for wanting grandkids?
Eli, take a cold shower already! You also meet Dr. Magnuson in person for the first time. He's another Black Mesa scientist and is effortlessly one of the most unlikable people I've ever met.
I was just saying hello to Alyx and Gordon.
Oh, fine. No one grants me a moment.
We learn here that the plan is to launch a rocket much like the one launched in Half-Life 1 to close the potential super portal looming above Earth. We also meet up with Eli and Kleiner to decode Judith's message from the North Pole, and also encrypted into the disk appears to be the location of the Borealis. A vessel property of Aperture Science. Oh. Wait a second. All I know is I'm the only thing standing between us and them. The way they interconnect Portal and Half-Life here is so cool. And to be able to put the pieces together like this now, having played Portal first, yeah, it's just really cool. I also love how Kleiner explains the Borealis lore like he's telling a fucking ghost story around a campfire.
We heard their research vessel had simply disappeared, vanished, with all hands, and even part of the dry dock.
What makes the Borealis special is that one day, as Kleiner said, it simply vanished without a trace, going from miles underground inside Aperture's facility beneath Upper Michigan, all the way up to the Arctic. Not only are its teleportation qualities obviously of note, but even more than that, there are allegedly even greater powers the ship possesses, or perhaps the ship carries greater powers within it. Knowing Aperture, you'd think something most likely linked to some sort of portal technology. Whatever the case, the Borealis could be exactly what the Resistance needs to put a permanent end to the Combine, as people like Dr. Kleiner believe. However, as Eli sees it, it could also pose an equal threat to humanity or the universe as a whole. Not only could it potentially create another Black Mesa level incident or worse, but also if it got in the hands of the Combine, they could use it to bring reinforcements to Earth. Eli's already a bit on edge about all of this, and suddenly Alyx utters 4 words that send him over it.
Prepare for unforeseen consequences.
What did you say?
Dad! Okay. It's okay. Just lean into me. Let's get you off your feet.
Unforeseen consequences. The last time I heard those words was back at Black Mesa. You had just stepped into the test chamber when you whispered them in my ear. You know who I'm talking about. Our mutual friend. When he brought in that crystal, I knew I should have aborted that damn test, but I didn't. The whole world went to hell that day. And now he's using my little girl, putting words in her mouth. God damn it. I should have known when he rescued her it was for his own damn reasons. Gordon, there's so much I need to tell you. Between us, we may finally have a chance.
Here you go. Is everything all right?
There's nothing, honey.
All right, people, change of plans. There is no way we can launch before those Striders are... Oh, excuse me if I'm interrupting tea time.
God, he's such a prick. I love and hate him at the same time. We're in the final stretch now. If we let even one Strider hit our rocket, the planet is doomed. Dr. Magnuson introduces us to his ingenious new weapon to counteract the Striders, a giant Semtex.
We call it the Magnuson device. Not my chosen label, you understand, but it seemed to please the personnel.
Fuck off. The plan is to use the gravity gun to launch the sticky bombs at the incoming Strider army, and then shoot at the device to blow them to bits. Sounds simple enough. Okay. Maybe not. This last mission here is quite a bastard. In a good way. It's pretty challenging and a very climactic ending as it feels like the Combine's last desperate push to stop humanity. In the end, of course, good prevails as you fend off the horde of Striders and Hunters.
I feel compelled to thank you personally for saving my rocket. So,
Thank you.
Alright, dude, jeez, what do you want to fucking kiss? So we've held off the Combine army for the meantime, have a helicopter waiting for us to take to the Arctic to rescue Judith and see what the Borealis is all about, and the launch of the rocket was a success. The super portal has been neutralized. Things are going the best they've gone in a long time. I don't like it.
Gordon, thanks for everything you've done for Alyx, for all of us.
Oh, I don't like the sound of this.
I couldn't be prouder if you were my own son.
Oh, I really don't like the sound of this.
I just wish all this didn't have to fall on you, Alyx. Your mother would be so proud.
Eli, no, stop talking like that. Yup, that's it. That's the kiss of death.
Dad! Dad! Gordon! Help! Dad!
Alyx!
Dad! Oh. Get away!
Listen to it. Destroy that ship! Whatever it takes! Destroy it!
Don't! Dad, look out! No! Dad! Dad! God damn it, let go of him! Oh my God!
I love you, sweetheart. Close your eyes, honey.
I love you, Dad!
Don't look!
No! Oh my God, no! No! Gordon! Dog! Dad! Oh, God. Dad! Dad! Dad, please! Dad! Oh my God! No! No! Oh my God! Dad! No! Don't leave me!
This ending was heartbreaking in so many ways. Obviously, you're invested in the story, and to have Eli die, and in the manner that he did, is really fucking sad, especially because he's such a teddy bear. But of course, what's even more heartbreaking is that this is the end of Half-Life. There was no Episode 3. There is no Half-Life 3. I'd heard all about where's Half-Life 3 memes and discourse and whatever, blah blah blah, for years. I was optimistically hoping, perhaps naively, that people were saying that so much simply because they love this series and feel there's more it has left in the tank, not because it was left on a cliffhanger. So, to see it end on such a monumental cliffhanger, I was just in total denial. There's no way that's how it ends, but yeah. That's exactly how it ends. Granted, 13 years later, Valve released Half-Life Alyx, a virtual reality prequel to Half-Life 2, where the only part of the game that actually continues onward from Episode 2 is the ending. I'm not gonna get into it because I don't want to spoil it for those who haven't seen the ending or played any of it yet. Personally, I looked up the ending as soon as I was done Episode 2 because I was on the fence about if I'd ever even play Alyx or not, and I just wanted to know, is this ending gonna give any sort of inkling that Half-Life 3 may be finally coming? So, without spoiling anything, all I'll say is you're left with even more questions. And 4 years after the game's release, there's been no word on if we'll be getting any answers to any questions, old or new, anytime soon. So, where is Half-Life 3? Yes, I've said it, we've come full circle. There's a lot that goes into understanding why we are where we are at the moment, so I apologize if this is a lot to follow. We're gonna go into a bit of an iceberg, and no, that actually wasn't supposed to be like a pun about the Arctic. About 6 months after Half-Life 2's release, Valve announced they would be following up Half-Life 2 with a project called Aftermath, and the next year announced they were renaming it to Episode 1, planning to wrap up Half-Life 2's story in a trilogy of episodes, months, releasing 1 episode per year. However, even following the release of Episode 2, Valve was very quiet about the precise future of Episode 3. Granted, there's plenty of interviews featuring Valve President Gabe Newell, aka Gaben, seen claiming that Valve still intends to wrap up this trilogy of episodes before reevaluating their approach to making games and the future of the Half-Life franchise as a whole.
We're going to be running this experiment on episodic content through Episode 3, and then we're going to sit down and say, so we had Episode 1, which was a little bit shorter, Episode 2 that's longer, came as part of the Orange Box with TF2 and Portal, and whatever we end up doing with Episode 3.
But as years passed, with still no Episode 3, the future of Half-Life became more and more uncertain.
Can you tell us anything about when we'll see Episode 3?
I'm not saying anything about Episode 3 or the other things that we haven't talked about. I got nothing to say about Half-Life.
Well, it's not dead anyway.
I have nothing to say about Half-Life.
Hey, is that about ready?
These things, they take time.
So what happened? Why did Gabe go from working on Half-Life to working at the Skyforge? On the same day of Half-Life Alyx's release on March 23, 2020, IGN conducted an interview with level designer Dario Casali, a Valve employee since 1996. There's no singular reason why Episode 3 never came to fruition. It's really a web of issues that all come together, and at the core of it all, I believe comes down to this. Valve is maybe too ambitious for their own good. After working on Half-Life 2 for 6 years, we decided we didn't want to go dark for so long. That's why we started doing the episodes where we thought, well, we have the stable technology now, we understand the characters, we understand the story, we have most of the mechanics, let's just bite off little chunks and then release more often. And sure, Episode 1 was a success, but even so, Valve couldn't help themselves and pushed to make things bigger and better, despite these projects intended in the first place to be more readily available. We found ourselves creeping ever forward towards, well, let's just keep putting more and more and more and more stuff in this game because we want to make it as good as we can. And then we realized these episodes are turning more into sequels. And hearing that, it makes a lot of sense why Episode 2 feels so much more jam-packed than Episode 1. As I said, Episode 1 made some minor additions, but all in all was a pretty by-the-numbers continuation of Half-Life's story. There's not a whole lot from it that I feel super strongly about. Episode 2, on the other hand, introduced several new combined forces, characters.
If you pull this off, I might just forgive you for that debacle at Black Mesa. You know the one I mean. Involving a certain microwave casserole.
My favorite part of this is that he's dead serious. Featured much more diverse and refreshing environments, and added a lot more lore. In another interview IGN conducted with Gabe Newell and Half-Life Alyx programmer and designer Robin Walker, Gaben said, Half-Life games are supposed to solve interesting problems. Dario Casali similarly stated that they were looking for what is going to make that next big impact after Episode 2. But no matter what, whether it was Episode 3, Half-Life 3, or even the scrapped Ravenholm game, Valve just couldn't quite conjure up anything they were truly proud of. This is why it's so important to understand just how revolutionary each Half-Life title was. The incredibly interactive environments and advanced NPC AI changed not just the FPS genre, but revolutionized the whole idea of just what games could be because every choice you made had an equal and opposite reaction.
You'd be sitting in a design review and somebody'd say, that's not realistic. And you're like, okay, what does that have to, like, explain to me why that's interesting, because in the real world, I have to write up lists of stuff I have to go to the grocery store to buy. And I've never thought to myself that realism is fun. I go play games to have fun. And so we had to come up with some notion of what fun was. We knew it was an ad hoc definition, and it was the degrees to which the game recognizes and responded to the player's choices and actions. If you shoot at a wall, there have to be decals. If you kill a bunch of Marines, the Marines have to run away from you, right? You have to have this sense of the game acknowledging and responding to the choices and actions and progressions that you've made. Otherwise, it loses any sort of impact.
Half-Life 2 broke the gaming world once again thanks to Valve's new game engine it was built on, allowing for highly realistic object manipulation, more complex physics-based puzzles, character models were on point, featured vivid facial expressions, they even got lip syncing down to a T. And you can't forget about Lost Coast, a playable cut section from Half-Life 2's Highway 17 that was used to demo the new high dynamic range rendering Valve was implementing to the source engine. And again, plenty of this was far beyond what other games at at the time were doing. And if Valve gave us episode 3 at the time they originally intended to, with this technology they were already working with, like they said they were going to, I'm sure I and pretty much every other Half-Life fan would have been very pleased. But for as amazing as this tech was, Valve still felt limited. They knew they could do better, and were already looking to move on from the source engine Half-Life 2 and its episodes were built upon. We see the fruits of their labor bared 13 years later with Half-Life Alyx. Those with VR do anyway.
Take over blast control, world government.
Half-Life Alyx, 4 years after its release, is still widely regarded as one of, if not the best virtual reality gaming experience. And I don't think I really need to explain why VR is a big deal. Plus, it was built on Valve's new Source 2 engine, the development of which was a big reason for the endless delay of Half-Life 3. The Source engine Valve worked with on Half-Life 2's prior episodes wasn't able to fulfill ideas the team had for Episode 3 to their fullest potential, and this was the crux of the issue for Valve. They didn't think Episodes 1 and 2 brought much innovation to the table that Half-Life 2 didn't already. So if they had the Source 2 engine now, the technology's clearly ready, why make a prequel? Why not make the proper Half-Life 3 everyone's been clamoring for? A big reason for the abandonment of Half-Life 3, I believe, also has to come down to the story. I could be wrong, I haven't seen much online indicating this, but it just seems like Valve was never able to come up with a conclusion to the story that they were truly satisfied with. However, in 2017, not long after departing from Valve, the head writer of Half-Life, Mark Laidlaw, cryptically dropped Epistle 3, a letter from the point of view of Gertrude Fremont, used to divulge some of Laidlaw's ideas for what Half-Life 3 could have been, but never was. However, Laidlaw claims that Epistle 3 holds about as much weight as a fanfic and was nothing more than a gender-swapped snapshot of a dream I had many years ago, and according to him, was never officially planned to be the story, but for all we know, he's a dirty, stinky liar. Nevertheless, it's a fun little thought experiment, and it's interesting to wonder how things would have all come together in-game had this been the story for an official product. The original text is a bit girthy, so I'll just quickly give you the gist of it, and for clarity's sake, names of characters and locations have been adjusted to fit the Half-Life universe. Gordon, Alyx, and a militia of Resistance members head to the Arctic to rescue Judith and uncover the Borealis. However, on their way, some mysterious forces brought down their helicopter. Venturing onward through the tundra to the supposed coordinates of the Borealis, the Resistance is instead greeted by a fortified Combine nightmare. Suddenly, what seemed to be the Borealis slowly flickered in and out of existence. The coordinates provided by Mossman were not where the legendary vessel already was, but where it was expected to appear next. Alyx and Gordon are captured by followers of the late Wallace Breen, whose consciousness was revealed to have been transferred into a chode. The grub fears Gordon, recalling the fate of its original body, and you have the choice of putting the new Breen out of his misery. Eventually, the duo find Judith, and Alyx blames her for her father's death. Looking to carry out her late father's wishes, Alyx looks to destroy the Borealis while Mossman seeks to use it to aid the Resistance. In a struggle soon after, Alyx kills Judith, and she and Gordon arm the Borealis, creating a time-traveling missile headed straight for the heart of the Combine's command center. Suddenly, the G-Man appears and abducts Alyx, leaving Gordon to die aboard the ship before he's saved by Vortigons and transported to a shore in the distant future. Expect no further correspondence from me regarding these matters. This is my final episode. Yours in infinite finality, Gordon. Jesus! It's pretty funny to think about because, hypothetically, if this were Episode 3, people would still be asking where's Half-Life 3 considering it's another massive cliffhanger. But since the story's publication, Laidlaw has gone on to show remorse for releasing it in the first place. I was deranged. There's really no other explanation. I think it caused trouble for my friends and made their lives harder. It also created the impression that if there had been an Episode 3, it would have been anything like my outline, whereas in fact all the real story development can only happen in the crucible of developing the game. So what people got wasn't Episode 3 at all. Epistle 3 wasn't the only fanfic Laidlaw posted online, as years prior, he ran an account called Breen Grub. This rabbit hole never fucking ends. The account posted a series of tweets from Breen's perspective adjusting to his new host body, including exposing that the advisors were just another species subjugated by the Combine, much like all the other species who were a part of their forces. This is something I didn't want to cover until we got to see more of the Combine's forces, but yeah, get this. Every Combine enemy you see is some form of another species they conquered and subjugated to be part of their army. So none of these guys are actually native to whatever the Combine homeworld world is. As we know now, the Hunters, Advisors, Striders, and even gunships are all bioengineered creatures, also known as synths. Well, now I'm in the same boat as the rest of you miserable fucks, just hoping and praying that we get Half-Life 3 at some point, and honestly, I think we will. I'd be shocked if a true continuation wasn't already in the works, even if we haven't heard about it. You don't bring this franchise back in the fashion that you did after over a decade to not finish what you started. And I think virtual reality helped Valve gauge a better sense for where they want to go with Half-Life in the future. It'd be a real shame if this legendary series never got a proper conclusion. But with that said, it'd be an even bigger shame if the franchise were to come back and be fumbled at the very end. So Valve, continue to take your time, and know that whether it's fans since the beginning or newcomers to the franchise like myself, we'll be waiting. We'll be here when you're ready to change the world once again. I hope. Just please don't take too much longer. This franchise is almost 30 years old. A lot of the fans are probably dead now. Big thanks to the Irish Texan for putting me onto this game months ago. I had an amazing time playing, and I hope you guys will enjoy me showing you why. Also, this game is still really new, so spoilers ahead. If you wish not to be spoiled, well, deep beneath this vast desert, a top-secret government research facility fiddles with doorways to different dimensions, where, of course, things inevitably go terribly wrong, causing a massive invasion of said facility with a bunch of the scientists working there now trapped underground, looking for any way they can to get to the surface while fighting to survive the outbreak of extraterrestrial forces, as well as the invading military presence. No, you did not accidentally click on a review of Half-Life 1. I am talking about the new, very Half-Life inspired survival horror game, Abiotic Factor. You see me? He sees me! Oh shit! Oh! 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 Open up, open up, open up. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh! Oh, get inside, get inside! What the? What the fuck? Oh, oh my god, there's so many people! Oh my god! Oh! Ow, my leg! Now, before we get into the specifics of the madness that Abiotic Factor entails, I'd like to first thank you all for the ridiculous support on my most recent video. I had to scroll through a lot of comments. First world problems, I know. Leave a comment for a chance to be featured in the next video, and thank you to my patrons. There's a lot of new ones this time. Stin, Dotman, Brian, Angel Defoe, 3, Papa Noob 345, Dominic, Kevin, Bradley, Zane, Danny, Mark, 13th Mortimer, Nidota, and Dr. G. The game begins with you being dropped off seemingly in the middle of nowhere as you approach this mysterious shack. Hello. Hey. Okay. Inside, you take a boring old elevator ride, business as usual, nothing too interesting to see here.
All security instructions. Now arriving.
Who are you?
Staff process.
Is that Hades from God of War 3? It's a tutorial section. It's pretty basic stuff. It teaches you how to crawl, use nets on creatures, which you'll hardly end up doing. Gives your computer polio. Dude! This is like 6 pixels! After the tutorial, you're able to customize your character's traits. I went with the phytogenetic botanist, which after playing through this world, I can say was an okay choice. These classes don't have like fixed roles, they're more so just suggested roles based on the traits that you have. And with that said, I think there are other classes that would have been better for me, especially considering I was playing solo like 90% of the time. You also get to customize your character's look, and as someone in my chat pointed out, I subconsciously recreated Saul Goodman. He defecated! The game then kicks off for real in the facility's cafeteria, with the only other human in sight being the snot-nosed bumpkin Dr. Thule. He says to help out Dr. Yeager, who's been locked in the main plaza.
Through your window, you dumb whore.
So after scrapping together a bunch of computer parts throughout the facility and crafting an energy brick, you're able to open the plaza doors and... Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, get used to dealing with that a lot, because all the aliens will startle you countless times throughout your playthrough. Or maybe I'm just a bitch. Oh my god, what the fucking fuck? Here we go. Oh! Dude. Oh! What the hell? Alright, put money. Who's winning? Who? Oh shit! Oh! Oh my god! Oh! You asshole! Oh, I hate this. No! 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 Stop it, please! Oh yeah, as if the aliens themselves weren't already enough to deal with, you also have to deal with the day-night cycle. The atmosphere suddenly becomes very ominous as all power in the facility is shut off, and with the creepy music and ambience, it sort of gives me the same vibes as Kane Pixel's The Oldest View series. Great stuff, by the way, check it out. Plus, at night, this beggar suddenly appears in need of food, but I never gave him any. I was afraid if I did, he would transform into some eldritch monstrosity. The nighttime is truly more dangerous, though, as security bots who have no way of differentiating between aliens or humans begin patrolling the facility to protect it from any intruders. The basis for combating all enemies and doing, well, literally anything, comes down to the intricate crafting system. How it works is as you scavenge materials, you'll begin to get ideas for how to make other things, and you do these little mini-games sorting out parts in order to create the idea for making certain items. That's satisfying. It's like a monkey with symbols. There are endless ideas you'll come up with. Tools, armor, base defenses, weapons, agriculture supplies, the list goes on and on.
Yes, science!
So with that said, allow me to list some of my favorite weapons and tools/gadgets, I guess. The Pipe Club. This was the first decent melee weapon I conjured up, allowing me to finally get on the same level as those bloodthirsty pit bulls. The Vacuum. Throwing nets at pests? Yeah, no. Why not just go Ratchet and Clank Suck Cannon style and launch them instead? The Choppinator. This thing is more so a method of defending your base, but this is perfect for taking down early game security bots. The Scrap Weapons, especially the Scrap Shot. So you're also able to make a pipe pistol, but the Scrap Shot, which is this weapon that shoots screws at people, is incredibly satisfying to whip out, and I made use of it for the rest of my playthrough from the moment I first crafted it. Oh, and yeah, by the way, don't be a fucking moron like me. Don't go rummaging through the whole facility looking for more screws when you run out of ammo. Just make more screws using metal scraps. I'm fuming. I'm fuming. I'm sweating. I'm fuming. How I missed that you can craft screws like 40 hours into the game. Not a craftable weapon, but shout out to the crowbar. Nothing particularly referencey about this. Yeah, you can't pull a fast one on me, pal. We all know that's a nod to Gertrude Fremont. Also not craftable, but the sword. It's like the only good sharp melee weapon you get the whole game. The Electro Thrower. It's exactly what it sounds like. A flamethrower that doesn't throw flames, but electricity. And these things mop up jailbroken security bots like nobody's business. A massive upgrade from everything else previously in my arsenal. The Grinder.
Grinding on the boss's daughter.
It's able to fire off buzzsaws at enemies, which are already pretty powerful shots as is, and making ammo for this thing is super easy. The Healing Briefcase. A chargeable, deployable briefcase, which heals you as long as you stay in the radius of it. Genuinely, just how cool is that? The X-Ray Gun, because fuck these freaks! More on them later. Now, just because you may have plenty of weapons and armor and other forms of defense with you, it doesn't mean you're always safe. You still need to make sure you sustain yourself through eating, which can be done through vending machines, cooking alien parts, or starting farms. You also have to make sure you stay hydrated. Have a water bottle on you at all times for filling up at sinks, or drink from water coolers. Hell, you can even boil the tainted water right in the main lobby for a constant clean water supply. You can also buy sodas from the vending machines, or even loot them from destroyed security bots. You can buy slushies and coffees, and oh yeah, that's actually another weapon. Mugnades. Using empty coffee cups, you can make grenades, and they're pretty damn powerful. Now, with all that said, in my experience, I find you're best off replenishing your hunger and thirst in one fell swoop with super tomatoes, the seeds of which can be crafted with tomatoes, enethiol, and antiverse wheat, which you get from another dimension.
Here at the Gate Cascade Research Facility, you'll have access to cutting-edge tools, equipment, and materials for research and scientific study. But if your investigations require more exotic resources, talk to the Kinetics team about using our perforation network to access far-flung locations. And don't be shy. Due to temporal resets, the supply of materials in these locations is practically inexhaustible. So if you're running low on resources, head into a portal world for everything you need.
Yeah, check this shit out. Alright, fuck you. Come on. The first place you'll end up is the Far Garden, a beautiful, lush landscape part of Antiverse 2.
Blackreach, dude.
Yo, what is that guy?
Let's swing on him.
What is who? Oh, shit.
Bro, it's a Vortigon.
Now granted, this is really all there is to the Far Garden. You get some wheat and encounter this new enemy, but that's really it, which is a little disappointing, not gonna lie. But then again, you get like the best food source in the game here, and this new enemy type is pretty sick. What's the bad kind of sick though is this also starts happening after you leave the Far Garden. It's on tape.
Wood plank.
Whoa, what is this? What's happening?
Oh my god. Oh fuck.
Nick is the one out there.
What the hell is that? Oh! Oh! Oh god! Oh god! We're gonna kill all those dudes!
Alright.
We don't.
No!
Oh my god, why'd you open the door?
Initially emerging from the Far Garden, you'll find yourself in a new section of the facility, one step closer to retrieving some power cells, which is very important because we need them to become forklift certified. We need them to power this forklift to get into the manufacturing wing, where there is apparently a tunnel leading to the surface. The problem is, in order to get those precious power cells, you need to venture through another portal, and this next portal world was not as pleasant as the previous one. Tremble in fear. That's right, fellers, believe it or not, we are in the US of A. What I really love about this portal world is that I wasn't expecting to walk into anything like this whatsoever. I thought maybe we'd end up going to some other section of that Antiverse 2, but instead you're dropped in like this apocalyptic version of South Dakota with giant skeletons patrolling the area? The backstory behind this place is really cool. This small township was chosen by Gate as an experimentation site for testing portal tech, which led to these monstrosities suddenly coming through Antiverse 1, creating a dense fog across the whole town, leading to its evacuation, and this guy being the lone survivor, who also fills us in on our main objective: reach the rooftops undetected and snag the 3 power cells hanging around. It was an intense mission, to say the least. There must just be a bunch of them. Oh! Oh, get inside, get inside!
Where? Oh, did he see you?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh. I don't know if we have to take this way, but for now, I'm not risking it.
It does kind of look like we have to be in that, like, glass hut over there, you see?
Yeah. Oh. Oh, shit.
If I stand... Nope.
Oh. Does he see me? He sees me! No! No! Oh. Open up, open up, open up, open up. Fuck, 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 fuck.
Crouch.
Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, can I make that jump? Oh, fuck. Oh, no! Oh, he's right there!
You wanna come hide in the vent with me?
Wait, I can figure this out. Oh my god! Oh! Ow, my leg! Ah! Oh no!
I'm so close to death.
Oh no! Oh god, help me! Help me! Fuck! Open the door! I'm outside.
Are you outside?
Yeah, I don't know how I got outside, but I'm outside.
I think I have a good idea.
I just scampered around in the dark. And the next thing I know, I'm outside.
Yeah.
Oh!
An idea.
I'm gonna go back downstairs now. Thank you.
We're just gonna run.
Alright. Oh shit. Oh shit, shit, shit. Locked. Oh shit. Making a run for it. I'm just going for it. Oh, I made it. I made it. I made it. I got the power cell. Yes.
Oh, you did?
Yep. Oh, I see you. Well, let me see if I can... Wait.
Open
yes,
this, please.
Oh, thank God. Alright, let's go. Go.
Oh, that was awesome, but I hated it so much.
That was so.
Here we go.
awful.
So overall, for as much as I fucking hate Flat Hill, I also love Flat Hill. The liminal space inspiration is real cool, the backstory behind the place is pretty neat, the monsters are scary as hell. Honestly, it's probably my favorite part of the whole game. I hope I never have to go there again. With that, we can finally move on to this manufacturing sector we've heard so much about, and here we can see the military's presence really come into play as they've got the entire manufacturing wing pinned down. A nice man in this crane contacts us through a radio saying you can either try to blitz your way through these guys, or go find the blacksmith for help. I chose wrong and ended up in a Far Cry outpost. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god, there's so many people! Oh! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Oh, my leg! The Order, as this mysterious military sect is called, has been monitoring the Gate Cascade research facility for some time, as evidenced by all the holographic recordings left by Dr. Derek Mance, the facility's research director. In fact, while you do learn what the hell is going on by talking to the remaining scientists,
Dr. Shepard.
Get back to my work.
Fuck you, Dr. Shepard.
much of the story, lore, and even hints and tricks are taught to you through holograms and emails you can read throughout the facility. The emails also talk about the WWF.
Is enough to get me to the boiling point!
Long story short, though, these assholes are responsible for everything that's transpired here. They killed off many of the staff and took the Dark Lens, which it seems was the thing keeping all the different portals and gateways stabilized, leaving portals to run rampant, sending the entire facility into a frenzy. And with the surface tunnel blocked off thanks to these jerk-offs, you'll have to find another way out of the facility through the lab sector. But to access the lab sector, you'll first have to hop on this interdimensional train, which never stops, and if it does, everybody dies. Probably. Maybe. It's left up to interpretation.
Must keep going. We cannot stop. Oh, we know what will happen. What we feared for so long, all these years, cannot stop. Must keep going.
All I hear is just a whole lot of bitching from this guy.
Again, this is another portal world that just totally defied my expectations. A train that has to keep moving no matter what in this weird pocket dimension where if it does stop, it would have catastrophic ramifications? I don't know, man, but I find the mystery of all this really, really cool. Aboard the train, you basically scavenge as much crap as you can, and then trade that with the blacksmith in exchange for what you need to overload the synchrotron, which blasts a massive hole in the ground, allowing you to finally access the main lab sector. Here we're greeted by what appears to be the work of the Shadow from Amnesia: The Dark Descent, as fleshy goop covers this giant vacuum-sealed door, which seems to be our next best bet to get the hell out of here. The lab sector is also host to the containment block, which contains a bunch of SCP-style bullshit like gravity manipulators, which actually come in handy big time, tubs of blood.
It gives me, in scientific terms,
The heebie-jeebies?
the heebie-jeebies.
Ah, the heebie-jeebies! And of course, the red chair. But we'll get to that later. The worst part of the lab sector still has to be the introduction of the Nihilanthe, the Layak, the Leak. Fuck them, I don't care how it's pronounced. Shortly after entering the lab sector, these freak shows will suddenly start spawning at random near you anywhere throughout the whole facility. Oh.
Hey, Frank.
And will kill you quite easily if you let them get close to you. The only way to stop them is to keep an ear out for their moaning and flash them with an X-ray scanner to extract their essence, or simply stare at them until they disappear.
Slow your roll. Yeah, you thought that was funny, huh? No. No, petty laugh.
Yeah, once you're used to them, they're easy to take care of, but the fact that you're thinking of them in the back of your mind at all times is pretty annoying. I wish these guys at the very least could only spawn in the lab sector. I don't know, man. I'm sick of these Squid Games. The lab sector is also host to not one, not two, but 3 new portal worlds. The first of which being the furniture store, a world in which there's been a zombie outbreak and the Gate facility has no idea if this happened in the distant past or future or some other reality entirely. So that's just dandy. And some more great news: in order to access the next portal world, you have to combat the biggest, baddest enemy in the game yet. The Tarrasque, the big Hades-looking motherfucker from the tutorial section. When I first entered this thing's sort of lair and mapped out the area, I was thinking I'd have to be constantly running around, jumping in and out of vents, moving up and down between floors, but instead, all you have to do is this? For like 5 minutes? Yeah. actually pretty disappointing. I went from absolutely terrified to underwhelmed in a mere matter of seconds. But with the Tarask E-Core, you're able to power a portal to the Mycofields, a much more inhospitable section of Antiverse 2, the same Antiverse containing the tranquil Far Gardens. The environment here is boiling hot at all times. You bounce around all these giant mushrooms, and this world is host to more dangerous creatures like these Torterra-looking peccary, as well as more Exor monks. Between the exotic environment and fun mechanics, I'd say this is definitely the best Portal world besides Flat Hill. Good news here is that you can use the Antiverse gel lying around to create a solution to dissolve the fleshy goop covering up the chamber door. After passing through, you're greeted by the Sister of the Unlost, who basically says that for the meantime, the game's over. So yeah, that's technically the end of the game for now, and that's fine, you know, it's early access, what do you expect? Of course you're not going to get a climactic conclusion or anything like that, but I'm not ending my video like this. We're in luck because there's actually a 4th secret Portal world, and it's actually even scarier than Flat Hill.
Let's sit. What? What? What the fuck? Oh! 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 Run! Oh! Oh! What the hell? Oh shit! No! Oh! Oh! What the fuck? You piece of shit! Stop! Stop! Oh no! Stop! I'm on land! I'm on land! You can't do that! Freedom? Freedom? Oh, thank God. God, I hated that so much.
Now, despite how much Abiotic Factor scared the literal shit out of me, I cannot stress this enough. I fucking love this game, and I am so excited to follow along with its continued development. There's supposed to be a beefy update coming pretty soon, so if you guys like this video enough, maybe I'll make a part 2 to this review. But again, I mean, just for as it is now, I can't recommend this game enough. Whether you play solo and decide to soak up all the atmosphere for yourself, or decide to get a gang of people together to goof around with, either way you decide to play leads to an endless amount of fun. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you again soon. I want you to imagine this with me. It's 3 a.m. The Devil's Hour. It's a muggy summer night hanging out in your friend's basement playing Left 4 Dead 2 on the Xbox with your buddies. Yeah, I never did that. Well, not with Left 4 Dead 2 at least. Now look, I've played Left 4 Dead 2 before. Hell, I made some cringy videos on it with my friend 10 years ago.
Pleasure working with you.
Okay, maybe my videos aren't so different now. But that hour or so I played with my friend that day was until now literally the only exposure I've had to this series, yet despite my limited exposure to this franchise, I still get an oddly specific nostalgic sense of comfort from it. Like, I can so vividly imagine myself playing these games in those circumstances I laid out a moment ago, even though I've never actually done that. And as a jaded, maybe cynical, almost 25-year-old man, Left 4 Dead restored the feeling in me of what video games are all about.
We made it! I can't believe we made it!
Son, we just crossed the street.
Before I get into the hell on earth that is the Left 4 Dead series, I'd like to first thank you all for your support on my Abiotic Factor review. Leave a comment for a chance to be featured in my next video, and a big ol' thank you to my patrons. Stin, Dotman, Brian, Angel, Defoe 3, Papa Noob D45, Dominic, Dominique, Kevin, Bradley, Danny, Mark, 13th Mortimer, Nindota, Dr. G, Micah, Devin, and Sadiq. The Left 4 Dead games are incredibly simple, yes, but that doesn't mean they're easy, because they are chaos incarnate.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, Terry, no! The gist of it is, you and your group of survivors shoot a bunch of zombies until you reach a safe room.
Really? It's right there. Do not. It is right there, I swear to God. Close the door!
Here you can replenish your supplies as well as do a bit of reading up on the lore of this world.
Jonathan, I can only hope our souls shall entwine again, in that place where there is only love, no tears, No sadness, no injustice.
Yes, I'm fat!
Cool story, bro!
Karen and I are holed up in recycling plant. Have plenty of food and water. Look for the hollow container. Love you, Jason.
Don't tell Allison.
You then head back out into the world, battling your way through the hordes over and over again until you can evacuate the area. Rinse and repeat until the ultimate evacuation at the end of each game. As for how you decide to combat the zombies, you can shoot them with any weapon you please. You can shoot them with a shotgun, you can shoot them with dual pistols, you can shoot them from a house, you can shoot them with a cat. In Left 4 Dead 1, you're limited merely to guns, but in Left 4 Dead 2, you can even use melee weapons like machetes, Lucille,
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
and of course, chainsaws.
Oh, yes.
Not only is there variety in the weapons roster, there's even variety in the types of zombies you'll encounter. See, this whole apocalypse began with the outbreak of the green flu, a mysterious virus that popped up and suddenly turned large amounts of the population into bloodthirsty homicidal maniacs.
Dude, imagine how scary this would be in real life.
It's a good thing people just leave high-powered weapons all over.
However, a small percentage of those infected can also mutate and become special infected. You've got the boomers who can projectile vomit onto you, which will attract the horde, or if you shoot too close to them, their guts will land all over you, also attracting the horde. Oh, and don't shoot cars. That's also a way to attract the horde.
Y'all better not shoot that car. Oh, shit!
The hunter is incredibly agile and in the blink of an eye can pounce on you, shredding your flesh.
Oh, that ended quickly.
Shredding your flesh with its razor-sharp claws. The smoker will sell you Newports and Budweiser. The smoker will swiftly snatch you from faraway vantage points.
This shouldn't be too hard with 4 of us. Okay, maybe not. Alright.
You've also got Braun Breaker.
Oh my god!
The Denizen. The Witch, who will only attack you if provoked. Keyword, provoked.
So where?
Don't do it.
Literally, where is she?
Don't do it. No, come on.
I didn't see her. I didn't see her, no!
There's also the Haktua, and most infamously, a sort of mini-boss, Terry Crews.
Jesus Christ! What the hell?
Despite all of this bullshit, sometimes the thing that is most dangerous to you is your own teammate.
Oh. Nick, you killed me!
What happened?
You killed me!
Oh. Oh, dumbass.
Alright. Time for another vote. Oh.
You're trying to kick one of us?
No, I wasn't trying to kick Nick. I mean, I wasn't trying to kick one of you. I mean...
And yes, while your friends can accidentally kill you with their friendly fire, they can also very purposely kill you in the versus modes where you can actually play as the special infected.
Bitch! Oh, no!
Nice try.
Yes!
Yes! Finally!
No!
Get the fuck out of here!
Something very interesting to note, though, is if you pay enough attention, the game does have specific musical cues and stings for each of the special infected. The boomers are signaled with a deep thudding piano. The hunters with a slower but higher pitched piano. And the witch is signaled with her incessant crying.
Fuck you, bitch. I hate you. I fucking hate you.
Now look, I got a little carried away there, and luckily my teammates were there to save me because once you're dead, that's it. Unless there's one of those respawn rooms one of your buddies stumbles upon if you're playing with them, there's nothing you can do except helplessly sit there praying for the survival of your peers.
Come on, you're so close. No,
no,
no, no. No!
No! Dude.
Whether you're playing by yourself or with friends, you're never truly alone because you will always have fellow survivors beside you, and credit where it's due, the NPCs are actually pretty smart and can be pretty clutch. Most of the time.
Crap. Crap, why did you all ditch me? No! Come on! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! Come on! Wait, I'm in? I'm good? I'm kinda good. I'm dying, but we're leaving. I'm dead, but we're leaving. No, what the hell? Are you kidding me? One for you, one for you, one for you. What the hell's your problem? What do you mean, what? I I think it's very clear why I'm upset!
While we're on the topic of these dumbass characters, there is actually a comic series where you can read up a bit on the story of Left 4 Dead 1 to gain some more insight into the cast's origins and what happened between different parts of the story that you don't see during the game. It's not an essential read by any means, after all, the Left 4 Dead series is, again, pretty simple, but it's a nice bonus. And I guess while we're on the topic of Left 4 Dead 1 in general, I always found it interesting that Left 4 Dead 2 is the title you almost exclusively hear about, while Left 4 Dead 1 seems to never be acknowledged. And after playing both, now I understand why. Left 4 Dead 2, while obviously being a sequel, is also like an expansion and maybe even a completed version of the first game, in the sense that it swallows up the first game's whole campaign and allows you to re-experience it while seamlessly integrating all of Left 4 Dead 2's new features. Left 4 Dead 1 doesn't have melee weapons, there's not as large a roster of guns, there's not as many special infected. Of course, there's bound to be plenty more differences I'm sure I didn't pick up on since I did a quick playthrough of Left 4 Dead 1 solo, while I chaotically ran through Left 4 Dead 2 with some friends. Regardless, there's definitely a charm to Left 4 Dead 1 where it seems to take itself maybe a bit more seriously than Left 4 Dead 2 does, which is not a bad thing at all. In any case, whichever you decide to play, let's be honest, it'll be Left 4 Dead 2. I love this series just for its simplicity. I love the fact that you can immediately load up this game and whether it's solo or with some buddies, you just start blasting. I honestly had a lot of writer's block trying to jot this script down, but then I realized there's really not a lot for me to say about Left 4 Dead because it just kind of speaks for itself. It's a timeless classic, and despite not being an integral part of my childhood, it effortlessly transported me back to those simpler days. And that's just not something words can do justice. Have you heard of Entropy 0? Please play Entropy 0 1 and 2. Now play Entropy 0. Yeah, there's this really great Half-Life 2 mod called Entropy 0. It's awesome. You should check it out. Entropy 0 2 is the closest thing to episode Entropy 0 now. Entropy 0 application that has Entropy 0 1 and 2. You should play Entropy 0 now. Did I get it? Yeah, I know I rehashed the joke from my Half-Life 1 review, but it just felt right, okay? As many of you know, or should know, I would hope, considering you're watching an in-depth review of a mod that aims to basically be Half-Life 3, we never got Half-Life 3, or Half-Life 2 Episode 3. Same difference at this point. So Breadman, the creator of the Entropy series of mods, thought to continue the story of Half-Life not from the POV of Gordon Freeman, but from a new character, a Combine Metro cop we come to know as Aiden Walker, aka 3650, aka Bad Cop.
No! I'm with the science team!
Maybe I'll have a promotion.
Before we get into all that malarkey, I'd like to first thank you all for the love on my review of the Left 4 Dead series. Leave a comment for a chance to be featured in the next video, and my final thanks go to my patrons: Stin, Dotman, Brian, Angel, Defoe3, Papa Noob 345, Dominic, Dominique, Kevin, Bradley, Mark, 13th Mortimer, Nindota, Micah, Devin, Sadiq, and Bryce. Entropy 0 is technically a flashback game, a recording 11 months prior to present day, being reviewed from the helmet of the Combine Metro cop Aiden Walker. Something I never had a good chance to go over in my reviews of Half-Life 2 was the whole hierarchy of the Combine. So Bad Cop here is a member of Civil Protection, a group of humans who volunteer to basically become the Combine's police force in exchange for perks like better food, better living conditions, and access to VR porn. I joke, but you will come to find out that Aiden happily joined the Combine by choice for reasons that we'll get more into as the story unravels. There are more little variants among the hierarchy, but just know for now that Aiden is looking to become an elite soldier. For the meantime, he's stuck with the other bottom feeders of the Combine Overwatch, looking to clear out a rebel outpost in the Outlands. Soon after, you flash forward to you and those same comrades taking, you guessed it, a train, heading to City 17. The problem is, this is a video game, so inevitably the train crashes and everybody dies. The good news is, this is a video game, so everybody dies, except for you. And I love how Bad Cop assesses the situation like he's a mechanic or something. She's just gotten flat
Don't worry, we'll have this baby up and running again in a jiffy.
Re-emerging to the outside world, you find yourself in City 10, which you soon find out was abandoned due to the outbreak of the sea flu, a bacteria that apparently came from Zen, which is a pretty cool touch. It's dangerous not just to humans, but even the Combine.
Hence the name.
Despite City 10's epidemic, there's still a bunch of dumbass rebels out tailgating, and zombies of course. Truth is, with it now being the winter, the spread of the sea flu has slowed immensely, allowing the rebels to roll in and basically take over City 10 while the Combine had to evacuate. Now because you're the Combine in this scenario, you can use those annoying man-hacks to deal with enemies.
Oh shit! No, don't go into each other. Haha.
Uh-oh. These little guys are incredibly useful, and frankly just straight up overpowered in the early portions of the game, where you find yourself in lots of wide open spaces. Hell, they cleared out this entire street filled with rebels up ahead, enabling me to just focus on disabling their turrets. Unfortunately for this next chapter, the manhacks won't be able to help you out because this rebel outpost is filled with turrets ready to light up anything that triggers them. To evade death, you have to pull some Looney Tunes level malarkey pushing this wooden wheel in view of the rebels, while simultaneously sneaking behind it as cover. Okay, sure, but some of the times you get spotted is just complete horseshit. Towards the end here, you gotta push over these wooden planks before sneaking over to this door. Let me quickly peek outside and make sure there's no rebels standing there about to see me do that. This man is not even looking in my direction. His FOV must be on Quake Pro. Or how about this, where there's literally nobody in my field of view, yet I get spotted within a second of standing up with bushes for cover as well? Eventually you learn to basically say screw it and just go, but it is a little weird that a stealth section feels like you can't even plan out much and you just have to wing it. Kind of goes against the whole point of being careful. You eventually find this dumbass who's even less careful than myself apparently, so as we look for a way to let him out, we also stumble upon this. Scribbled on the wall, a man by the name of Jim Halana. Yeah, I'm not summarizing all that shit because there's like no footage I could use to correlate with all that rambling. Just know that G-Man go bird. Right after freeing your buddy here, he knocks you unconscious, and when you come to, it's revealed that your buddy was none other than that sly alcoholic fuck Barney Calhoun, who with the help of some rebels dumps you in a hole, leaving you to rot. To this point, the sea flu hasn't had any direct effect on gameplay, only being mentioned in passing. Below City 10, however, is where that all changes, as this is where rebels have been dumping the corpses of the infected to keep the bacteria from spreading above the surface. This leads not only to you eventually contracting the sea flu yourself, but also to you fighting all the undead Combine underground who were unfortunate enough to contract it as well. Also unfortunate is the fact that your nav unit gets fried down here, meaning no more night vision, so the only way to navigate the dank tunnels and subways ahead is with the assistance of the Pixar lamp.
What the fuck?
The atmosphere in this area is incredible, and the concept behind this section as a whole I think is pretty cool, but man, the stalkers are mind-numbingly slow. And you can't just grab the flares lying around and chuck them ahead to cheese this section because you need the stalker to open doors for you along the way, so you also have to keep the slow pace with him and keep him protected. It's pretty neat the first time playing the mod, but I would imagine replaying this section would be a slum.
Okay. Can I get some health?
Alright, things speed up right after this section though, as you take a razor train to City 10's mini citadel called Pillar 10. Oh. Oh! And then, things are immediately brought back to a screeching halt with this puzzle you have to do in this airlock. You come to find all these crates floating around you, and then in the middle of the room there's these 10 glowing buttons, where pressing them in a certain order, maybe, will open a door on the other side of the room. However, behind the door is also a wall of lasers, so I thought maybe you had to press the buttons in another order to not only open the doors, but also deactivate the lasers. And after trying infinite combinations, apparently not. Okay, what if I can maybe tamper with the pressure of the airlock to float up to something that can deactivate them? No. No, all you have to do is shoot an energy ball at this light above the door. Why is there a 10-button puzzle to open up this one silly, stupid door? You don't even have to use the air to float up to hit the reactor or whatever. You can just do it flat-footed from the floor. And okay, look. Yes, there's that arrow pointing up to the light with the symbol for the energy ball thing. Maybe this is on me. But when you've got 10 flashing buttons grabbing all my attention that feel like they're supposed to be grabbing all of my attention, wouldn't you think they'd have more to do with the puzzle as a whole? I don't know. Again, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's my fault. Thanks to all those infected corpses you pass by down here, you've contracted the sea flu. And to keep from dying, you have to hop into these vaccination stations to kill the spread and restore your health. I've noticed a lot of people being down on this mechanic, but it didn't really bother me, honestly, because even when the sea flu wasn't affecting me, I would hop into the pods whenever I was low on health in general. So because I was hopping into them so often, the flu pretty much never triggered anyway. I can totally understand why people would be annoyed by this. Hell, even the creator of the mod admitted himself that the sea flu was a massive mistake. But for my playstyle, I don't know, just didn't really faze me, I guess. Throughout Pillar 10, you'll continue to encounter Vortigons who show great interest in the thing keeping this whole place powered, known as the Quantinode, which utilized an unknown science of zero entropy stasis technology. Laser arrays in the structure were focused onto a singularity that siphoned heat energy from its surroundings to create a sub-zero fusion reaction to power Pillar 10 and the Combine technology throughout the city. Okay, I read that pretty much verbatim from a Steam community page. I'm not gonna act like I know exactly what any of that means, but basically this has allowed the humans to hijack Combine technology like you saw with those turrets earlier, but it doesn't stop there. Also, shout out to the homie Laszlo. Sorry about that, dude. Not only have the rebels learned to turn the turrets against you, but now the Vortigons are even turning the Combine's hunters against you as well. I feel like I've ragged on this mod a good amount so far, but this is awesome. You can't even deny that, okay? This is sick. Like the sea flu. The fight against it does end a bit anticlimactically though. It does sort of just scamper off. Oh no, it's back! As you advance further up the tower, you find a squad of Combine soldiers who have been frozen due to the frigid temperatures being generated by the pillar's core. It's here that you have a hectic final showdown with a group of Vortigons, destroying a bunch of things around the room while abusing the hell out of healing stations until all the Vortigons are dead. With the last Vortigon slayed, a zero entropy event occurs, freezing everything inside the core, yourself included. And it's here that the recording ends and you're brought to the present day, finding yourself in Nova Prospect and confronted by a Combine advisor. The Grub explains that they were able to recover you from City 10, as you miraculously survived thanks to being put in a sort of stasis field emitted by the core. With the looming threat of an old foe returning, the advisor deems you worthy of that promotion you've worked so hard for, and your consciousness is very, very painfully transferred and copied to be used in the future among the Combine's finest elite soldiers. Congratulations, son! You are now all elite. And yes, while it may feel like I ragged on this mod a good bit, I want to make it clear that it's extremely commendable that Breadman made this all by himself. I mean, I could never make something like this, and despite any of my criticisms, I don't want to take anything away from him. There's lots of great concepts and ideas here just waiting to be polished and fully fleshed out. Luckily, Entropy 02, which wasn't even supposed to happen, does just that and then some.
I only had one thing to give up for this job. My humanity. Some would say I never had it anyway.
Entropy 2 actually begins even further before Entropy 1 does, not long before 36's first mission with some of his fellow Metro cops. You come to find that 36 is looked down upon by everybody, really, mocked for being a teacher's pet and a bootlicker. Side note, unlike the last game, literally every cop around here has unique interactable dialogue.
Who is the brown-nosing cat? The asshole that never shuts up.
That's the first of 2,047 things Entropy 2 does better than its predecessor. While cleaning some vents of headcrabs, you can overhear some of the other pricks performing a background check on you, as they discover that your wife died and your daughter Ava was kidnapped. But with no leads and feeling pressure from the public, the police blamed you, presuming that you murdered your own daughter, and this is where it becomes clear why Aiden joined the Combine. Feeling outcasted, isolated, and betrayed by humanity, he seeks to rise up the ranks of the Combine in the hopes of using their resources to find out who took his daughter. Hearing that other members of Civil Protection are looking to sabotage him, Aiden is driven into a rage. After this, he was put on Outlands duty, and the rest is history. Fast forward to the present day, and we find Aiden's consciousness transferred into a Combine elite soldier. During another conversation with an advisor, we find out that these events are occurring pretty much immediately after the death of Wallace Breen. With that, we are now put on the hunt for Judith Mossman, as the Combine look to interrogate her to learn everything she knows.
Hunt down the Mossman.
As the supposed last clone of Aiden, for this assignment we've been granted the privilege of having our faculties like memory and free will restored, as unlike typical Combine Elite, who usually have all that totally wiped, 36 performs better with these faculties.
But that's just what they want you to think.
The mission begins in the Arctic at Arbite Communications, a front organization for... we'll get to that. As you infiltrate the facility, you'll stumble upon radio scattered throughout, which contain some very interesting logs.
Babies I do every night here with barbecue sauce.
Combine bastard hasn't moved since we caught it. It doesn't eat or sleep. It just stands there and stares. I wonder what it's thinking about.
Were we not the first team sent here?
Oh, and speaking of teams, you can gather a bunch of your fellow soldiers together as squads like you could towards the end of Half-Life 2 with the Rebels. There weren't many opportunities to link up like this throughout the game, but when the chances arose to do so, as always, they were stupid fun. Advancing further into Arbite, things begin to make a lot more sense. Well, kinda, but not really.
What the? I've been waiting for you to show up. Is that so? And who are you, exactly? 3650. What? Impossible. They told me I was the last of my clones. Won't be the first time they lied to you. You're not the first clone. You won't be the last. How would you know? How do I even know you are who you say you are? Just Aiden. You remember Ava? Ava. Of course. I can't bend you. Everything about why. I'm more effective with my faculties. This is gonna be harder than I thought.
Then things get trippier and trippier as you begin to encounter what appear to be time anomalies, with past events overlapping the present or time simply freezing altogether. Then, like, ghosts of creatures try to attack you as well. What? What? Yeah, I don't even know how to explain this anymore.
What is it with you? What's going on up here? There's more play here than you know. The rebels are hiding something huge. The Combine are crazy about it, and they need you to secure it for them. Why me? They want this. They need a specialist. And when you're done, they'll throw you out. Bullshit. I'm an asset to the Combine. Exactly. Why would they ever want to change that? They will never give you what you want, because that's how they control you. Forget about the Combine. Let's get what we want together. We don't need them. You expect me to believe that? You've lost it. Don't get in my way, or I'll have to put you down. Well, looks like we won't be working together. Having you around is just going to complicate matters. What are you planning? Think I'll put you in timeout to think things over. Ready for some deja vu? Oh shit.
Plummeting below the facility, things down here look oddly familiar. Not necessarily like anything we've seen from Half-Life, but somewhere else.
Why do I always end up in places like this?
Dude, this is seriously straight up Portal 1. Episode 2 planted the seeds for the universes of Portal and Half-Life to cross over in unprecedented ways. But unfortunately, with Half-Life ending the way it did, we never got to see just to what extent they would intertwine. Entropy 2 takes it upon itself to truly bring the crossover to life, and it is amazing. Aperture.
Weird tech. What's all this stuff doing here?
Who are you calling weird? You are the one with 2 legs.
What the hell? Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm Wilson. I've been expecting you.
No way.
Yeah, your clone said he'd make sure you'd end up here.
How do I get out of here?
You'll need me if you want to get back to the surface. I'll have to open some doors for you.
Fine.
Piece of cake. You'll see. It won't take us long.
Piece of cake, he says. No. This isn't just Portal. This is Portal with Minecraft horror mods installed. Oh, let me guess. You thought we'd be doing cute little tests down here, eating cake and joking about orphans? No, we're fighting for our lives against a man-eating monster.
What the fuck is that thing?
Which, because of this stupid Blackstone grill or whatever we had to walk through earlier, our weapons were fried, so we literally can't fight it, now only being able to run or hide. I'll give Breadman credit, as this was a much better stealth section than Entropy 1's attempt, but also, fuck you, Breadman. This is horrifying. You have to make sure you don't make too much noise in certain areas, or make sure you don't wake up zombies lying around, because they'll attract the monster as well. I was sitting there at my desk at 1 AM, clenching my ass so hard I'm pretty sure my anal cavity ruptured. Not so fun fact, this beast is actually the gnome from Opposing Force, and they won't be the only thing to return from Opposing Force. Yes, that's right, Paul Blart is back, buddy! A really great little detail I appreciated as well is that in one of the recordings you can find down here, your clone mentions that his voice modulator was damaged during an encounter with the gnome, explaining why his voice now sounds extra glitchy and, let's be honest, evil. It's just a brilliant little in-universe way of explaining the lengths they went to distinguish the clones. After surviving an Amnesia-style chase sequence with the gnome, you stumble upon a slideshow by Arbite Communications in association with Aperture Science. The slides go into detail about a device not yet created by Aperture, but one to be conceived soon that's already causing temporal disturbances. In simple terms, time travel. Which, while we're on the topic, somebody commented on my episodes reviews that the Borealis seems to be based on the Philadelphia experiment. As a stinky Philadelphian, I am very mad for not making that connection myself. The slides continue saying that within certain ranges of influence, temporal overlays likened to ghostly apparitions can be observed. However, these apparitions are not omens of death or supernatural occurrences.
Are you sure about that?
I'll skim through all the slides here if you want to pause the video to read through them all. We then find where our clone was holed up down here for a little while, and also find out that Judith has been relocated to Arbite 2. And with that, it now becomes a race between us, looking to simply capture Judith for the Combine to interrogate her, and our clone, looking to kill Judith. Finally, we can listen to the exact moment our clone finds out that he has a clone. And with that, the illusion has been shattered. To one Aiden Walker at least. But will our Aiden soon come to the same realization? Or will it be too late? Stocking up on some supplies down here, you're able to finally, and kinda cathartically, kick the shit out of the monstrous bastard who's hunted you all throughout these test chambers. The coward did run away from me for a good portion of the fight, so it wasn't as satisfying killing him as it could have been, but considering all the Portal elements incorporated into it as well, it was pretty fun. Afterwards, we obtain arguably my favorite addition that this entire Entropy series makes: Zen relay grenades.
Preparing to license product.
Which rip open a wormhole to Zen, sucking anything and everything in its radius into it, including your squad mates. The catch is, there's also the chance that Zen life forms can spawn from the other side of the grenades, sometimes summoning head crabs, bull squids, and even antlion guardians. It's a perfect dice roll type weapon. Great of course for clearing rooms of enemies or even rooms full of mines, and is one of the coolest weapons I've ever seen from a game. Period. I guess I should quickly talk about the rest of the additions this game makes now before I steamroll my way through the rest of the story. The pit drones from Opposing Force? Yeah, remember those hoppy little shits? They're here too. Why? Because Opposing Force is great. Why are you questioning it? I was freaking out seeing these guys return. Well, freaking out as much as I possibly could at 2 AM now with my fiance sleeping 6 feet away from me.
Oh my god, are those the big drones from Opposing Force? What are they doing here?
Would have been cool to see some of the other Race X guys show up besides the pit drones, who are the lamest of them all, but still cool nonetheless. There's also these things called Stuka bats that randomly show up as well, which were cut creatures from Half-Life 1. And for the final new enemy, we've got zombie Vortigaunts.
What?
Zombie gods.
What?
Now I've seen it all.
No way. Dude, this freaking mod just gets better and better.
I gotta say, I'm kinda surprised these guys weren't already part of the main series. Ooh! Oh, you asshole. And sure, I don't know how much sense zombie Vortigaunts would make, but you could argue a lot of this fan service doesn't make sense. Quite frankly, I don't care. This mod is awesome. To combat all these new enemies, you've got some new weapons to choose from as well, like the MP5K, which typically fires in 3-round bursts, but alternatively can fire full auto but with massive recoil. As well as that, instead of a normal pistol, you get this combine pistol that has infinite ammo and can even fire off charged shots. I like this game, and I like Wilson, so towards the end of Arbite 1 here, I decided to take him with me. Against his Wilson. He claims that if you do take him with you, he could maybe help you out if you upload him to an AI station in Arbite 3. You don't have to bring him along, it's your choice, but like, actually give me one good reason why you wouldn't bring him along, you piece of shit. The Combine has sent you a few reinforcements, now with your own personal hunter. And they also gave you a Tesla Cybertruck complete with a machine gun and rockets. And man, oh man, mowing down enemies with this thing is an absolute blast. It does suck that the car loses a bit of its usefulness with you having to carry Wilson on foot everywhere you go, but... So I learned during the process of editing this that you actually can bring Wilson with you in the car. I did try. I guess I just didn't try hard enough. Once again, I proved myself to be a fucking moron. Why do I review games? I'm really not built for this. I was going to say, but Wilson can also be used to open specifically locked caches containing supplies, which is a nice little reward for bringing them with you. I don't deserve any of this. And I probably don't deserve this either. But it's time for me to finally gush about the Arctic. Longtime viewers will know that I love snowy settings in video games. In real life, snow can suck my shriveled balls, but oh man, the Arctic looks so good here!
Look at that Aurora Borealis painting the night sky.
Arguably even better looking though, is that sunrise later on in the game. Oh my god!
You can just taste that crisp Arctic air.
There's also this really cool lake set piece on your way to Arbite 2, where you can even find a little Vortigaunt camp with drawings along the cliffside. It's just cool though, probably nothing important since it's just schizophrenic ramblings. We also come across this underground monitoring station for Arbite 2, and it looks amazing with the cavern opening up above. Hell, there's even the Boids from Half-Life 1 flying around here.
I just realized all that stuff that happened to your clone happened to you too, didn't it?
Yes.
Wait, really? The artistic direction of the game as a whole for me is just incredible. The interior areas are stunning as well, blooming with neon blues and reds, oranges, lots of sharp contrasting colors, and some really neat lighting and shadows. Sorry, I know I've been nerding out on how the game looks for a little too long now, but I just love it so much. Anyway, there's even more temporal disturbances here with these red-looking force fields where anything that goes through them immediately ages and dies.
Oh! What? What? Oh, fuck that. No.
It's also worth noting that up until this point, Wilson and 36's relationship could be summarized with this dialogue.
Can I ask you a personal question? Okay.
But now, having spent a good bit of time together, 36 does begin to make an effort to really open up to Wilson.
Don't name everyone.
Don't name somebody you like then.
I like my grandma.
Oh, boss, everybody likes their grandma.
Look, it's better than nothing, alright? He's doing his best.
A newfound sense of murderous intent fills me.
Oh, okay. Well, that didn't last long. In this other underground section later on, you can see that these caves have become totally overtaken by Zen wildlife. And more notably, Race X wildlife, as you'll remember back in Opposing Force that their portals were pink. I am so happy to see Zen getting this much love again. I really wish Valve gave another crack at it in Half-Life 2. Another reason it's a shame we never got Episode 3, because it definitely seems like Valve was gearing up to take another shot at it there. After passing through the Zen-infested tunnels, you finally arrive at Arbite 2.
It's gonna be about
what?
35 Where have you been, boy? Nice to see you're still taking out the trash.
It's here that we finally catch up to Judith, and Entropy 2's place in the Half-Life timeline is made crystal clear.
Holy shit. It's her. 3650 to Overwatch. Target sighted. Preparing to engage. She is here. Send it all in. Stack up and prep for breach. Let's bust both floors. Come on. Don't waste any time. Prep those charges. What's the holdup? Lock the doors. She's getting away.
Syncing things up so perfectly like that is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. When you do catch up to Judith for real this time, you blow her brains out. Yeah! Your clone turns out to be right on your tail, leading to you escorting Judith away from Arbite. The advisor's pleased that you've taken care of your primary objective, and now you've been assigned a new one. With that, we're now heading through Aperture's Entropic Control Facility. Here, the anomalies get even funkier, finding yourself transported into the Borealis. Eventually, because you have not been reasonable at all with your clone, I'm an asset to the Combine. They see something in us. Does that turn you on, Aiden? Does that do it for you? The two of you duke it out in one of the nuttiest fights I've ever been a part of, with manhacks swarming your ass as your clone teleports all over the room, not to mention the frickin' resonance cascade casually occurring in the background. Don't worry about it, it's fine. The fight climaxes with the two of you being transported once again into the Borealis, where you can fire off on an explosive barrel, setting your clone on fire. Unfortunately, after that encounter with your clone, Wilson isn't feeling so good.
I'm not gonna make it.
You're gonna be fine.
No. I don't think I am.
No, you're fine.
You're yelling at me.
I'm not mad. I'm gonna get you uploaded, remember?
I don't blame you for being angry at the world.
Don't do this.
Don't blame yourself. There are some things in life you don't get over. It's a fact of life, boss. You gotta accept that.
Don't.
Just remember, I believed you.
Wilson, stay with me.
Get rid of the ship, boss.
Ship?
You don't need.
Wilson.
Yeah, the whole heart-to-heart thing before dying is cliche. I don't care. I teared up, and if you didn't, you're a coward. At long last, you reach the AI upload station Wilson was referring to back at Arbite 1. Despite now being a useless bucket of bolts, we throw a Hail Mary and attempt to upload Wilson to the station anyway. Meanwhile, we at long last arrive at the Borealis. And I love that they use the GOAT Doug Ratman's theme from Portal here. Perfect. Just perfect. And then you meet with your clone for one final confrontation.
This is the end. For us. For you. They're letting me keep my faculties. They told me. You're like me now. Now you know the truth. You can't hide that from them. They're in your head. They can't trust you anymore. No, I can prove it to them. You know they can't help you. You don't need them. You're wrong. I'm done trying to resolve your past. I'm done with my life. It's our past. No. You gave everything for this privilege. Remember? Put me out.
And before I could even think about my decision, he comedically had a fucking shipping container dropped right on top of him. I'm sorry, that's really funny. The advisor offers you another promotion. Well, maybe offers isn't the right word, because it's mandatory. He wants to wipe your memory. Refusing the promotion enrages the grub, leading to another insane battle, as the advisor telekinetically throws everything in the room it possibly can at you. Sort of like the Nihilanth code in Black Mesa. You can even use Zen grenades here to summon Vortigons to help you take down the advisor. This mod just thinks of everything. After the fight and shooting these things, we ripped open another temporal event. Wait, what? Whoa! Dude, that's awesome! Back on the Borealis again. Whoa.
every time I forget about him. God damn it.
The G-Man explains that he owes you one.
About that beer I owed you.
Thanks to all the work you did back in City 10, as well as your exploits involving the ship, you've bought the G-Man some time. Like 45 seconds. As repayment, while G-Man can't bring your daughter back, he can either tell you what happened to your daughter or allow you to kill the grub carrying the original copy of your consciousness, keeping the Combine from replicating you from now on.
I'm guilty of a lot of things, but I didn't kill my daughter. Maybe knowing that is enough. I don't want them to use my memories anymore. Do it.
With that, you're transported to some sort of Combine cloning room where you curb stomp the host carrying your imprint. The G-Man then transports you to your old room, but suddenly has to leave. You're then sucked into a wormhole, re-emerging in a Combine facility as you find yourself being experimented on by the Combine looking to break through your mental barriers. But before the advisor can continue testing...
Huh? I was about to say, I think I really made the wrong choice.
I found yes! The Combine are trying to get the ship back. We can't let them have it, boss. We gotta get you out of here. It's not much, but I found you a gun.
Okay. What's the plan?
Going into the series, I wasn't sure how I was going to feel. How are you going to make me sympathize with this guy who willingly joins the evil interdimensional space empire that subjugates planets and takes away people's free will without me feeling bad about myself? But they somehow did it. And that's some damn good writing. I received literally hundreds of comments telling me to check out Entropy 0, especially Entropy 2. And well, you guys were right. Entropy 02 is genuinely on par with several official Half-Life titles.
Oh, dude, that was perfect timing on his part. Why am I shooting my own teammate?
I'd go as far as to say I think it's better than Blue Shift, better than Episode 1, which shouldn't be too surprising if you know how I feel about those, but I loved Opposing Force, and I'd say Entropy 2 is a good bit above that as well. It comes with a plethora of great ideas, fantastic writing, some nice little fan service here and there. Does it make sense? No. It's a fan-made mod, who fucking cares? Anyway, yeah, the writing is fantastic. It really got some good laughs out of me here and there.
Friends! Shut it. Don't make this weird.
Kept me intrigued the whole way through with the storyline of the clone, and by the end was tugging on my heartstrings. And it looks like I checked out Entropy 0 at the perfect time, as they recently announced a couple new installments that seem to be coming to the series pretty soon. And like I said at the beginning of the video, this mod is almost like the Half-Life 3 or Episode 3 that we never got. And look, I've made it no secret that I'm really a new fan to Half-Life, having only checked out the series for the first time around last December, but man, did it still hurt like a bitch watching those credits roll at the end of Episode 2, knowing the fate of the Half-Life universe was a mystery from this terribly bleak point going forward. Sure, Half-Life Alyx had something to say about that, but to this day, about 17 years later, we still haven't had a proper continuation. But Entropy 02 has honestly made me okay with that, I think. There's still so many brilliant stories that can be told within the Half-Life universe from this point, from fresh perspectives. So yeah, Half-Life may never officially return, but thanks to the wonderfully talented Breadmen team and their work, like on Entropy 02, I think I'm at peace with that. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me right back in!
Just me and you, Buster.
Over the last year and a half, I've looked at games like God of War, Shadow of the Colossus, the Half-Life series, and Abiotic Factory. Games brimming with mythological beasts, monstrosities, and creatures entirely foreign to our world. So it got me thinking, what if these creatures were real? A Day Out is a game all about cryptids, which serves to answer that question. Cryptozoology is the study of creatures theorized to exist, but not yet proven to. At least, that's what they want you to think.
Oh, holy shit! What the fuck? Oh my god, what the? Whoa!
Oh, he's got me cornered, Jack.
Whoa! Get on, get on! Oh my god!
Yo, get him! Holy shit, he's fucking me up! Oh, whoa!
Whoa!
Now, before I go and tell you guys a bunch of stuff that I probably shouldn't be telling you, I'd like to first thank you all for all of your comments on my Entropy Zero video. Leave a comment on this video for a chance to be featured in the next one. And my final big thank yous go to my patrons: Stin, Dotman, Brian, Angel Defoe 3, Papa Noob 345, Dominic, Dominique, Kevin, Bradley, Mark, 13th Mortimer, Nindota, Micah, Devin, Sadiq, and Bryce. Wow, I nailed it first time. Now, even if you've never heard of the term cryptid, you certainly know of cryptids. The lizard man, the chupacabra.
You call this an ambush? Fucking. Oh God!
Dr. Miller. Okay, maybe not that one. And perhaps the most famous cryptid of all, Bigfoot.
Cock so small doesn't even protrude from his fur.
A Day Out will equip you in all facets for dealing not just with cryptids, but with the supernatural, the paranormal, and Pokemon.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's adorable.
Welcome, boys, to the Fob. This right here is the heart of operations. State-of-the-art decor. The Hall of Knowledge. Exhausted with resources and all the info you'll ever need to educate yourself on whatever the hell you'll be getting yourself into today. The Control Center, where you draw up plans and execute them accordingly, with your team of experts, of course.
What?
Holy fuck, it's so loud!
What the fuck did you die?
Flip that thing over.
What the fuck is going on?
Okay, Nick.
It's that scared, dude.
Me fuckface.
And last but not least, the trophy room, where you can showcase all the malevolent, demonic entities you've captured merely for sport. Anything and everything cryptid you could possibly desire can be found here. But bringing all these cryptids together, that was no easy task. The specific origin of the Wendigo remains unknown. However, the inception of the beast legend can be traced back to the tribes of the Algonquin-speaking peoples from the early 1600s. The Wendigo is believed to be a curse or infection, originating from the consumption of another human's flesh. For the time being, it is also unknown how the curse spread so rapidly, but it is theorized that a fully transformed Wendigo possesses the innate ability to infect others with the curse. Not only that, but Wendigos are also able to perfectly mimic their prey, luring unsuspecting humans to their doom. Humans that are infected by the curse will begin to have insatiable cravings for raw meat, as well as begin to experience a burning sensation throughout their entire body.
The burning sensation in my cock is getting worse, and I'm still hungry.
Those who give in to their cannibalistic urges will begin to transform, with antlers protruding from the head, limbs painfully stretched, the flesh will harden over. With this, one has become the Wendigo. Now, just a side note, and look, this is my opinion, the whole deer mutant interpretation of the Wendigo, sure, it's cool, but the way Until Dawn depicted the Wendigo, to me, is much better. It still resembles a human while being something clearly mutilated and corrupted by some evil spirit like the old legends say. Giant deer monster? I don't know. It just doesn't have the same impact for me. And if you guys are interested in seeing me play Until Dawn, let me know. Hell, I'll live stream it if you guys want me to. Please don't make me. I'm such a bitch. I don't want to play horror games. Have you ever seen or played the game Bigfoot? Well, this game is a lot like that. You hunt down whatever monster it is you're pursuing over the course of several days, but instead of simply running around trying to find Bigfoot or camping out waiting for him to come to you, you go on little scavenger hunts to figure out what the hell happened on each case you check out. Step 1. We had to travel to Camp Sunnyside and investigate
Oh shit.
Now that we've made it to the camp, it's time to skim through notes and rummage the belongings of those who used to occupy this camp to get an idea as to what happened here. What we uncovered was that a Wendigo seemed to be in communications with Danny Boy, using him as a tool to lure all his friends to some monolith near the camp for dinner. Yeah, the ATVs aren't very good. We were on our way to the monolith when suddenly...
Oh shit, he's coming.
Dude, pull out your weapon!
No, he's humongous!
Dude, he won it.
Get out of here!
Oh, I'm alive.
We somehow escaped our first encounter against the Wendigo with our lives.
This dude's a bitch. Wait.
Oh, I still hit him.
The next series of notes told us that things clearly didn't go well for Daniel and his friends. You know, if all the bloodied remains didn't already make that obvious.
Bull really feasted.
As we continued to investigate the area, we somehow managed to endure the Wendigo's persistent attacks just long enough to uncover a bunker stocked with a silver rifle and the appropriate ammo theorized to be perfect for the job at neutralizing the creature. With that, it was time for an all-or-nothing final showdown at the Wendigo's den.
Ugly bitch. Stupid bitch.
Lorman.
Oh my god!
Woo!
At long last, Danny and his friends have been avenged. However, this was just the beginning. Want to know what's worse than one Wendigo?
Twins.
Shit.
This is a constant issue. Yeah, so I had to walk everywhere after that, and this forest was pretty big, so I personally didn't really get in on any action till the end. Besides this bullshit.
Fuck.
Alright.
While my friends were the ones running around actually figuring things out. So, long story short, these twins were abducted by cultists and forced to resort to cannibalism, which turned them into Wendigos. And this was like step one in this cult's big scheme to get to purgatory. We'll get there when we get there. Look, for now, I'm really pissed off over the fact that these Wendigos have fat asses. This goes against everything the legend of the Wendigo stands for. It doesn't make sense! Now, if you think that didn't make sense, our next encounter is literally from out of this world. The Xenoraptor, also known as E03101, and emerged from a severely damaged non-terrestrial capsule. Not a weather balloon! Initial recovery efforts salvaged crucial components from the wreckage. Detailed in file. Investigating the crash site, we found blood trails not too far off from it, which would lead you to believe that the creature was injured during the crash, but you'd be wrong, because goddamn, this dude is fast!
Whoa! Holy shit! Holy shit, he's fucking me up!
While we salvaged tablets from the bloodied remains of iPad kids, we did make some progress chipping away at the Freakazoid thanks to our expert choreography and top-notch equipment. Despite all of that, the stubborn bastard fought tooth and nail to the very end. Even in death, the extraterrestrial attempted to drag us to hell with him.
I died!
Oh,
wait!
shit.
Be careful, be careful, be careful.
Easy does it. I got him.
But I survived and contained the creature. The Xenoraptor was ours. The Fleshhound appears to have originated from a purgatory-related precursor. Although the full extent of its evolutionary history remains elusive, some have theorized it could be an evolutionary offshoot or mutation of a hellhound. What is known, however, is that these creatures have predated humanity, and their population dwindled precipitously as they were hunted to near extinction. Presently, the Fleshhound population is mostly confined to remote mountainous regions. Some have even reported as serving as guardians or protectors of important sites. The Fleshhound certainly lived up to its reputation as a protector of this mountain village, as it almost immediately went on the offensive upon our arrival to this sacred site.
Oh? What? Ooh, there it is! Oh, I'm coming. Oh, that's
He's
a
got
big
me
boy.
corner trapped.
Easy, boy, easy. Whoa!
This dude's fucking insane.
All right, I'm running inside. You guys look like you got this.
Outside the church doors, we made an interesting discovery, to say the least. A journal from an intruder of the village detailing how they were once able to get into the church, which was protected by an ancient magic. A key of sorts could be found in the abode of the Crypt Keeper, and the final line of the journal said, "Hail our glorious cult of the sacred seraphim." It took all the brain power we had, but after retrieving the blood ruby from the Crypt Keeper's basement, we solved the puzzle located in the cemetery, giving us the true key we needed to be able to open the church doors. Inside before us laid a terrifying scene straight out of a horror movie. Bloodied, mangled corpses were sprawled throughout. A final journal from the chief of the village read, "For our secret guardian is now our enemy." Meaning, somebody from this cult of the sacred seraphim corrupted this once good boy, turning the loving canine into an unholy, monstrous killing machine ordered upon the people it once protected. It was up to us to avenge them. With turrets mounted and shotguns in hand, we chipped away at the beast, tanking any damage dealt as it picked off our squad one by one. And by one, I mean me. I only mean me. I was the only one that got knocked out. But a combination of coordination and cowardice, courage, proved to do the trick. A long and arduous battle finally came to a close as the Fleshhound keeled over. The village was avenged, but the cult's march to purgatory only continued to build steam.
Here we are. Purgatory.
After chasing them for months and avenging the hundreds of deaths they caused, we finally tracked down the cult of the sacred seraphim. We were able to find the exact spot the cultists were able to enter the Upside Down. I mean purgatory, sorry. Okay, yeah, it's totally just the Upside Down from Stranger Things.
What the fuck is a Void Reaper?
Basically a demogorgon without legs.
Naturally, we were of course a little too late to track down the cult themselves, as it seems they already had retreated, leaving us and us alone to deal with the monstrosity ahead.
Whoa!
Whoa!
This ugly fuck. You gotta be kidding me. You're literally lighting him the fuck up right now.
Yeah.
Yo.
Oh my god. I can't see.
Oh, we can't shoot it. We can't shoot it. Pick up your tires and leave.
It was clear now that before we could ever make it back home, we would have to take down this creature. So we had to turn on some high beams, and then that allowed us to finally kill it. And with that, purgatory was ours. The creature was ours. I don't know. Why did we come here? So, bit of a limp dick ending to that cult story I told, but honestly, who cares about that, right? I mean, we're just here to fuck up some cryptids. Jesus Christ, not like that. And I will say, although the cult story's conclusion fell a bit flat for me, I do really appreciate that the developers wanted to try and uphold some sense of connectivity between the cases with this story, rather than you just going into a bunch of isolated encounters. But overall, for just a nice crisp Hamilton, a day out makes for a pretty fun day of cryptid hunting with your friend. Did you really think you could disclose such sensitive information without consequence? How are you in my head? Who are you? Where are you?
Over here.
You're even dumber than you look. Even while wearing that stupid fucking hat. Okay, yeah, look who's talking. We both like to play dress up, apparently. What do you want? Who are you? I am they. But for simplicity's sake, you may refer to me as the J-Man. Wait a second, you're doing a Half-Life thing right now? Is that supposed to be like a play on the G-Man? I wouldn't be laughing when people would much rather be watching the shitty Half-Life skit than whatever muck you just spewed out into the world. Alright, Dick, just get to the point already. What consequences are you alluding to? Quit continuing to waste everyone's time and stop asking questions you already know the answers to. Fine, okay, you're gonna get Half-Life Alyx probably by the end of the year. Right now I'm having a lot of fun checking out Abiotic Factor again. I might even go back to Ratchet & Clank soon. So much talk, yet no appropriate action. You think you're at liberty to do whatever you please after the stunt you just pulled? I believe we are left with two options. I either terminate your channel and erase everything you've worked so hard for over the last decade, or I let you disclose this information. Not like anybody will believe you, or hear you anyway, since this video won't have Half-Life in the title. Oh, fuck you! Termination is still an option. Alright, fine.
Whatever it is, I'll do it.
Wisely done, Mr. Jarhead. Now, if you would take a look at your screen there, and we will see you up ahead.
What is the worst pain that you've ever been in your life?
I have my answer. And if you've played this game, I know your answer too.
Hunt Down the Freeman was simply the most boring, undercooked, poorly executed joke of a game I think I've ever played. And I know the game is also not meant to be taken all that seriously, but the joke isn't even funny 99% of the time. The joke also cost $10.
Mitchell, I can't believe you made it.
It wasn't...
Good to see you in one piece, Nick.
Okay, let's go. Larry, shut the fuck up, for God's sake.
What?
Yes, Daddy. Sir. Larry,
What?
goddammit. Don't touch me. Hey, Mitchell.
I'm so lost right now.
And despite being a mod for Half-Life, it's also designed in such a way that it's the complete antithesis of everything Half-Life stands for. Thank you everybody so much who commented on my last video. Leave a comment on this one for a chance to be featured in the next video. And finally, a thank you to my patrons. Fuck any of you who suggested this to me, though. Stin, Dotman, Brian, Angel, Defoe 3, Papa Noob 345, Dominic, Dominique, Kevin, Bradley, Mark, 13th Mortimer, Nindota, Micah, Devin, Sadiq, Bryce, Victor, and Stank Prime. Hunt Down the Freeman follows the life of Mitchell Shepard. Oh, shit. Who cares about spoilers? Yeah, he's Adrian Shepard's brother. I really didn't care. But a bit of a rough go of it in life, and in an attempt to pull himself together, joined the Marines.
Whoa, Jesus Christ.
Look at this guy doing his best Undertaker impression. I also wish I was a dead man right now. As a Marine, we of course follow Mitchell's POV as a soldier infiltrating Black Mesa, attempting to contain the resonance cascade, only to be inevitably compromised himself by the hands of Gordon Freeman. Wink, wink. Now, the idea of being a soldier who found his brothers in arms killed by Gordon and almost nearly got killed by Gordon himself, wanting to enact revenge on him for doing that, is a pretty cool concept. And as a whole, I think the whole Hunt Down the Freeman portion of the game that coincides with the events of Half-Life 2 is pretty alright. The problem is, there's 2/3 of a game that happens before that. The first act takes place during the 7-hour war, where the Combine first took over the planet. Again, sounds like a cool concept that ultimately falls flat because of its dog-ass execution. The second act takes place 3 years after the war.
After the war,
Mitchell
stayed secluded in a deep depression that seemed endless.
And the third act, again, coincides with the events of Half-Life 2. You find yourself in City 17 trying to track Gordon down. Never mind the fact that even the thought of going into City 17 and leaving the safe haven that is your ship in the middle of the ocean is absolutely crazy, but then you can just casually stroll around the city without a care in the world, whatever, it's fine. You soon find yourself as part of the Combine forces who infiltrated Black Mesa East. And afterwards, you have to attempt to track Gordon down through this zombie-infested swamp just outside of Ravenholm.
We gotta get out of here with this 2-bullet nonsense. What is this?
This and the Black Mesa East stuff I think was actually alright. I gotta admit, it's pretty cool to see the outskirts of these areas we were in before get expanded like this and seeing how they'd seamlessly then connect to the areas we ran through as Gordon in Half-Life 2. But really, these were the only interesting parts of the game to me because of the added context they provide and the novelty they present as being part of a direct expansion of the world of Half-Life 2. Outside of this half-hour long stretch of this 5-hour game, there's one word I would use to describe the all-encompassing problem that plagues Hunt Down the Freeman. Boring. In Half-Life, things are always happening. The world around you never stops moving and is filled with people and environmental pieces to constantly interact with.
My God, what are you doing?
Even quote-unquote cutscenes never take control away from the player except for that brief time you were restrained by Dr. Breen. You're always in control, always able to do whatever you want at all times. In short, there's never a dull moment. The entirety of Hunt Down the Freeman, however, is a dull moment, containing the most barren, empty stretches of open parking lots, roads, ships, the Arctic. Despite all the criticisms I'll make in this video, I think my biggest gripe I have to pick is the lack of Northern Lights in Alaska. Where are the Northern Lights? Are the people who made this fucking stupid
90% of locations in this game simply serve for you to mindlessly and brain-numbingly run or drive across, with small pockets of enemies placed here and there to create the illusion that you're actually combating something or doing anything really, when the reality is you can just run or drive by whatever you're fighting most of the time. That's at least the case for the first 2/3 of the game. The last third of the game has a difficulty spike harder than Spike Dudley getting spiked around by Brock Lesnar, as the enemies go from being about as threatening as a group of sleep-deprived snails chasing after you, to suddenly finding yourself bombarded in all directions by 200 people firing at you all at once in totally wide open spaces with no means of covering up, or finding yourself gangbanged by a gargantuan amount of fast zombies and headcrabs, again, with practically nowhere to cover up. As for the weapons to defend yourself against the hordes of total bullshit and tomfoolery, there's some new weapons like different varieties of shotguns, assault rifles, and SMGs, but my favorite new weapon has to be the sniper you get in Alaska. This thing is a beast. No scope. Ooh. You also get a few different melee weapons like an axe, a machete, and a pipe wrench.
Why a wrench?
Because it's a reference, dude! That's the same weapon your brother used in Opposing Force!
Mitchell, by the way.
Joe. But everyone calls me Boston Joe.
Boston Joe, could you please get closer to the microphone?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my review of Hunt Down the Freeman.
If there's anything entertaining about this game, I will say it's the voice acting.
If your mother was alive, she'd be proud of you, son. My mother's dead?
Whether it's because people are using two completely different mics and quality in one scene, or simply because the performance of the actors is...
Oh god, we're so fucked.
Yeah, that's the voice of Pyrocynical. In fact, a lot of the voice actors in this game are YouTubers. Not that I'm familiar with a lot of them. Hell, it actually took me a couple listens because I haven't heard his voice in so long to realize that the voice of the president in this game is none other than Keemstar.
Everybody type in the chat, Alyx is a student. Right now, this is the best chance for our survival as Americans and as humans.
As Americans and as humans, because as we all know, Americans are most important.
I do genuinely want to give a shout out to Mitchell's voice actor though. He's actually very good.
What the fuck?
And besides, if I'm being totally honest with myself, I don't really have any room to be critiquing anybody else's voice acting.
Are you fucking serious? Are you trying to go back to jail already?
Also, yes, the cutscenes are pre-rendered in this game. They are very jarring when they pop up.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. The whole story is just also a complete mess. I gave you the gist of it. It starts at Black Mesa, moves through the 7-hour war, ends side by side with the events of Half-Life 2. I get all that. It's just the way it jumps from point to point in gameplay that is very sudden. It's not like in Half-Life 1 or 2, where you're continuously and linearly moving forward. The games never jump ahead to somewhere disconnected entirely. Hunt Down the Freeman does this all the time. One minute you're in the city fighting the alien forces. There's also these new guys which are just here who also never show up for pretty much the rest of the game. I don't know, they're cool, I guess, but I just wish they actually amounted to something a little more substantial. Then you meet up with this guy Adam, who's a member of the Black Ops. You two decide to team up, and the next thing you know, you're leaving through some drainage system out in the desert. It feels like there's a whole section missing that should have gone between these parts, where the two of you work together to get to the basement of whatever building you're in, then down to the sewers and out from there. Oh, and then you basically just run for a good 5 minutes straight in one of the most exhilarating, action-packed sequences I've ever come across in a video game. Are you starting to get the picture now? Are you starting to understand why this is so mind-numbingly boring? Anyway, you eventually link up with that colonel with a Sharpie for a mustache as you and his men board a train to get out of Albuquerque.
Welcome to Nevada, boys.
Yeah.
Colonel Q?
Dead.
Shit. He was always a tough bastard.
Yeah, he couldn't have been so tough if he's already dead. Here we go. It's time for me to rant about another thing. Are you ready? During this game's tutorial, I was a bit pleasantly surprised to see that the developers wanted to implement a parkour mechanic. Just holster your weapon, and then with certain ledges and pipes, you can climb all over the place. I've never been the biggest fan of whenever Half-Life tries to do any sort of platforming, but here I was like, okay, there could actually be some cool stuff done with this. Half-Life is also no stranger to puzzles, so upon arriving at this place, we had to figure out a way to open this power box so we could open the gates to take our car further ahead. I brilliantly deduced that these glowing red lights seemed to be important, so I followed them to their sources and flipped all the levers that came with them to activate them. However, I couldn't find the source of the last light. I eventually noticed this last light pole on top of the garage. I surveyed the size of the building and thought to myself, this could be a good place to do some parkour. You probably have to get up to this roof or at least the second floor to flip whatever switch the light is connected to. Needless to say,
I was wrong. Like when it comes to the parkour stuff, I'm like, oh, I see a light up there. I must have to parkour to get up there. No, you actually just walk straight through this door over here, and the thing's just on the wall, and you just pull that, and that's it. You won. You beat the puzzle. You know, Gordon Freeman could have opened that with his crowbar. Stupid Mitchell. It's just disappointing. Like a lot of things in this game, I know, but there's only like one interesting parkour section the entire game. Most of the time, parkour is just used to dangle your way across some gap or along some ledges. Who's ready for more disjointed bullshit? 1 minute you're helping out Bozo Joe in the depths of this factory, and then the next door you walk out of, you're suddenly on an enormous shipping dock totally disconnected from wherever the hell you just were. Mentally, sure, I can piece together where things lead from and go to, but again, you don't get that sense of connectivity in gameplay that normal Half-Life games have. You then have to run across this entire shipping dock with nothing happening outside of this short encounter with 3 nerfed hunters, only to climb up this lighthouse and have this happen. Oh. The lighthouse isn't even like destroyed. I just got flung out of it somehow. Why did we go there? Then you have to swim back to shore and board this boat on another part of the dock where you're suddenly confronted by Captain Roosevelt, who gives off the vibe that he makes snuff films on the dark web, and he welcomes you to the crew. Hooray! Let's go hit more buttons and... Oh shit, the ship. Captain Roosevelt, no!
You made a deal with the devil. Here, you have it.
Fucking dies. Captain Mitchell then explains how it's been 3 years since the 7-Hour War, and explains everything the Combine has accomplished on Earth since that time. In just a monologue over a black screen. No animations, images, anything. Just Mitchell's very
siphoning the Earth's
sensual voice. Would you excuse me? Act 2. Captain Mitchell arrives in Alaska.
You fucked up my face.
So for the past 3 years, Mitchell and his army have just been drifting off in the middle of the ocean because they claim the Combine has no dominion over the ocean, except for that part where they can suck it through a straw, only over the land and sky. So they needed to head to City 9 in Alaska to get themselves some more firepower to defend themselves on the open waters from the Combine's airborne forces. You eliminate some Combine forces with that awesome sniper, and break into this Combine Arctic nightmare, only to find a mysterious bald fool fiddling with a piano. This guy's name is Boris, and Boris thinks we're here to assassinate him, but Mitchell just informs him that we're here for weapons.
Weapons?
Yes, that's what I said.
Mister, do you have any idea what we produce in this factory?
Not weapons?
Not weapons.
You see, in this factory, they actually create cremators. Oh yeah, those cool cut enemies from Half-Life 2. And they're created with child labor. Oh, that cut storyline from Half-Life 2.
Yeah. Mitchell really fudged the scouting report on this one.
So Boris evacuates with his daughter, while Mitch destroys the factory, takes the children, and... The G-Man tells Mitchell it is finally time to enact his revenge. So he gathers up his army of all his grown-up children he rescued and sets sail for City 17. And yeah, I haven't even mentioned the G-Man this entire time. He's a big reason that Mitchell has even made it this far. After all, he's the so-called devil Captain Roosevelt recalled him as, that Mitchell has made a deal with. And so... the hunt begins. You run through City 17, Black Mesa East, Ravenholm, all the way to Nova Prospect, but you escape. And then you get thrown in another jail nearby. Suddenly, Boris's daughter, Sasha, is here to help you. She does, and then she fucking dies. Oh no! And then Adam betrays us. Oh no! And then the G-Man betrays us. Can I just say, it is incredibly uncanny to see him in broad daylight like this. The G-Man then reveals that all this time, it was not Gordon Freeman that almost killed you. It was Adam. Black Ops Adam. Black Adam. Again, I just don't care. After this, you're left with 2 options. You can either die, as the G-Man has given you permission to do, and get this ending.
Adrian?
Okay. Or you can stop playing like I did there because I couldn't be bothered to get the good ending and just look it up on YouTube and find this.
You fucked up my face.
And that's it. That was Hunt Down the Freeman. If you enjoyed this video, thank you very much. And if you thought I made this game sound interesting, I am telling you right now, it is not. And it used to be
a lot worse. This game was originally released back in 2018 and was 10 times more broken and unfinished than it is now. Credit to the team behind this, as it sounds like they've done a lot of work to rectify things, but the damage is already done, and there's still years more cleaning up this game needs before it's anything even remotely close to being decent. Now, if you guys would actually like to watch some videos on some fun games that actually deserve to be highlighted, check out my review on some good Half-Life mods like Entropy 0, 1, and 2. MrJarhead. Oh, for fuck's sake.
I realize this may not be the most convenient time for a heart to—
Shut up, just get this over with. I've been through enough already. What the hell do you want? Jesus, God, what the hell?
You took your punishment on the chin, MrJarhead. You repaid the debt. As for the VR headset, I think you've earned it.
Thanks. You could have just handed this to me like a normal person. So do I have to make the video now? Like next video kinda now, or?
That is something my employers will have to get back to me on. But, MrJarhead, rest assured, when the time comes, you will know. Until then, this is where I get off.
We could have shipped it. Like, it wouldn't have been that hard. You know, the failure was, my personal failure was being stumped. Like, I couldn't figure out why doing episode 3 was pushing anything forward.
That was Valve CEO Gabe Newell from Valve's recently uploaded Half-Life 2 20th anniversary documentary, explaining why we never got that elusive episode 3 to conclude the story of Half-Life 2. Half-Life is not a series that Valve just pumps out for a quick cash grab. It is a vehicle that Valve whips out to showcase something innovative to the world of gaming whenever they deem necessary. Now look, Valve's got higher standards than I respect them for that, but you seeing this shit? This looks amazing. This looks incredible. We could add a gun that allows you to build ice barriers and propel yourself forward in combat. We could have had episode 3. It would have been perfect. It would have been perfect. It would have been perfect. And in 2020, 13 years after the cliffhanger episode 2 left behind, Half-Life's hour had finally come again. Oh shit. In the form of a VR exclusive prequel to Half-Life 2, Half-Life Alyx. Many people will tell you that this is the greatest VR game ever created. I'm not here to tell you that, because it's not. It's actually this ultra-realistic bar fighting simulator. God, I wish you guys could have seen my dad. Never in my 25 years of life have I ever seen him so reinvigorated, so youthful, full of spunk. You know, it was just a really therapeutic experience for him. I wish you guys could have witnessed it. It was beautiful. But as much as I can try to tell you how great VR is, all the words in the world cannot do justice conveying just how immersed I truly felt playing Alyx for myself. And until you've got a Quest or whatever other kind of VR headset strapped to your head, you're not gonna get it either. Thank you everybody so much for the support on my Hunt Down the Freeman review. You almost made it worth it. Leave a comment for a chance to be featured in the next video, and my biggest thanks of all go to my lovely patrons. Stin, Dotman, Brian, Angel, The Foe 3, Papa Noob 345, Dominic, Dominique, Kevin, Bradley, Mark, Nindota, Micah, Devin, Sadiq, Bryce, Victor, Stank Prime, and Preppy. As I mentioned, Half-Life Alyx is a prequel to Half-Life 2, taking place 5 years before Gordon Freeman's arrival to City 17. And right off the bat, the game accomplishes 2 things. Number 1, showcases the immense scale and realism you can come to expect. I mean, just look at the Citadel currently under construction. It's nothing short of terrifying. And number 2, showcases the incredible level of interactivity you'll have at your disposal. Pretty much anything you can think of doing, yeah, you can do it. You can throw soda cans and bottles at the birds. You can fiddle with the dials and antenna on the radio. You can even write messages with markers on the windows. And best of all, feed a pet snark.
You want some not coffee? Yeah? Okay, here you go. Yay!
Oh, and real quick, I just want to apologize for the mic quality not being the best during my live reactions to stuff in game. I could only keep the mic so close to me without accidentally hitting it repeatedly like a speed bag. And this is all just the tip of the iceberg, just 1% of the depths of interactivity and detail on display that you'll uncover. Just look at creatures such as the zombies. They're absolutely gnarly.
Stupid. 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 Look at me, Hector. Last chance to look at me, Hector.
The barnacles are wicked looking, with every little scale and tooth rendered in ridiculously high fidelity. You can pick up antlion, excuse me, leggy heads and inspect them up close. The head crabs look appetizing.
Thanksgiving turkey is served!
And then there's, of course, the poison head crabs.
Oh, fuck. God damn it. You jerk off.
There was even one point when I was fighting them and I bumped right into my fuzzy shotgun mic, and because the poison head crabs are so disgustingly prickly and hairy in this game, it felt like I actually bumped right into one of them. Genuinely sent an incalculable amount of chills down my spine.
Oh, shit. Oh, God, ew. I touched my microphone, it was all fuzzy. Oh, I felt like I was touching this thing. Oh, fucking gross. Ugh.
As for some neat details on display that don't make me want to lose my 5 senses, you can find a book written by Dr. Kleiner.
From here to there in under a second. By Dr. Isaac Kleiner. That's cool. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't notice that in my first playthrough.
This game also reveals that the healing juices used at healing stations are actually the smothered remains of antlion grubs.
There you go.
Valve's attention to detail and continuous lore building is truly unmatched. I could go on and on about every little detail I can think of, and I will as the video goes on, but for now, let's jump into the story for a bit. It kicks off with you receiving a FaceTime from Alyx's dad, Eli Vance, and his friend Russell, inventor of the world-famous Russells. Who would win, the Virgin Magnesin device or the Chad Russells? Eli and Russell seem to have uncovered something pretty interesting. What exactly? They don't even know yet themselves, but whatever it was, the Combine aren't happy with the idea that we know about it, because next thing you know, you and Eli are being taken away by their forces. Eli is being prepared to be shipped off to Nova Prospect, while you get in a car accident.
Alyx, you there? You've got to get moving.
Russell? I've been in an accident.
I know! I caused it, so technically not an accident.
I absolutely love Russell. So many lines of his just make me smile.
Now, pretty soon they're going to realise that your dad is not going to talk. And when that happens, he's off to have his brain sucked out.
Russell.
Potentially. Maybe not, though. I mean, they could just drill into his... Oh, yeah, still your dad.
He's got so many great moments, I could make an hour-long compilation of them, but my favorite of his has to be when he goes off about the Turkey Club. Screw the construction of the pyramid, screw landing on the moon, screw the invention of the internet. He literally makes the Turkey Club sound like the greatest achievement in the history of mankind.
Alyx, have you ever heard of a club sandwich?
Nope, not once.
Right. To make a club sandwich, you need to start with bread. Not from a bread line, from a bakery across the street. Baked that day, okay? You add tomatoes, lettuce, not vegetable paste, fresh. Then you add bacon. That's from an animal we used to call the pig. You toast the bread, and you put all that inside it.
You guys had all that? That's insane.
It is, and I'm not done. Then you add a second sandwich on top of the first one. You put ham in it, also from a pig, and turkey from an animal we used to call the turkey. And more tomato, more lettuce, and a bunch of other things I'm forgetting. It was 6 inches tall and weighed a pound, and had a dozen ingredients from 5 different continents. It was the most impossible food item you could imagine at any age before ours.
Not only do I love this dialogue just because it's funny and wholesome, but also because it genuinely does make you really take a second to appreciate something as simple as a turkey club. You don't realize all the steps that actually go into making something like that from all around the world in certain cases. It's just a reminder to be grateful for the really simple pleasures in life. Russell's also a big help to us by loading us up with equipment like a pistol.
Alyx, up here! You're gonna need a gun! Don't worry, it's unloaded.
It's unloaded now!
As well as that, he also provides his aforementioned Russells, aka the gravity gloves, which are sort of like a precursor to the gravity gun, allowing you to manipulate smaller sized objects in your vicinity from a distance. Use the Russells to pick up gun ammo, perform sick double plays.
I feel like I see something. What is that? Syringe? Oh shit, no! Oh! Double throw!
Feed barnacles some kibble.
Here, boy, you want some kibble? You want some kibble, boy?
Pick up vodka. Trust me, it's important. Or use them to scoop up resin.
No, but give it back! No!
Yeah, don't do that. Resin is very important as it's used at Combine Fabricators to upgrade your weapons. To access the Fabricators, you have to first hack into them with your Alyx, aka the multi-tool. This lining up the lights to unlock the Fabricator puzzle is just one of the many different types of puzzles you'll solve throughout the game. You've also got these ones where you have to sync up different color combinations, power puzzles where you have to follow wires behind walls to activate or deactivate doors and elevators and whatnot, or activate sirens to get yourself fucking killed. Fuck you, Valve, you're so mean. My favorite puzzles to solve, though, are those ones at the ammo caches, because once you get the hang of them, you just zip right by the defenses in like 2 seconds. Back to the gun upgrades, though, they add some much needed depth to your arsenal. It's not me saying the gunplay isn't good, it's phenomenal. I say that considering that Alyx is host to easily the smallest roster of weapons the franchise has ever seen, sporting only a pistol, a shotgun, and an SMG. You don't even get a melee weapon in this game, which I thought would be because you can just pick up whatever's lying around to use as a weapon, but apparently not. Kinda lame, not gonna lie. Also lame is the fact that the laser sights you can buy never worked on my guns 90% of the time, but luckily other upgrades like the different reflex sights and extended mags were fully operational and a big help. Unfortunately, I was never able to acquire the grenade launcher for the shotgun though, which is a shame because I'm sure it not only would have been a ton of fun, but also a ton of help towards the end of the game where the firefights really ramp up in intensity. What I absolutely love about the combat all throughout Alyx though, is just how much every little action matters. The combat isn't like previous games could be at times where there's waves and waves of enemies. Sure, Alyx has its share of ass-clenching moments, but it's not because of the quantity of enemies or the speed of them. Thank God there's no fast zombies in this, because I think if they were included, I actually would have died. It's because, unlike previous Half-Life titles where you aim with the mouse and fire and simply hit R to reload, the act of reloading here has gone from something you didn't even think about to something that demands your attention and is an act that's more fun to perform the snappier you get with it. It's up to you to manually reload your pistol by ejecting the magazine, inserting a new one, and loading the gun again before you can hop back into a fight. The same goes for your shotgun, where you have to insert shells and quickly load back up before finishing the job, or the little Combine SMG you acquire. Sure, it's the easiest to reload, as all you've got to do is insert a power cell and that's it, but you also can't reload until your entire magazine has been emptied, which is why getting extended mags on the SMG is especially crucial. Timing and accuracy are more essential than ever to success. Every shot matters more than they ever have, so when you're able to just start popping off pistol shots successively, it feels so damn good. Or when you're able to light up the air canisters on the back of the Combine and they just explode. Oh yeah. But best of all are those close encounters where you can hear those Combine goons charging up a Warhammer as they creep around a corner, and you reload just in time to blow their heads off before they can do the same to you. I ran out of breath. It's so immensely gratifying and possibly the most satisfying Half-Life gunplay has ever been. Don't get me wrong, I've always loved the action in Half-Life, but Alyx takes things up to a whole nother level of strategy, not just because of the gunplay itself, but also because of having to manually duck behind cover or desperately retreat to another room digging around for ammo or syringes before you meet your doom.
Get me in! Oh my god, close the door!
Roll all these together and you've got the most thought-provoking and rewarding combat the series has seen to date.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. Reload, reload, reload.
Now, while the gunplay is top-notch, sometimes just moving in general can be really weird.
Oh shit, no, 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 don't do that!
By default, the movement settings are set to snapping, where when you move the left stick in whatever direction, the screen will blink and you will teleport to your desired destination, while the right stick will do the same but moves the camera towards the direction you want to look. These were the default settings because Valve wanted to mitigate motion sickness as much as possible for those who may be affected by it. I, however, am not a pussy. Yeah, that's it. So I switched to the continuous movement option ASAP, which is more like your traditional analog controls. However, even with this option enabled, there's still a teleporting option you have with the right stick where you can snap forward or downward or wherever you want to go, which can be very handy when you're in a pinch or just want to move faster because the continuous movement can be pretty slow. Again, probably to account for motion sickness. Accounting for all that, I have no issue with. It's the teleporting that gave me issues quite a few times. Because the left stick is now used to move normally, you now have to use the right stick to teleport. You know, the same stick you have to use to rotate the camera. And considering I didn't have the space to play with the full range of motion, I had to rotate the camera with the stick quite a bit to keep myself from bumping into things, because it's pretty easy to lose track of where you are in your space if you don't.
You! Come here. Ow! Fuck!
So sometimes I'd try to just rotate the camera and end up doing this.
Here we go. I just tried to turn the camera!
Very funny looking back, but frustrating in the moment for sure, and gave me a heart attack on multiple occasions. So as for the setting of the game, a majority of Alyx takes place in what is known as the Quarantine Zone. Pretty unfortunate timing on this one, huh? The QZ is a giant portion of City 17 that's been overtaken, contaminated, and infested by Zen fauna and flora.
Alright. Here we go.
Yeah. Don't go in with any hazardous environment suits or anything. Let's just raw dog it and just go dive straight in.
To state the obvious, this is all pretty fucking gnarly, and quite frankly just needs to be burned to the ground. So could you imagine my immense disappointment when I found out that they cut the Combine Cremators again? Again! They would have been perfect for this area, even if they weren't interactable and you just saw them off in the distance burning shit up. It would have been so cool. But instead, we just get these generic Combine hazmat workers like they don't even do anything interesting with. Someone didn't like that opinion. But the QZ does make not just for some repulsive settings like my bathroom after gobbling down a buffalo chicken cheesesteak, but also spawns repulsive creatures, setting the stage for unique encounters like the series has never seen before.
Oh.
Yay!
Alyx, man.
What's up, dude?
You received my message.
This is one of my favorite scenes, not just in Half-Life, but any game I've ever played. I feel like I say that at least once in every Half-Life video now, especially this one. I'm sorry, but I can't help myself. I love the Vortigons. How could you not?
So, what's a Vortigaunt doing here?
Oh my god.
Right, but I mean,
Can I have some?
I have a brain injury.
I'm sorry, Dan.
My brain is injured.
That's terrible, and I hope...
This Vortigon really just said...
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
I need an entire game just about the Vortigons, or maybe a game where you just play as the Vortigons. I still have to play Decay, I know, I didn't forget. Or maybe a cooking show. Perfect, a cooking show with the Vortigons.
I know, I'm sure it is.
Alyx, shut up! It's important! Look at him go, dude. Look at the way he moves with such spunk. The Vort explains that his kin have been captured by the Combine and that Alyx must free them. Alyx, selfishly, only cares about saving her dad. It's futile anyway, don't bother. So the Vort rightfully guilt trips the shit out of her.
I am severed from the Vortessence. I am alone in my head.
I'm sorry. Look, if I can, if I run across your friends, I will see what I can do.
You have saved my kin.
I haven't.
As a parting gift for saving his kin, the Vort provides the last bit of help he can.
Are you done helping?
I am not. Here. Sustenance.
Yay!
I'll eat it later. Thanks for the help.
Thank you.
You will be welcome.
Thank you for sharing.
10 out of 10 scene. Chef's kiss. What's even cooler about all this is before meeting the Vort, you find all this...
Floating garbage?
And these murals under a bridge highlighting the Vortigon's enslavement under the Nihilanthe. Depictions of other Zen creatures like the Gonarch, the Hound Eyes, and even the Tentacles. But of course, featured most prominently at the center of it all, the one free man. Which, in retrospect, having played it before this, that's a really cool Easter egg Entropy 02 pulled off, nodding in reference to all this. I do gotta say though, while I enjoy the totally grotesque aesthetic of the QZ, it did get kinda old. The best way I can compare this in my Weezer rotted brain is that the QZ is basically equivalent to the Green Album.
Oh, wait, where are you going? No, please, I promise this will make sense, please. It's really good, but also half the songs sound the exact same, so the minute you stop listening to the album, you forget half of what you just listened to. In the same way that the QZ is a really cool setting, but half of it's also all the same stuff throughout, so in my mind, it just gets a bit fuzzy trying to pinpoint the specifics. A lot of it's just gross rooms covered in spores and subway stations. Again, don't get me wrong, there's some really cool stuff that sticks out, like the lightning dogs that can even reanimate corpses, the giant poisonous head crab den. Ugh, I get the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it. And the big old train derailment. But everything else gameplay-wise here, it all just gets jumbled in my mind and I kind of forget what happens where. Oh, and there was that Jeff section, but that chapter sucked, honestly. It's not even worth talking about. There was this really awesome zoo level, though, that's been overrun by the leggies.
Leggy! Oh no, it's dead.
That's an antlion, Russell.
That's an antlion?
Yes. So you do know what antlions are.
Yes, they're leggies.
You know what? If Russell calls them the leggies, I'm calling them the leggies too, because antlion is way too tough a name for these weak fools. It's so cool being able to walk by all the different exhibits.
Little buddy found a nice place to rest. Oh god! I don't know why I didn't expect that.
As well as walk into all the different exhibits and even pick up the skulls of tigers. It feels like I'm actually at the zoo. It's unreal. Speaking of, there's also all these tiger masks lying around that you can actually wear.
Look at this. You put it on? You can actually put it on? I mean, this is really detrimental if I'm being honest. I can't see a thing. Oh, as if my aim wasn't bad enough. Alright, playing the rest of the game with a tiger mask. Oh, jeez. Hold on. Got it? Yep. What? What the hell is this? What? Yo! What are you doing? What is this? It's the furries, man. It's always the furries.
There's even one part of the zoo where you can see some sort of fluid being extracted from the leggies and dumped into these containers. Which, as I brilliantly deduced, is the same cleaning substance used throughout parts of the QZ to keep the Zen infestation from getting out of control. This is just another one of the many ways Alyx demonstrates the Combine's disregard for life in favor of ruthless efficiency. It's so great to see Zen be such an integral part of the story again, and I hope that continues with Half-Life 3. Okay, geez, it's been over 20 minutes and I've still barely scratched major plot points here. So, we've now got 3 main objectives to work towards. Number 1, rescue Eli. Number 2, figure out whatever it was that Eli and Russell seemingly discovered. And number 3, most importantly, rescue the Vortigaunts. As I mentioned a little while ago, Eli is en route to Nova Prospect, meaning you'd have to stop the, you guessed it, train heading there, which because this is a video game goes as smooth as you'd expect it to. Yep.
Oh.
Is this supposed to come off?
It's the opposite of what it's supposed to do, Alyx.
Alyx, you've got to stop the train! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Oh shit! Oh no! Oh god! Oh god! So did I win?
See? That wasn't so hard. Alright, time to save Eli.
What? Yo!
Alyx Spence!
Let's go!
Help, as I said I would.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Eli then reveals that whatever it was that he and Russell found appeared to be some sort of super weapon stored in a vault in the QZ that the Combine was preparing to move off-world imminently. Eli also mentions he was able to pocket a Combine data pod, so while the Vortigaunt escorts him back to the safety of Russell's hideout to decrypt it, it's up to us to make our way to the vault and find a way inside.
Stay safe, baby. I love you.
I love you too!
I love you too.
Thank you.
There's so many phenomenal character moments in Alyx, big or small. Admittedly, the story itself is pretty straightforward. I don't find as much depth in it as Half-Life 2's, for example, and it definitely doesn't expand the world the same way Half-Life 2 did, which was to be expected since this is a prequel after all, so there's only so much expansion that can be done. That's not to say that it isn't a good story, it's very good, and as we've already seen, Half-Life Alyx still finds little ways to continue to build bit by bit upon what is already an incredibly rich world. But there's one scene in particular, besides
besides the ending of course, that really sticks out in my mind and potentially presents major ramifications for the story going forward. Eli, through decrypting that data packet, uncovered that this super weapon is not something that was constructed by the Combine, but rather something they discovered in an old apartment building in the QZ. Something so dangerous and volatile that rather than going into the building to retrieve this weapon, the Combine instead ripped the building up and built a giant vault around it. Later on, we overhear an anonymous woman chatting it up with some sort of Combine representative who eventually grabs their supervisor. A Combine advisor. Whoever this lady is whose voice we hear, she's insistent that they need to move whatever's in the vault now, or else it's going to be Black Mesa all over again. To this day, we still don't know who exactly this woman is, but it does seem that they don't answer to Dr. Breen, as they claim that they are their own supervisor. Sure, Karen, keep telling yourself that. A lot of people speculate this could be Judith Mossman, but I just don't see the point in keeping this character's identity secret if it was just going to be Judith in the end. People have also done some digging on her model to try to get a better idea of her identity, which you only see as a silhouette, but even then, I'm personally not going to put much stock into a character design that wasn't even meant to be seen to begin with. For the bare bones model we do have though, they definitely nailed that Karen vibe. This is all a long-winded way of me saying that whoever Valve has this character planned to be, I think they are an entirely new one to the franchise, and I hope we learn more about them in Half-Life 3. Because outside of, obviously, the ending, this was easily the most interesting new story beat to come from this game. Once the conversation comes to a close, Eli concludes that whatever is inside the vault must be none other than Gordon Freeman.
Once we get Gordon back, we can really get ambitious, don't you think, Russ? Maybe we could take down a Citadel.
Yeah, or maybe we could get Eli killed. After a long day of battling countless zombies, Combine, and Leggies, with the help of the Vortigaunts, we were finally able to successfully bring down the vault.
Oh, yo! Oh my god!
There was just one more thing that stood in our way before we could make it in there.
A Strider! Deactivated though. Whew, lucky break there. Could you imagine that thing blocking your way?
Just for that, fuck you, Russ. This was easily the most intense, horrifying section of the game. Nothing came close. I mean it, nothing. You're whipping around corners and taking cover everywhere you can as the Strider tries everything it can to obliterate you, alongside all the other Combine forces. Then you find a turret and start cranking that shit back over and over, launching grenade after grenade after grenade, until finally taking down that mechanical monstrosity. Horrifying, heart-pumping stuff that makes for a brilliant final boss before the final chapter. Once inside, you make your way through this apartment complex that seems as if it's been frozen in time and space. Certain areas have even been disoriented to the point that you end up walking along the walls and the ceiling, meanwhile the gravity around you acts completely different from your own. It makes no sense. Suddenly, you encounter a bunch of Combine soldiers and get to have your super gravity gun moment of the game, where you absorb what I assume is vortescence into your gloves, allowing you to one-hit KO everything that stands in your way. At the end of it all, you finally make it to the inner sanctum of the vault. A small chamber holds a person inside. But it doesn't take long for us to realize, unbeknownst to Alyx, that that person is no Gordon Freeman.
If they set that G-Man free, it will be the end of all of us! No! Go fuck yourself!
Gordon Freeman?
Oh
Gordon
my god.
Miss Vance, you wouldn't need all that to imprison Gordon Freeman.
Alyx asks who the G-Man is, and he says what he is not as important as what he can offer Alyx for coming all this way. He explains his employers authorize him to nudge things in a particular direction now and again, and asks what Alyx would like nudged. Sounds a little kinky. She asks for the Combine to be moved off Earth, and G-Man says that's not just a nudge, that's a goal, and offers her something she doesn't even know she wants yet. Flash forward to that fateful day, the day Eli dies. Alyx is given a chance to rewrite the future and she takes it. Why wouldn't she? As repayment for this favor, however,
A previous hire has been unable or unwilling to perform the tasks laid before him. We have struggled to find a suitable replacement until now.
No! I just want to go home. Send me home!
I'm afraid you misunderstand the situation, Miss Vance.
Wait! Hey, wait! Wait! Wait!
and with that, Alyx Vance has been employed by the G-Man. But, more importantly,
vital signs critical. Seek medical attention.
Gordon! Gordon! Wake up, Gordon. She's gone, Gordon. She's gone. Son of a bitch, it has unforeseen consequences. I knew it. When I get my hands on him, I'm gonna kill him. Right now. We got work to do.
Half-Life 3 confirmed. Probably. I said it in my episodes video, and I'll say it again here. There is no way you bring this series back the way you did if you don't intend to finish the story. And as the months have gone on since that video, it looks like I was onto something. I will admit though, I really had to sit and stew on this ending for a while, because outside of the obvious excitement of Half-Life 3 confirmed, maybe, I initially didn't know what to think of retconning Eli's death like this, and to an extent, I don't think I'll ever know exactly what to think about it until we finally get Half-Life 3 and we see how it handles the aftermath of this. But the more I've thought about it, while I still don't love the decision narratively, it does make a lot of sense in real life. If you don't know the story of Mark Laidlaw's Epistle 3, I definitely recommend you seek it out. I summarized the gist of it in my video covering Half-Life's episodes, as well as Laidlaw's Twitter account BreenGrub, and the developmental reasons as to why Valve never made Half-Life 3. So if you want a quick rundown on all of that history, check out my episodes video if you haven't already. All of this is very important info necessary to understand the schizophrenic rant I'm about to go on. In the canon world of Half-Life, we still have no idea who the G-Man is or who his employers are. A popular theory for a long while, because of BreenGrub, was the idea that the G-Man was a hatched Shu'ulathoi, but for reasons I'll get into in a minute, while that may have been the case before or was being set up to be the case, it certainly doesn't seem to be the case any longer. So again, in canon, we still don't know who or what exactly the G-Man is, but on a meta level, get it? I think it's pretty clear that the G-Man is a representative of his employers, Valve. It's genius. The G-Man can be used to facilitate any radical story changes Valve wants to make at any time, and they're able to mask these under the mysterious veil that the G-Man character operates under. This incredibly powerful figure who has the abilities to bend time itself and influence events in a godlike manner, acting as an avatar for the writers themselves, while still having his own agendas as his own separate compelling character. I initially felt Alyx's ending rendered Eli's death useless, like it made the death meaningless. But ironically, by bringing him back to life, it gives a whole new weight to his death. The G-Man has made his interest in Alyx especially clear since episode 2.
When I plucked her from Black Mesa, I acted in the face of objections that she was a mere child and of no practical use to anyone. Still, I am not one to squander my investments, and I remain confident she was worth far more than the initial appraisal.
And he was definitely right. Alyx has certainly proved her worth, showing herself to be just as capable as Gordon Freeman, while also having the obvious connection to Eli, the leader of the Resistance, the man who made peace with the Vortigaunts. Now, the G-Man getting captured at all is really interesting to think about because, on one hand, for as powerful as the G-Man is, he's been shown not to be infallible, and the Combine are pretty powerful themselves, so he may have seriously just slipped up.
Well, shit.
On the other hand, yeah, it's the fucking G-Man. He's basically God playing some 4D chess. And given Eli's reaction, this seems to be more the case. Whatever theories we want to believe on how we got to this point, what we do know is that Gordon has been kicked to the curb and that Alyx is his new pawn. Sound familiar? If you've read Epistle 3, it should. Here's where things get interesting. I think Half-Life Alyx is Episode 3. Think about it. Epistle 3 was the Episode 3 outline masked as fanfiction written and leaked by the former lead writer of Half-Life, Mark Laidlaw. Now, I know we can say that this was just a draft, a rough outline, and like Mark says himself, things change a lot during the development of a game. There's no guarantee that this is how Episode 3 truly would have turned out, but Epistle 3 was clearly released to give some form of closure to fans of the series after its ending that left fans chomping at the bit for a continuation at the time of Epistle 3's release for 10 years. So there is definitely a certain level of validity to it, especially considering Mark says himself he regrets releasing it because it caused so many problems for the people at Valve. Of course, in Alyx, there is no Borealis, there is no Gordon Freeman on a collision course with a Dyson sphere. The key here is the fate of Alyx and the G-Man. At this point, as you will no doubt be unsurprised to hear, a certain sinister figure appeared in the form of that sneering trickster, G-Man. For once, he appeared not to me, but to Alyx Vance. Alyx had not seen the cryptical schoolmaster since childhood, but she recognized him instantly. "Come along with me now. We've got places to be and things to do," said G-Man, and Alyx acquiesced. She followed the strange gray man out of the Borealis, out of our reality. For me, there was no convenient door held open, only a snicker and a sideways glance. I was left alone, riding the weaponized research vessel into the heart of a Combine world. The lead up to both endings may be radically different, but at the core of both, Alyx and Episode 3 end the same. They end with the G-Man firing Gordon and hiring Alyx. And, as an added bonus, Eli is brought back to life. This ending now sweeps the clutter that is the Episode 2 ending under the rug and severs ties with Laidlaw's vision of the series going forward, as the writers have created their own Epistle 3 here by wrapping up the Half-Life 2 story the way it seemed to be heading without putting Gordon into purgatory. And on top of all that, while Breen Grub seemed to possibly be implying that the G-Man was potentially a Hatch Shaulathoi, I think this was all a way of honoring Laidlaw's ideas, but ultimately moving past them from this point on. This now leaves Valve with a clean slate to finally get to work on a brand new story with Half-Life 3. As much as I want it, I can only imagine how much people who've been fans of this series for more than a year must be feeling knowing that we are potentially closer than ever to finally getting a full-fledged continuation to the Half-Life franchise. And for your guys' sake especially, I really hope Half-Life 3 comes out soon. Oh, and please, since we don't know what happened to Russell, can we please have a trio of Gordon, Eli, and Russell for Half-Life 3 somehow. I just know Russell trying to banter with Gordon and failing would be hilarious. And you know what? Screw it. Throw Barney in there too. Oh, and don't forget Captain Roosevelt. All right, another video in the books. To close things off, I just want to sincerely thank Valve for creating such an absolute masterpiece of a series from the beginning until now.
Don't think you're getting out of this one so easily, MrJarhead. There's one teensy detail you neglected to mention.
Oh, there you are. It's about time you showed up. Whatever happened to that ominous warning you gave me about knowing when I should be covering this?
Well, I must admit it is quite an unforeseen turn of events to see you making this video so soon after the last Half-Life video. I figured I would need to nudge you a bit more with that greasy, fatty, disgusting food you like so much because you're a dumb, stupid animal. And on the off chance that after my proposition you still said no, which that's a big off chance, I would have to proceed to do this. I know Jeff is the whole reason you gave me this. because you get a real kick out of my suffering. What you couldn't foresee is that I saved myself a little souvenir while I was in there. And now, this dumb, stupid animal is gonna nudge you out of existence. Well, shit. Goodbye, J-Man. Well, I guess all that Jeff torment I went through was worth it if it meant getting rid of that miserable prick. And I got free Five Guys. Well, enjoy the Jeff stuff, guys, because, I sure didn't. I mentioned in my Half-Life 2 review that the first time I stepped foot into Ravenholm, I knew I was walking into something special. When I stepped foot into the distillery, I knew I was in for yet another treat.
There's definitely a bunch of old bottles in here. Does alcohol go bad?
It only improves. It's all good, Alyx.
Russell, you're breaking up.
The vodka is good, Alyx. The vodka is good.
Ravenholm was scary, sure. But this literally gave me nightmares. The chapter begins as you meet this scavenger who's been strung up by a barnacle. You do the dumbass a favor and set him free, and Larry here repays the favor by telling you everything he knows about Jeff.
Thanks.
What the hell was that?
Oh, that's Jeff.
Jeff?
Oh, don't worry. You can't see. Here's just fine. No, got an ear. I'm sorry.
Who?
Jeff, if that was even his real name, volunteered to work in the quarantine zone for the Combine, as evidenced by the hazmat suit he sports, which can be found on other Combine workers throughout the game. However, his hazmat suit wasn't enough to protect him from whatever went horribly wrong. He contracted some sort of infection or virus. His entire body had become swollen and disfigured, toxic spores sprouting from his back, and most notably, his head can be seen splitting into a sort of Venus flytrap, which from above makes him literally look like a dickhead. He can't see, but he hears everything. And if he hears you, you're fucked. Like any good horror section, stealth is paramount to your survival.
Holy shit. This is a straight up horror section, dude.
Our first order of business was to get over to that wheel to crank the door open ahead.
Oh, don't do that! It's good, Jeff. Fuck you, Jeff! Fucker! Shit! How do I distract him for that long? That's it! I gotta lure him in here! Of course!
In my panic-ridden state, I somehow seemingly forgot that I have two hands.
I gotta close the door, close the door. No, close it! Close it! Come back! Close the fucking... God damn it! Close it! Please! Alyx, you dumbass! Jesus Christ. Why couldn't you do that the first time?
Because you needed to use two hands, you fucking idiot.
No! What are you doing?
I finally got the door open and raced to the elevator to call it down, which obviously didn't work. That was to be expected. This was not.
Oh, are you... You gotta be shitting me! You gotta be shitting me! Ain't no fucking way! Nuh-uh!
So, of course, you know what this means. It's time for some goddamn electrical puzzles. The typical run the wires through the wall bullshit.
This is gonna turn on the power and open the door somehow, isn't it?
Close. But worse.
Wait a second. No. Don't tell me I have to go back in there. That's exactly what I gotta do, isn't it? Oh my god. This is diabolical. This is pure evil. Okay, Jeff. I've given you a chance to calm down. I think you can come out of timeout.
I eventually got the elevator powered back up again without accidentally also setting off the siren in the freezer. Valve, you guys are such assholes.
No! You stupid siren! You goddamn ratted me out!
But of course, just my luck. I snuck inside the half-open elevator, and when I got it powered up, Jeff made his way inside as well.
Oh my god, he's stuck in here with me.
You then have to very quietly walk up right next to Jeff and hit the elevator button to go to the next floor. I hate it. I hated this part so much! But what came next, I hated the most of all. You now need to find 3 batteries to open this giant door in the ground that leads to the zoo. And you need to grab the 3 batteries while Jeff patrols the entire room. The first battery wasn't so bad to grab, though ladders continued to prove themselves to be the greatest Half-Life enemy.
Oh my god, get me up, please. Please, can I get up? Get up! Ugh. Me too!
The second battery was in another small room nearby that's been barricaded from the other side with a chair. So you have to very carefully move the chair without making any noise. I'm sure you could tell by now that I don't have a fight or flight response. I just freeze. Once I finally got in the room quietly, I retrieved the second battery no problem. No issues whatsoever.
You motherfuckers. Go away!
The third and final battery was the biggest pain in the ass to get though, as it was locked behind another wheel-operated door where the wheel was already severed from the door, so you had to slowly remove it from this rail, make sure you're not clonking it all over the place to alert Jeff, and then you have to slowly turn it and try to grab the battery without alerting Jeff.
I was so close.
Oh yeah, you already know I was saving my game every 15 seconds. I have no shame about that. What matters is that I finally got the third battery, and I could finally get the hell out of here.
Get up! Get up! Get up, you fucking idiot! Ah!
Well, I shit out my own spine after all that, but it was worth it to be finally done with Jeff. Oh my fucking god, that's it! Get in the fucking bin!
Get fucked, Jeff! You piece of shit! Fuck you! Fuck you, Jeff! Eat shit! That's what I'm talking about! That's what it's all about! Get fucked, Jeff! I haven't felt so alive in years because of your death! Oh yeah. Oh!
Oh my god, Jeff, are you okay?
Oh, poor Jeff. Oh shit.
If it wasn't clear enough how this section made me feel, let me put it to you like this. Jeff exhibited the most pure, evil, absolutely diabolical game design I've ever had the displeasure of playing through. It feels like Valve is literally trolling you for a majority of the section. For as much as I hated playing through it though, in my mind there is no denying that not only is it far and away the best part of this game, but arguably the best chapter in the entire Half-Life franchise. Maybe that's a video discussion for another time. I just want to take the time to sincerely thank Valve for creating such an absolute masterpiece of a series from the beginning until now. Half-Life for me at the start of this year was a franchise that was off in the distance, abstract, seemed interesting, you know, just like a cool set of games, and ended up becoming something so much more important, not just to the life of this channel, but to me personally. Half-Life has expanded my mind, my view, my philosophy on video games like I never thought possible. Half-Life taught me to take the extra moment to appreciate every little detail you come across, every little detail you can dig up. Valve, it is incredibly apparent in every detail, big or small, just how much love and passion you pour into this series with every entry. I don't take any of it for granted, one bit. Thank you for all your hard work.
Half-Life represents a tool we have and promises made to customers to capitalize on innovation and opportunities to build game experiences that haven't been involved previously. And I think that there are no shortage of those opportunities facing us as an industry right now.